It can help you start a new life. What else can health insurance do? Come find out.
At Farah and Farah, we want you to know that if you suffered property damage from Hurricane Ian, we're ready to get to work on what you need right now. Insurance adjusters will tell you that they're there to help you. But make no mistake, their job is to help the insurance company save money. They have zero incentive to find hidden damage like a ruined roof. Let us review your claim for free. Farah and Farah, we're ready to take action. Call us.
Have you been injured at work? At Van Dingenen Law, we don't aim to be the biggest, just the best. Call 407 Workers or visit 407workers.com. Don't choose bigger, choose better. Workers' comp, it's all we do.
Ian has spiraled its way across the Sunshine State, the impacts being felt now and for quite a while, and now the focus shifts to safety.
Certainly flooding is a big issue right now.
You need to stay off the roads. You can never drive through flooded water.
Right now, continuing team coverage from the Spectrum News 13 weather experts who are here to keep you informed no matter where you live in Central Florida.
All right, and our live in-depth team coverage continues now at 3 o'clock. Eric Levy back with you. Glad you're staying with us.
Yes, hey there, I'm Allison Walker. So yeah, Eric, we've been together all day long, and we know the worst of the storm has passed for most of us, of course, but the dangerous conditions, those remain, and we're watching very closely in various parts throughout Central Florida.
And they will probably remain for quite some time with the standing water, and then once the water recedes, we hate to see the damage that could be left behind in some of those homes. Let's get to our certified meteorologists. We have dual certified chief meteorologist Brian Carrick and dual certified meteorologist Mallory Nichols in the Weather Center. And good afternoon to you both.
Good afternoon, Eric and Allison. Yes, we are still not out of the danger just yet. We are still dealing with some powerful winds as well as some very heavy rain. And the water, unfortunately, Mallory, the water is going to take quite some time to subside. And Lake Eola is just one case in point.
Yeah, downtown Orlando, we've had quite a bit of flooding around Lake Eola, and it is still, you can see there in areas that it shouldn't be. I do like this shot, though, because the swans have certainly been enjoying some of this extra water that is out there, and it just makes me a little bit happier that at least somebody's enjoying the flooding that is going on at this time. But as we check out the winds, not only are we dealing with those floodwaters, but we also have some high gusty wind. Now, take note that these are just at certain stations in areas where you see that purple coloring up and down the East Coast especially. We have strong winds that are still ongoing at this time.
Yeah, and winds that are gusting 60 to 70 in Volusia and Flagler County on the northwest side of the center of circulation. So yes, Flagler and Volusia County, as we've been mentioning, you've been taking a beating, and we are watching pineapple-sized chunks of rock and boulders that are being slammed down on the A1A right now because those waves are coming on in and crashing. It's also taking out some of the erosion factors they put in to kind of avoid the erosion, and the dunes, etc. They're starting to wash away a bit. So obviously A1A is closed, by the way, and the rain continues, as you see here in Flagler and Volusia County. We still are dealing with a flash flood warning here in northeastern sections of Flagler County, including Palm Coast and west side of Flagler Beach as well. I think that also goes down to Bunnell, where we have had several inches of rain. Now that wind, Allison and Eric, that wind, it is starting to come down a bit out near Interstate 75, and that's going to eventually start translating eastward across the state tonight.
Okay, you know, some of us are feeling the relief with not as much rain, but then others right now, no, it's still whipping around out there, especially on the coast.
And I stepped outside just a little while ago here in downtown Orlando. The wind has certainly slackened off quite a bit from what it was just a few hours ago, but you still saw that Orlando reported wind gust 30 plus miles per hour. So
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. We want to continue, of course, looking at the flooding conditions and, of course, focusing on many of the rivers and waterways. The Little Wekiva beginning to slow down just a little bit.
Yeah, so Spectrum News 13's Asher Wildman, he has the details on what you need to know right now from Seminole County.
As we continue to see flooding all across central Florida, a lot of that water goes to the Little Wekiva River. In fact, I'm in Longwood here in Seminole County, where this water is coming from South Orlando. You could just see how much water coming into the Little Wekiva River. In fact, I was recently told that the river where we are at right now is up 8 feet since last night. And then, of course, let's just take you over here. You can just see how far this river and how wide it goes. And I can tell you this because I am familiar with the area. It is meandering way past its boundary or body, if you will, for where this Little Wekiva River goes. On an average day, the Little Wekiva River sees 836 million pounds of water go through it. Because of Hurricane Ian, right now, 4.4 billion pounds, not gallons, pounds of water going through the Little Wekiva River. And you're probably wondering, well, where does this river and water all go? It's heading north to Jacksonville, which then ends up in the Atlantic. Has a long ways to go, and as you know, there are several locations along the Little Wekiva River also seeing flooding, which means more water going into the river, and the water is just waiting its turn wherever it is so it can head up north to Jacksonville. Reporting on scene in Seminole County, Asher Wildman for Spectrum News.
All right, Asher, thank you very much. And, of course, we're looking, of course, at the Little Wekiva, but the Wekiva River as a whole really swollen because of the heavy rain. Earlier today, one of our Spectrum News crews spoke with a kayaker to get that kayaker's perspective on the epic amounts of rain and the amount of swelling to the river.
Bill, so you've been living here 12 years, you said. This, some other gentleman told us, is somewhat of a norm that this floods like this. Yes. You're out here on your kayak. What are you doing today? Who are you helping? What's kind of your...
I'm actually just... my son lives up on Lemonwood, one of the streets up the street. So I brought him a kayak, and the water is just below their house, so it's coming up on them. And this is worse than Irma last year, so I just wanted to make sure he was okay and make sure they have egress to get the hell out if it gets in. So yeah, and plus I like the kayak.
Right, you're a kayak junkie. What did you see out there as you were going through the houses?
Everybody that I've seen, all the people on their porches and everything were waving and calm, so everybody's apparently, pretty much expected it. A couple of people evacuated, but not many yet. No panic, no craziness. It's really quiet. Everybody's, going with the flow.
All right, yeah, and right now we know evacuations underway in Kissimmee. I want to toss it over to Greg Pallone, who's been there throughout the day. Greg, what is the very latest? What are you seeing?
Allison, you can say proof positive where all this water is going is coming from upstream from the flooding area we were on Central, and this is one of the canals that it is flowing into, and it is a rushing river, and this is the damage that it has caused here at the railroad tracks. A washout has happened. So much water out on the banks and flowing through here throughout the day has caused this portion of the tracks to collapse. The rails are suspended in the air. There's nothing underneath them. There's no way a train could come through here right now if the tracks were even close to being operational and the trains running. This is an Amtrak track. It also is a Sunrail track, so any of those officials who may be listening or watching right now, please note that this damage has happened, and it is as bad as it gets when it comes to a washout due to all of this inundated water that is flowing through here, just too much, taxing the pipes, taxing the drainage here, and the washout has happened. So again, this is going to be like this for quite some time. We are continuing to get rain. Hopefully we'll have a respite, but until the rain stops and we get any type of receding waters, it's going to continue to be just like this. For live in Kissimmee, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
That is incredible seeing that bent track, and that's why they shut down Sunrail service before the storm really got here, because they needed time to make sure obviously the infrastructure was safe before the storm, and they needed to do damage assessment. And if what Greg Pallone found is heard by the project proper ears, they're going to be looking at that. Probably have to make some major fixes.
Yeah, and Greg and John Chabon, his photographer, giving us new perspectives with every visit of them. All right, folks, so we are going to take a quick pause, and next, your weather on the one. Stay close. You're watching Spectrum News.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Woesthoff Brevard Hospice and Palliative Care, the hometown hospice choice since 1984.
This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Klystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection, available on the App Store and Google Play. And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
This is Morty. Morty's got to go to the vet. But Morty, it's Florida Aid to Animals. Pets know where to go for affordable health care. Florida Aid to Animals has the lowest prices on visits, vaccines, and the best products with surgeries for spaying and neutering. Dental cleanings just $99. X-rays only $99 plus office visit. Cats and dogs are happy to say. Call Florida Aid to Animals in Melbourne and Palm Bay.
Get more MPGs and 1.9% financing at Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda. With new inventory arriving daily, it's easy to drive the most fuel-efficient automaker in America. Honda. Save at the pump with up to 40 MPGs for Honda cars and trucks. And save even more with 1.9% financing on your new Honda. Only at your two participating Brevard Honda dealers, Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda.
Admiral wash machine made by Whirlpool. $337. Appliance Direct, now 9 Central Florida locations. 3.5 cubic foot washer, $337 with classic white porcelain tub. And dual action agitator, $337. Brand new washer, $337. Brand new in the box. Thank you.
Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, a Spectrum News 13 podcast that offers a closer look inside the issues, available now on the Spectrum News app.
Time right now is 3:11. I'm Brian Carrick with Mallory Nichols and Amy Sweezy as we continue watching Ian exit. And unfortunately, still dealing, though, with the effects on the backside of this storm, especially now in Flagler and Volusia County, even into Brevard County. We are seeing winds gust at times up and over 60 to 70 miles per hour. So here is the latest. Ian is moving away from our coast. This will become a hurricane again tonight, as favorable conditions do exist, and it kind of pushes over the warmer waters of what we call the Gulf Stream. It's a river of water that comes up, a warmer river of water just off our coast. It varies. It's about 30, 40 miles off the east coast. So that is going to reinvigorate the storm as it heads towards South Carolina, and hurricane warnings are in effect for coastal South Carolina. We are still dealing with flooding and storm surge issues. Don't venture out on the roads today or tonight. Just stay home and let the crews that are out there trying to evaluate some of the bigger damage do their jobs. All right, New Smyrna Beach, a gust to 86. That was our highest, at least locally. Melbourne Beach, 81. Daytona Beach, 76. Here in Orlando, 67. A gust to 55 in Maitland. The gusts are coming down a bit. We're 30 to 40, 45 mile per hour gusts, Interstate 75. Interstate 95, though, especially northern Brevard, into Volusia and Flagler. You folks are dealing with winds that are gusting over 50 to 60 miles per hour, and I mentioned occasionally 70, and that is pushing water back toward the coast, and we are getting large chunks of rocks, pineapple-sized rocks that are pounding down on the A1A in Flagler Beach. Our Flagler Beach pier cam is down because of the lack of power. The beach, actually the pier, also has sustained some damage. Damaging water. This is Lake Eola. I've zoomed into the Chinese pagoda. Water where it shouldn't be. That is what we consider a flood. Out over Robinson as well. And it looks like it also extends down toward parts of Roslyn. Let me get back over to Klystron 13, quickly show you before we get into the clearing that we will see. We are still dealing with pounding rain, and it is coming through not only Flagler, but much of Volusia down into Brevard County. And occasionally, we even get some of those gusty squalls that are still coming through parts of Orlando. But as I back out, notice the sharp edge dropping off. So now this is an East Coast, the eastern third of the peninsula event that is moving away. Let's take you through the timeline here. 9 o'clock, still dealing with some squalls. Brevard, Volusia, and Flagler County, winds will come down a little bit. Still going to be a very windy night. Don't get me wrong. Get you into tomorrow morning. We're going to start clearing out. Some sunshine, still a few clouds, but notice the rain is done and out of our forecast tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, all kinds of sunshine. The wind starts coming down in the afternoon and evening, enough to get out and assess some of the damage. And then as we head into the weekend, that's when you can really start seeing what's going on. I'm going to actually remove breezy morning on Saturday. It looks like a very quiet weekend. And I'm going to also adjust temperatures down just a touch. Some of the nicest weather we have seen in quite some time in a stretch that will take us through all of next week. Allison and Eric, a chance for us to clean up. Again, I'm going to go ahead and drop the breeze and bring those numbers down.
Brian, we were looking at that forecast on Monday, and last weekend it just seemed so far away. Now it's so close.
We love just the cherry on top that you always deliver to us,
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, sir. All right. So time now is 3:14. So some strong winds, of course, as you know, heavy rain and storm surge have indeed had an impact on Volusia County. We want to focus in on that county right now.
Yeah, Daytona Beach specifically, because we know that this was a coast-to-coast storm here in Florida. 13's Brandon T. Jones in Daytona Beach with the details on what is going on there. Brandon, what is going on there?
Eric, Allison, before I really get back out there and assess more of the damage that's happening here in Volusia County, I want to tell you what it's like for the residents who are here waiting, trying to figure out if their homes will be okay. So currently I'm in a hotel in Daytona Beach, not far from the International Speedway and where that racetrack is. So we're experiencing some flooding right over here. You can see our cameraman just panned over and you can see flooding right there. That is a soccer field. That's not supposed to look like that. That is water that has built up. And also, there's a county-wide curfew, which is one of the reasons I also wanted to talk to you from this hotel room. I've been speaking with guests all morning long, and all of them kind of said the same things, where they're worried about what's going on. They're worried about what's happening, and they're worried about their homes currently. I know some of them, they have homes on the opposite side of the Halifax River beach side, and they're just waiting this storm out. They've been here since Tuesday. Two of the women that I spoke with told me they're just hoping and praying for the best.
I'm just worried that my house is not gonna, it's not gonna be there. So I just want to make sure. Just a little nervous.
So who you just heard from right there, her name is Rita, and this is her first hurricane she's ever experienced. So this is all very new to her. She's a snowbird. She moved here from Massachusetts, and this is something that she's never experienced before. So she's just praying and hoping for the best as she waits. And here's what her home is currently looking like. We do know there is some damage on the opposite side of that bridge, Halifax River. So we're going to try to get over there as well. And for those who are living in Flagler County, we're also going to try to get out there and assess any damage that's happening over there as well. But we're currently trying to wait for some gas, because that is something that is really hard to come by right now, and we're low on it. But as soon as we get that, we're going to try to make our way out there. And for anyone else out in Volusia and Flagler County, you can also stay up to date with any new information on the Spectrum News app. We're streaming over there as well, so you can hear Allison, Eric, and anyone else who is bringing you this great information, including our meteorologist. meteorologist. Reporting live in Daytona Beach, Brandon T. Jones, Spectrum News.
And information equally as important from you too, Brandon. Thank you very much for that.
Indeed, Brandon. We'll rally for Rita for sure on that, and all of the community coming together for sure, and also in this way, because folks in Brevard County are being asked, if you can, to limit your water usage for the sake of everybody.
That is a grim warning, but it is certainly going to be helping a lot of people, because we have seen how bad the flooding is in different parts of Florida, Allison. So as the rain continues in some parts of east central Florida, Brevard County Utilities want you to try to reduce his water as much as you can by reducing the amount of times you flush the toilet. That may not be the best thing to hear, but it will help, they say. Do less laundry and take shorter showers. They say that this will help the chances of backups into homes and in the streets and in the rivers.
Yes, I want to reduce those chances. All right, so time now 3:18. We are just going to pause for a quick break here on Spectrum News.
Central Florida's very own 24-hour news channel. There is a look again at the I-4 West Express Lane exit at Ivanhoe, underwater with a car stuck. We're back in a minute.
Spectrum News 13's marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
This sponsorship is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
For the people.
There's plenty of reasons to celebrate with Spectrum Mobile. Because now you can get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data on 2 lines for just $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. Switch and save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Now that's worth celebrating. Plus, enjoy nationwide 5G and the most reliable service coast to coast. Get Spectrum Mobile with unlimited for $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. With Spectrum Mobile, your options are truly unlimited. And that includes no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Choose from a variety of the latest phones, or bring your own. Join the nation's fastest growing mobile provider and get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data for just $29.99, all with no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Call 833-261-2999. Click SpectrumMobile.com or visit a store near you.
Did you know that Morgan & Morgan has a dedicated insurance division with an army of lawyers completely focused on fighting for clients who were denied or lowballed on their insurance claims? We've gone toe-to-toe with the insurance companies, and guess what? Just because your insurance company says no, that doesn't mean they're right. We have verdicts and billions of dollars recovered to prove it. So if your insurance claim was lowballed or denied, dial Pound Law on your cell phone and we'll take a second look. There's only one Morgan & Morgan for the people.
As years went by, my teeth were not something I was proud of. I finally came to the realization that my family was grown and they're doing fine, that it was time for me. After new teeth now, the biggest change that I saw was myself smiling all the time and my confidence. You not only have given me a smile, but you gave me back my life, and I can't thank you enough.
Call now for limited time savings and visit newteethnow.com.
Continues to have an impact on us today here in Central Florida. While it's not the severity of what we had this morning in terms of the rain actually occurring, there are still some hazards, and we're going to be dealing with these floodwaters for a while.
Yeah, and unfortunately it is a mess out there. Yeah. And we do still have some of that rain, but conditions are going to start to improve. So here's what to think about ahead for the rest of today. We still have that wraparound rain. Ian is moving away from us, but we'll keep that possibility for showers as we head through the afternoon into the evening hours, so that flood risk does remain. It's probably going to be for quite some time before we completely dry out, but conditions are going to start quieting down tonight and improve quite a bit as we head into Friday and the weekend. But here's the latest on Ian. The wind speeds have been able to drop over land, but the center of circulation is back out over the warm waters of the Atlantic, and there could be some strengthening. Don't worry about that. That doesn't mean anything different different for us. However, as we look at the track, areas a little more to the north of us, this could strengthen a bit more as it pushes toward the coast of South Carolina. So because of that, there are hurricane watches that are in effect, and you can see this blue line still indicating tropical storm warnings. Those gusts over 40 miles per hour are still possible. And we're dealing with some of the rain bands, the flooding, but as we look at the wind flow here, notice as it starts to pull away, we have some of that onshore wind still for some of our counties, and that's keeping us with a storm surge threat as well. Maureen?
Yeah, Mallory, storm surge is something that is a threat with any landfalling tropical system. It's why we have the warning in effect for Flagler County and the St. Johns Basin. That storm surge represents the water that gets pushed onto normally dry land. We find the water levels rising due to the wind field that pushes the water onto land, and then there's also the wave activity on top of it, plus the rain that's occurring. So with homes that are on the coast, that water can come up quickly, and the power of water, as we've been talking about with Weather on the Ones, that can wash away homes, wash away roads. The projected storm surge totals are going to be in the range of around 1 to 3 feet, if not higher, based on some of this modeling we're getting on Klystron 13. The storm surge, just one of the hazards, in addition to those gusty bands that are on the back side of the storm. Futurecast shows how they're going to be the last to depart in Flagler and Volusia counties. But then as Ian pulls away, we eventually pull in drier air on the back side of it. Our winds turn around from the north to the west, and that is going to pave the way for a much quieter forecast for the Friday time frame, and most importantly the weekend. I think we're all looking forward to the weekend, not only because we are getting back to the sunshine, also some lower humidity. Of course, there's a lot of cleanup that's going to have to occur, so that weather at least will be conducive for people being outdoors and getting things starting, or getting the cleaning process underway. Low rain chances return early to the middle part of next week.
And our team coverage continues in downtown Orlando, where the water, it has nowhere to go. Morning anchor Yvette Brusois was on location. She walked over from our studio to check it out firsthand. Watch.
Right here, right now, flooding is the big story. We're in the heart of downtown Orlando. This is the Lake Eola Fountain, an iconic place. Right here is the amphitheater. This is where so many events have been held through the years for Christmas. We also had a remembrance ceremony after the Pulse attack, very moving, but now water has taken over the entire front stage area and all of the seating area right here. I would say a few dozen rows has been taken over by so much water. I've seen some of the fish in here. There's lots of debris. I would say it comes up almost to my waist, but I'm not that deep because, well, I don't want to get wet. But right now the water's coming up to almost my knees. A very dramatic scene. I have lived here since 1981. I have never, ever seen flooding like this in downtown Orlando. We'll continue to monitor the situation and survey more damage around downtown. That's the very latest from downtown Orlando. Yvette Brusois, Spectrum News.
All right, in Spectrum News, 13's Bree McNaught is also tracking flooding concerns. This is south of downtown Orlando. So here's what she saw in that area just this afternoon.
Right now we are on South Orange Avenue by Silver Court in front of the Orlando Health Hospital over in the Soto area near downtown Orlando. As you can see, it is flooded right here. There is a car already stranded. We've seen multiple cars try to pass through. A couple were successful. However, I highly recommend turning around, using an alternative route. It is not safe at all. As you can see, that car right there stranded. And if you want to look to the other side of me, this water is coming from that, it looks like lake or retention pond that has now flooded over into the street, and it doesn't look like it is stopping anytime soon. There's a car over there, Josh, I don't know if you can see it, that is completely submerged basically, or at least halfway through submerged. Like I said, South Orange Avenue. If you're in the area and needing to get through, definitely find an alternative route. We are here in front of the Orlando Health Hospital, and it is flooded, and we have cars trying to make it through. Definitely not a good idea. I highly recommend turning around and not doing that. But for now, reporting from South Orange Avenue near downtown Orlando, Bree McNutt, Spectrum News.
And as you know, we'll be with you all day long as we continue to assess Ian's impact across the Sunshine State. So we have weather updates every 10 minutes with your weather on the ones. Folks, stay with us. We'll be right back.
A new start awaits at your Central Florida Acura dealers today. Acura of Melbourne, Fountain Acura, AutoNation Acura North Orlando, Jenkins Acura.
Get more MPGs and 1.9% financing at Ron Norris Honda and Space Coast Honda. With new inventory arriving daily, it's easy to drive the most fuel-efficient automaker in America. Honda. Save at the pump with up to 40 MPGs for Honda cars and trucks. And save even more with 1.9% financing on your new Honda. Only at your two participating Brevard Honda dealers, Ron Norris Honda and Space Coast Honda.
Ready to move up the ladder, but needing a bachelor's degree is holding you back? Become a better you in 2022. Advance your career with a bachelor's degree from Eastern Florida State College. Choose from 25 Bachelor of Applied Science degree specializations in business, healthcare, computer technology, and education. Many fully online programs are available to help you design your perfect schedule. Get the assistance you need to get started today. It's great to be a Titan.
Indian River Furniture's biggest sale of the year is this Saturday, one day only. Indian River's greatest one-day breakfast sale. Enjoy our famous continental breakfast until 11, and you could win a $1,000 Indian River Furniture gift card at 4. Plus, get a free gift card up to $250 with purchase. Shop Brevard's best collection of furniture and save on our incredible selection of lamps, artwork, and decorative items. Indian River Furniture's greatest one-day sale this Saturday only. Indian River Furniture, Brevard's trusted leader for home furnishing since 1939.
Not sure who you can trust to replace your old worn-out windows? One company comes highly recommended. Renewal by Andersen. Homeowners trust and love our replacement windows and doors. Take the first step. Contact us for the best home improvement experience you'll ever have. Save now. For a limited time, get these huge savings and special financing. Call now for a free consultation or visit us online.
Ian has spiraled its way across the Sunshine State, the impacts being felt now and for quite a while, and now the focus shifts to safety.
Certainly flooding is a big issue right now.
You need to stay off the roads. You can never drive through flooded water.
Right now, continuing team coverage from the Spectrum News 13 weather experts who are here to keep you informed no matter where you live in Central Florida.
All right, and it is 3:30 here on Spectrum News 13. Glad you're with us for our continued extensive live team coverage of Tropical Storm Ian. Eric Levy with you.
Yes, hey there, and I'm Allison Walker. I know a lot of you are watching on your Spectrum News app right now. A lot of us still without power, and the worst of the storm, it may have passed, but the dangerous conditions remain here, Eric.
Yeah, there's still plenty of rain falling and still the threat of flooding in some spots. We want to head over to the Weather Center and we'll show them in the monitor. There is dual certified chief meteorologist Brian Carrick, and beside him is certified meteorologist Mallory Nichols. Hello, friends.
Hey, Eric and Allison. We're still getting a pretty good lashing in parts of Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard County as the system curls around. I'll take a look at radar in just a second, kind of show you where we still have lingering rain, but big pockets of drier air working in. And Amy Sweezy was sharing dew points with us in the 50s in Marion County right now.
I'm really going to enjoy that, especially after dealing with this hurricane the past couple of days. And as you look here from our Bogan Munz and Munz camera in Cocoa Beach, Shepherd Park, we still have the cloud cover. We still have some pretty large waves there off in the distance, and the camera shaking just a bit. And this is Brevard County. So as you move more north along the East Coast, we're seeing still some of that rain that is pushing in with outer bands as well as some gusty wind. And the reports are showing between 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts at this point. Of course, we have seen those numbers higher there, and that is still a possibility for at least the next few hours.
Yeah, this gust 60, 70 at the coast really lashing out as we take a look at what's going on Clystron 13 right now. Radar is quieting down over the western half of the state, but we still have lingering rain, some light wind-driven rain in Orlando and up into Seminole County. You're getting some more moderate bursts, and then we take you up to Flagler and Volusia County. And I should mention that we still are dealing with flash flood warning. It looks like it's been extended. Let me put that back in there very quickly. Point out this is in effect here until 9 p.m. A flash flood warning that includes Marineland, Palm Coast, Beverly Beach, Bunnell, and Flagler Beach. You've already picked up 5 to 10 inches of rain. It is raining hard, and the A1A closed as we are dealing with some erosion issues once again. So Eric and Allison, although the main thrust of Ian is pulling away from us, we still have a long evening ahead for some improving conditions across western portions of the peninsula at this time.
Did I hear you correctly? 5.5 hours of that flash flood warning?
Yeah, just came across.
Wow.
We are looking at a warning until 9 p.m.
That is incredible, and it is still hanging on. That's why we need to be safe. All right, thank you, friends. We'll talk to you a little bit. Evacuations in Kissimmee, where there earlier were concerns and evidence of flooding at Advent Health. We want to talk with Greg Pallone. He's been kind of traveling around the area, but he actually found a spot that is of particular interest to the train tracks. The transportation may be at a standstill for quite a while, Greg.
Yeah, Eric, we just briefly talked to an official here observing this washout, which has happened in the tracks near Smith and Columbia, is where we are here in Kissimmee. It just proved positive how much power this water that is coming from upstream, downstream through this canal and through these drainage pipes is just inundated up to the banks to the top, and it washed out this portion underneath the tracks in this area. So you can see the damage that was caused by that, and those tracks on the side there suspended in the air. It did not affect the main tracks up there, but still it is close enough to cause a lot of concern. That official we briefly talked to just for a moment, taking just a moment for us, asking if we're okay, if we're being safe, and he was too. But at the same time, there's no way you can have a train go on these tracks right now. These tracks are used by Sunrail and also Amtrak. So again, officials going to have to get in here and repair this damage once these floodwaters recede. And that is the question: how long until these waters recede? There is so much of it. This canalway here is full. We've seen flooding throughout this area, and it just continues to flow. We are getting showers from time to time, so that, of course, is not helping getting these floodwaters down. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation. Of course, these tracks inoperable right now until the waters recede and repairs can be made. Live in Kissimmee, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
All right, Greg, thank you very much.
You got it. So today, yeah, we've heard from President Biden, we've heard from our governor, also the city level as well, and county level. So hearing from Seminole County leaders just earlier this afternoon, and they provided an update on the storm's specific effect on that county. And we're particularly talking about flooding. So let's listen in again to Seminole County leaders.
All right, good afternoon here from the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center. We are responding here to unprecedented historic flooding here in Seminole County. We continue to see some rainfall even later in this afternoon as the storm pushes away. We're hoping for a very soon reprieve from that. We've seen flooding in communities like Lincoln Heights, up in Sanford, Spring Oaks neighborhood, along the Little Wekiva River in Altamont Springs, Mockingbird Lane in Winter Springs, Lake Moultrie in Altamont Springs, which is a closed basin, and other locations that we have really never ever seen flooding before. We are now seeing here with this event. Several roadways are washed out, so again we are encouraging people to not travel if you do not have to. Turn around, don't drown. If you come up on a roadway that has water over it and you can't see the roadway, it is not safe to ride on that roadway. One of the roadways that was washed out was 46 at I-4. Flood terrain vehicles from Seminole County Fire, Seminole County Sheriffs are in the area and the flood-prone areas actively making rescues. The National Guard has deployed high-profile vehicles to assist our fire and law enforcement and agencies. We have nearly 60 traffic signals that are out at this time. Treat each of these intersections as four-way stops. Our traffic engineering department, as well as all of our municipalities, are out putting out generators and trying to get those lights back operational as soon as possible. Our water utility providers are going lift station to lift station using generators to pump them down, then moving the generators to the next location. And we are working through those as quickly and as effectively as we can. Currently, we have 115,000 customers without power here in Seminole County. Our partners in Duke and FPL are positioned to respond as soon as it is safe to do so, which we are now getting to a point where that may start to take place. We will look at Duke, FPL, in partnership with all of our organizations here. We will look at those critical infrastructures first. We want to make sure that our hospital is on shore power so they can start operations again. That our emergency shelters, those with special needs clients, those with individuals with vents and trachs and those types of folks, that they have shore power. That our 911 center is fully on shore power and other critical facilities. And then we will start going through the community, looking at nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and if we can turn large amounts of folks on at the same time, of course, we'll be doing that as quickly as possible. We are consolidating two of our shelters this afternoon. We will be closing Lake Mary High School and Childs Middle School. For an update on all of the shelters that will be opened here in Seminole County, the remaining shelters being open, you can go to prepareseminole.org. There's plenty of capacity at our shelters, so we are just, again, consolidating those shelters. We also understand that there's the potential of new clients to come in, and we've actually seen that over the day today as our law enforcement, fire rescue partners rescue folks out of their homes and sometimes up to waist level water in many of those homes. You may see our damage assessment teams driving through your neighborhoods to assess damage. This is critical for us. This helps us paint a picture to the federal government so that we can get federally declared, so that you and your neighbor can obtain assistance if needed when it is needed the most. You can also help us by providing us with damage assessment information. You can go to our website, again, prepareseminole.org, click the damage assessment button, and you can go right to a web-friendly iPhone or your smartphone-friendly device to type in the information. And you can upload a picture of that damage. We appreciate your help in this effort. Over 167 homes have been affected by this historic flood, and more are being counted as we go through the community. Again, please help us by providing us this information. Lastly, debris crews are out in the field right now assessing damage and debris. At this time, we estimate that there's about 750,000 cubic yards of debris. 750,000 cubic yards of debris. So what does that mean? That is roughly 9 1/4 spaceship Earths at Epcot Center. So most of us have seen Epcot Center. Most of us have visited Epcot Center at some point. We know how big that structure is. We'll be collecting about 9 1/4 of those. So we won't be coming by next week and picking up all that debris. It will take weeks and months to do so. We really appreciate your patience as we do that. I'd like to turn it over now to Fire Chief Kenley and provide additional information on our rescue efforts. Chief?
Good afternoon. As an update from this morning, we have responded to flooding calls in specific areas in the county, including Little Wekiva and Altamont Springs, Winter Springs, and Lake Harney. The Seminole County Fire Department has assisted evacuations in several other neighborhoods also. Over 65 people have been evacuated from the Hacienda Village area in Winter Springs and 18 in the Spring Oaks community in Altamont Springs, along with many others in different locations throughout the county. The Wekiva rescuing is a collective team effort with the National Guard and our partners in the Seminole County Sheriff's Office. Our strategic placement of specialty apparatus to certain fire stations in these areas turned out to be very effective. We used a 6x6 in the Wekiva area this morning to rescue a family of 3 with 3 pets after a tree fell on their home. We're also responding to many people being stranded in their vehicles due to rising waters. Again, we continue to stress, stay off the roads. We need your help with that. It's very difficult to gauge how deep the water is on these roadways. Do not attempt to cross flowing water. As little as 6 inches of water can knock you off your feet. Electrocution is the second most deadly situation in flooding events. Do not go into the water. We've also responded to trees that are falling and injuring and trapping residents. Again, you can avoid this from happening by staying inside. Since the storm, we've had 12 fire stations on generator power. 6 of those have been since restored to shore power. It's not too late to make a plan, gather medications, important papers now before you need to evacuate at some point due to the rising waters. As Alan mentioned, there are over 100,000 Seminole County residents without power. Again, keep generators at least 20 feet away from your house and away from any points of ventilation that those gases can get into your house. Remember, it's easy to forget what you were using when the power went off. To avoid a fire, make sure that you unplug these appliances. We've had instances where pizza boxes were on top of an oven, and when the power came back on, the oven came back on and started a fire. Since 6 a.m. yesterday, the fire department has responded to over 550 emergency calls. There was never a time during the event that we stopped responding. The winds did not stop us. They did not get to a speed that we had to stop. I'm very proud of all our first responders and staff for their unwavering dedication to the citizens of this community. This will be a slow and steady recovery from this event. Please continue to be patient, be smart with your actions, and stay safe. I'd like to turn it over now to Sheriff Dennis Lee.
Thank you, Chief, and not to belabor the message that the roads are still incredibly dangerous out there. We've actually lost maybe 10 Sheriff's Office vehicles either through the flooding or having tree and other debris fall on top of the vehicles, so the conditions out there are still incredibly challenging. I understand that businesses are starting to open up and people are starting to move about. I've been through the county personally all day today, and I'm seeing now traffic increase. Again, if you come up on a traffic signal that is not working, not functioning, treat that traffic signal as if it were a stop sign. Be mindful of water in the road. When you come up to that water, there is a no-wake ordinance in Seminole County, which means you will slow your vehicle down so you're not splashing waves everywhere else. Again, not only is that helpful to people who have water damage at their homes, but it's also helpful to your car because it's damaging not only to your vehicle, but it's easy to lose control of the vehicle when you do that. Lastly, I just want to, again, compliment the hard work of the people that are in this room, the collaboration that is necessary between the fire department, the sheriff's office, all of the municipalities, the police departments, the school board, the National Guard, because when you go out there, and I've been to every major flood-prone area that we're responding to in Seminole County and witnessing the work that's being done, it is nothing short of remarkable. People having to be elevated from their bedrooms and carried out through windows because the doors on the inside of their homes won't open because of the flooding that is occurring inside the house. Firefighters and deputy sheriffs and police officers actually taking young infants out of the home. And then many residents that are victims of flooding conditions choosing to stay there because they've been through this scenario in previous storms before. If there's anything that we can do, we do not want you to hesitate on picking up the phone and calling us. Again, we're prioritizing those calls to the most dire need situations first.
And you've been listening to leaders in Seminole County. So, we're hearing people stranded. We're hearing evacuations, Wekiva rescuing. And despite all that, though, they are touting the effective responses that they've been able to execute.
And they're still giving the same messages because the messages don't seem to be getting through to everybody. Stay out of the flooding. Don't walk through it. Don't drive through it. don't do anything to it because it could cause some serious problems. And the flooding in some cases has been catastrophic. We have folks on the ground covering some of the hardest hit areas where people are stranded, at least some.
Yeah, and Spectrum News 13's Katie Strikes. We want to go to her live. So Katie, where are you right now, and what has changed out there for you? I know you've been out there for a while.
Right. Well, I'm at South Cimarron and Turnbull Drive, and we're talking about how people need to stay off the roadways. I think people think that they don't see the rain anymore, they don't see the wind, but really there is still a lot of danger on the roadways, and I want to show you one of them right now. The flooding. I mean, we are on a main road here in Orange County, and there is about knee-deep flooding right here. And actually, in the last hour, we've seen some folks stranded, having to get help from tow trucks, from first responders, because their car was stuck in that flood zone right now. And you can see there is backup for blocks now because people are now having to turn around instead of getting their cars stuck. And so that is really the biggest kind of takeaway here is, stay off the roads unless it's an immediate emergency, and, be cautious of others on the roadway. Live in Orange County, Katie Strite, Spectrum News.
All right, Katie, thank you very much. Our live in-depth team coverage, Allison and me and our dual certified weather experts will continue after the break, so stay with us.
Local Forecast is brought to you by Van Dingen Law. We don't aim to be the biggest, just the best. Van Dingen Law. Workers' comp, it's all we do.
Two things you can always count on with hurricane season. Every hurricane is different.
By-Strong 13 actually able to pick up on those out of rain bands.
And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm.
We are monitoring 2 disturbances in the Atlantic.
Tracking storms coast to coast with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared. The weather experts only on Spectrum News 13, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Not sure who you can trust to replace your old worn-out windows? One company comes highly recommended. Renewal by Andersen. Homeowners trust and love our replacement windows and doors. Take the first step. Contact us for the best home improvement experience you'll ever have. Save now. For a limited time, get these huge savings and special financing. Call now for a free consultation or visit us online.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-908-6702. That's 1-800-908-6702.
Now.
Welcome back to your Weather on the Ones. Meteorologist Mallory Nichols here with meteorologist Maureen McCann. It has been a long night, a long day yesterday. We're still dealing with impacts, but they are going to start to improve soon.
Right. The winds are eventually going to ease as we go throughout the rest of today. The rain is going to taper, and then the weather will really improve for the cleanup. There's going to be a lot of that the next few days.
Yeah, and we've been getting a lot of pictures, a lot of messages from you. Thank you for sharing what's happening in your area. Keep yourself safe as we start to clean up from from Ian. But we did get this shot on our Spectrum News app from Carol in the Daytona Beach area. There's quite a few floodwaters in her location, and we don't want you to get into those floodwaters because it is extremely dangerous. And here's a few reasons why we want you to stay away from that standing water.
Yeah, the expression turn around, don't drown is so important on a day like today, but it's always important when we have our daily thunderstorms, when we experience rain. You never want to go through water when you don't know how deep it is. The expression turn around, don't drown. Find an alternate route and go another way. You never want to get through water when you don't know how deep it is. Because of the power of water, the amount of water is pretty insignificant to sweep a person away. 6 inches. We can see a car swept away with 12 inches. You may think, I have an SUV, I'll get through. It still is enough to sweep away a large vehicle. And plus, you wouldn't want to get into that water anyways, whether you're in a car or wading through it. Mallory, that's going to be another big hazard that we see here in the coming days.
Yeah, that water's not clear, so you're not able to see what's underneath it. So driving into the water, that road could be completely washed out. As Maureen mentioned, it doesn't take much for it to wash out the roadway. We also have the potential for some live electrical wires that could be in the flood waters and that could electrocute you. So we don't want you to walk into that either. We also have some wildlife and objects lurking in those waters. That is definitely concerning. Alligators, snakes, even some sharp objects that could be moving toward you. You may not see them until they're right on you. Stay out of the floodwaters until they recede, and then we can go back out in the area. Ian is out over the Atlantic and pulling away. We still have some of those wraparound bands that's going to continue, along with some gusty wind. As we look at the wind impacts here, it looks like tropical storm force winds are going to stick around throughout the afternoon as well as into the evening hours. That yellow band is where we could have gusts over 40 miles per hour by midnight, starting to pull away. And as we look at the rainfall totals and the chance that we could get some rain, that's also going to be starting to lower through the overnight hours. Tomorrow, clearing out, starting to dry out, the rain moves out. And that's going to continue into the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, into Monday. And we have rain completely out of the forecast. So a great time to rest up from the stress that we've been dealing with the past few days and to also clean up from Ian as we say goodbye to that storm and things begin to settle back down.
Yeah, and Fort Myers was one of the hardest places hit by Hurricane Ian yesterday. We're talking over 96% of the city without power. Spectrum News 13's Jason Lanning is in Fort Myers now with the very latest.
Downtown Fort Myers is an absolute mess today. Debris is strewn everywhere. You can see behind us still some standing water left behind from that big storm surge we saw during Hurricane Ian's landfall yesterday. We want to give you a quick walking tour of just this one single intersection we're set up at here in downtown Fort Myers. Check this out. This looks like a big concrete block. Well, no, this is actually a floating dock. It broke free way down the street at a marina down there, and pieces of it are just littered all through the downtown area. This particular one floated to this spot, and then as the surge water receded, this is where it came to rest. If we get closer up to the intersection here, you can see just big piles of debris that was pushed up by the surge and the winds from Hurricane Ian. As we walk kind of out into this intersection here, you get a good feel for what most of these streets look like today here in Fort Myers. Just tree covered, limbs, branches, full trees. We have power lines down, street signs down. So obviously some of these streets are impassable. Many of them very dangerous, even for the folks that are now out and about trying to get a peek of what the hurricane left behind. If we pan over to the left, well, the damage just continues. Big uprooted trees, even some tangled power lines up there. Now, a lot of this was due to this hurricane's winds, but also we've been talking about that big storm surge. This video shot by Raina Holt. She rode the storm out from an office building right at this intersection. 4 feet of wind-driven storm surge dumping into the northern part of downtown Fort Myers. It was just an incredible and damaging sight, and obviously the surge causing big problems, not just for the power, but also now no running water here in this section of downtown Fort Myers. Now, of course, this is just day one of the recovery. Keep that in mind. We are several weeks, if not months, away from downtown Fort Myers looking anything like it did before this storm, and just getting to this area for emergency crews will be challenging, as many of the roads dumping into downtown look like the one behind us. They are heavily covered with trees, downed limbs, and a lot of debris. We're on scene in Fort Myers. Jason Lanning, Spectrum News.
Good afternoon, Central Florida. Here's what's happening in our community, brought to you by the expert injury attorneys at Todd Minor Law.
There's no such thing as a free roof. Everybody has to pay their deductible. On top of that, frivolous lawsuits and claims that have been filed have increased premiums for everybody statewide. It's also made coverage almost impossible to obtain.
If you've been told that implants aren't an option for you, or you're looking at years of bone graft treatment, I'm here to tell you there's a better alternative. New Teeth Now is one of only a small number of surgery centers in the world that routinely place zygomatic implants. These implants are placed at an angle and are much longer than traditional implants. Zygomatic implants are placed in the cheekbone, or the zygoma, completely bypassing the need for bone grafts. Your new teeth are crafted right on site in our lab, and you get to go home with a new smile, all in just one day.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, I don't even feel like I'm looking at me.
Wow. Oh my God.
We help patients with bone loss every day. If you've been told that lengthy bone graft treatment is the only way to get implants, call or come and see us. We help patients with bone loss every day.
It can help you start a new life. What else can health insurance do? Come find out.
Unfortunately, the business model of a lot of contractors is to only do insurance claims through litigation, making the homeowner wait a year before the litigation is done, before they even get a roof.
That year in litigation does nothing to help or benefit you. It only helps a contractor. We don't see a need for that.
Ian has spiraled its way across the Sunshine State, the impacts being felt now and for quite a while, and now the focus shifts to safety.
Certainly flooding is a big issue right now.
You need to stay off the roads. You can never drive through flooded water.
Right now, continuing team coverage from the Spectrum News 13 weather experts, who are here to keep you informed no matter where you live in Central Florida.
And we do say good afternoon once again. I'm Allison Walker. Time now is 4 o'clock, and some of you just might be having that sense of relief, and others not so much. So yeah, the worst of the storm that may have passed, but we do know dangerous conditions, they remain throughout Central Florida. So I want to head over right now to our team of certified meteorologists. We have Mallory Nichols with us right now. So Mallory, at 4:01, tell us what area of concern are you watching right now?
Right along the East Coast is our biggest concern at this time, with some of those gusty winds that's sticking around, Allison. But a lot of the strongest weather has been able to move out. Now we're just dealing with some lingering impacts. And as I mentioned, it's those high gusty winds. If you look at the numbers, it's showing between maybe 36 mile-an-hour gust in Melbourne, 48 in Daytona Beach. We've got some sensors out up and down the East Coast, but where you see that purple are still some strong gusty winds, and we do still have some leftover showers and that are pushing through as well. And I do want to show you the storm surge threat, because we have onshore wind in Flagler, Volusia County, down into parts of Brevard County, and that's where we have the possibility in yellow there, over 3-foot storm surge in the orange that does exist just off the coast of Flagler County. We do have the possibility of greater than 6-foot storm surge, and the reason it's higher in those areas is because coming up in about 30 minutes at 4:31 is high tide. So you already have that water as far inland as it goes every day, and then that wind is pushing that water inland even further. So we do have that storm surge risk that's going to stick around here for the next few hours along the East Coast.
All right, Mallory, thank you for that. Now, you know, today we've been talking a lot about the Little Wekiva and those levels there. So we want to stay up in Seminole County and specifically Longwood. And that's where we find Spectrum News 13's Asher Wildman, who has been out all day gathering these stories for us. And Asher, I'm curious to know what you're seeing right now and whether you are seeing any improvements at all.
Good news for some folks is water is starting to recede in some areas. And I kind of want to just take you through exactly what we're dealing with where I am, okay? So this is a residential area. Now, behind me and below me, as you can imagine, this water is an area called Willow Run that feeds eventually into the Little Wekiva River. On the other side of Willow Run, there's a retention pond. Behind me, this is swampland owned by the county. All these areas, if and when they flood, which as you can see is happening, pour into Willow Run, as does rain off from this residential area. Eventually, it meanders down Willow Run into the Little Wekiva River. In fact, let's show you some video of what the Little Wekiva River looked like just a couple hours ago, because you also need to understand how much water pours into this river beginning in South Orange County, South Orlando, which eventually then goes into Altamont, which then goes into Longwood. This water eventually, when it's all said and done, heads north. It will then be dropped off in Jacksonville, which then pours into the Atlantic. That's how much water needs to get out of here so that we can see more water recede, more water levels go down along the Little Wekiva River. Traditionally, when a major event like this happens, it takes about 24 to 48 hours for this water to recede and get back to a somewhat more normal condition height for the river. Because of Hurricane Ian, I was told by City Manager Altamont Springs Franklin Martz, it could take 3, 4, possibly even 5 days until that water gets down. Another stat to give you, traditionally 836 million pounds of water travel through the Little Wekiva River on a normal day, not gallons, pounds. Because of Hurricane Ian today, 4.4 billion pounds of water. That is a lot of water. So just think of it, you're at the deli counter waiting for your turn. Everybody now waiting for their turn for this river to finally, and water to catch into the river and travel up north to Jacksonville, where eventually it'll pour into the Atlantic. Reporting live in Seminole County, Asher Wildman for Spectrum News.
Yeah, extraordinary info. Thanks for putting that into perspective, Asher. All right, so we know that evacuations are underway in Kissimmee, where there are and have been reports of flooding at Advent Health. And as Spectrum News 13's Greg Pallone shows us, all of the water that prompted that, it had to go somewhere.
Well, proof positive the power of these floodwaters coming from upstream. We've seen all kinds of flooding here in the Kissimmee area. This is some railroad tracks near Smith, where we are now, and there's a washout that has taken place due to all of these floodwaters that have come in here and inundated these drainage pipes. Lots of water here continuing to flow and coming through. It has receded just slightly, but the damage has been done. These tracks are inoperable right now, and you can see just how much damage was caused by these waters as they were coming through this area from upstream. Officials with the rail system going to have to repair this. Obviously, they'll have to wait till the floodwaters recede before they can get any of that repair work done. This does affect Sunrail, also Amtrak. So they're on the case right now to try to figure out what they can do next to try to get these train tracks repaired and back operable again. But it just shows you the power of these floodwaters and how much rain we have seen in the Kissimmee area as Ian came through. Of course, waiting on these waters to recede and waiting on the rains to stop as well in Kissimmee. In Kissimmee, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News.
All right, so I know none of us is supposed to be on the roadways right now, but there are some cars, some getting stuck, and I know real-time traffic expert Jerry Hume has been tracking this throughout the entire day. So, Jerry, at 4:06, what are you seeing right now on our major roadways?
Well, some of the outstanding water is not going anywhere, Allison, and still blocking some of the ramps out there. This is a look at I-4 eastbound, that ramp to Epcot Center Drive to get to Disney World, which is still closed, by the way. It's all flooded right now, that ramp right now, and we do have it blocked by FHP. I want to take you over to another ramp. This is going to be the I-4 eastbound ramp to the beach line. There is a right lane blocked due to some water in that area for that commute. In downtown Orlando, Ivanhoe Boulevard for the ramp from I-4 West, the express lanes. You got this vehicle. It got stuck in the flooded waters here on Ivanhoe Boulevard. It's been there since early on this morning. Dealing with flooded conditions as well on Florida's Turnpike. In fact, all traffic here as you travel northbound being forced off here on Orange Blossom Trail and the 528. So we take you to the map. Still very active out here. That purple coloration showing that the Turnpike's blocked between 528 and I-4 right now. I want to take you up to 95, dealing with some ramp issues here at 95, I-4 and International Speedway Boulevard. That purple coloration indicating where those ramps are blocked right now because of some of those flooded conditions. Let's take you down here to the 520, dealing with some issues as well. Flooded conditions are blocking it here near the beach line. And then we're also watching here on State Road 50 had some flooded waters blocking the lanes there. Looks like it's back open. That's good news. And roads into Orlando International Airport, they are blocked right now due to some flooded waters out there. Allison will continue to keep a look and an eye on the roadways. Back to you.
Okay, Jerry, thank you so much. At this time, we're going to take a short break, just take a little breather and show you a shot here of Lake Eola. Some of us seen the water go over the banks, a first for many of us. One of the impacts there of Ian. So stay with us, folks. Your Kayaker on radar, your weather on the ones next.
A new start awaits at your Central Florida Acura dealers today. Acura of Melbourne, Fountain Acura, AutoNation Acura North Orlando, Jenkins Acura.
Save thousands at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this weekend at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Major brands of quality hot tubs and Michael Phelps swim spas ready for immediate delivery. Financing is available at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo this Friday through Sunday.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum.
Central Florida is my home. I grew up here. In our podcast, Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, Greg Angel, Gary Darling, and I sit down with people creating change and finding solutions.
Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, available on the Spectrum News app.
With 321 Plastics, customized products are at the tip of your finger. With the raw materials right on site, 321 Plastics can ensure a quick turnaround. We bring your idea to life with a click of a button. Then it goes right into the cutting and polishing process. Plus, we can personalize your project with custom digital printing. Located on Florida's beautiful Space Coast, 321 Plastics has the right tools for the right price to make your idea come alive. Come see us or reach out to us today.
Admiral wash machine, made by Whirlpool, $337. Appliance Direct, now 9 Central Florida locations. 3.5 cubic foot washer, $337. With classic white porcelain tub. And dual action agitator, $337. Brand new washer, $337. Brand new in the box. Thank you.
Don't miss the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this Friday through Sunday at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Relaxation, rehabilitation, or recreation. Unbeatable prices on major brands of hot tubs and quality swim spas that will save you time and money compared to an in-ground pool.
Local Forecast is brought to you by Great Southeast Flooring America in Melbourne, where it costs no more to do it right.
Welcome back to your Weather on the Ones. Meteorologist Mallory Nichols here at 411 alongside Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick and meteorologist Amy Sweezy, continuing to watch Ian as it moves away, but still bring some significant impacts to the area. And one of those impacts in Flagler County. And this shot sent to our Spectrum News app. Joseph in the Flagler Beach area and did get reports of some damage at the end of the Flagler Beach Pier. And you can see a little bit of that from this picture, and a pretty massive wave just past this shot. It's definitely going to cause some damage because we do have the high tide that's happening here in the next 15 minutes. We've also got the storm surge that is pushing water further inland, and then on a normal day, and on top of that, we've got the battering waves on the storm surge, all of which is causing damage in the area. And I do want to check out Klystron 13 at this point. The last 24 hours, here's a look at some of the rainfall estimates. Again, these are just estimates. I'm sure there are higher amounts in locations because we have had flash flood warnings, flash flood emergencies that have occurred. And Amy Sweezy looking up some stats on flash flood emergencies. This has happened before for Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Florence. So now we've got Ian in that category of some pretty catastrophic flooding, and we are definitely seeing some of those numbers here. Rain is continuing to come down, so I'm going to clear out some of those stats here and switch over to our radar. And we do still have some rain along the East Coast. So as I pull this back out and start it into motion here, you can see some light to moderate rain, and that continues to fall across the area. This has definitely backed down from a few hours ago where we still had some of those stronger bands pretty far inland, but it is beginning to pull away. However, you still have the rain coming down in areas that have received a lot of rain, and you still have some high gusty winds. So a bit of a concern over the next few hours before things begin to quiet down as we head into tonight. So we are going to continue to monitor hurricane, or now tropical storm Ian, as it pulls away. Now here's a look in downtown Orlando. Our Kayaker Realtors Hallmark Properties camera. Been watching the swans kind of swimming around some of those floodwaters, and every now and then I am seeing the fountain kind of being blown quite a bit. So we still have some of that gusty wind that is in the area. But as we look at our future cast here, this is 5 o'clock, and there's still some rain along the East Coast, and it might be able to kind of curve around that center of circulation through sunset into early on tonight, and then we will get rid of this rain. And we have that drier air that is pushing in quickly behind it, so things will settle down and allow us to clean up as we head toward the weekend. So for the rest of the day, tropical storm winds possible with still a few bands of rain closer to the East Coast. Tonight, rain starts to move out. Winds will begin to decrease just a bit, and then tomorrow skies will clear, drying out, and that's going to continue into Saturday and Sunday. Allison?
All right, Mallory, thank you so much for that. And we want to continue our coverage right now with Brandon T. Jones. Now, Brandon is up in Volusia County, Daytona, where I know a lot of you are experiencing some gusts right now, whereas some, particularly down here in Orlando, are getting some relief. So what is it feeling like out there, Brandon?
Yeah, Allison, those gusts are really strong at points. Honestly, it just slowed down right before we came on, and you could see it picking up as soon as I talk about it, right on cue. So, I mean, we're in Daytona Beach, and right behind me, you can actually see we're yards away from the Daytona Beach airport, and also a little bit further up, we've got some of this flooding that's taking place over here. This right here is a soccer field. That's a soccer field. It's not supposed to look like that. It didn't look like that yesterday, but overnight that water continued to build up, and the water just continued to keep rising. So as I mentioned, those gusts are really strong. There is still some debris falling down, snapping some of these branches and twigs. If we can pan over here, right here to this particular branch right there, you can just see how strong that wind gets and how it can just easily snap something that has been strong for so many years. But also, last time I spoke with you, Allison, I mentioned how I spoke with some guests at a hotel as they're waiting on kind of just to to see how their homes do, how their property is going to fare once this storm officially passes. A couple of the women that I had a chance to speak with, they told me they live beachside and they're just hoping for the best.
I'm just worried that my house is not gonna, it's not gonna be there. So I just want to make sure. Just a little nervous.
So also one of the women that I had a chance to speak with, she told me that she's been living here for 10 years. She got to experience Hurricane Matthew and a couple other storms, but she recently just moved to a different home beachside on Monday. So now she's just trying to see what will happen and ready to kind of get back over there. There is a curfew in place. They installed that earlier today, the Volusia County officials did, and that's going to be running until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Reporting live in Daytona Beach, Brandon T. Jones, Spectrum News.
All right, Brandon, thank you. And folks, now at 4:16, we have some breaking news out of Orlando International Airport. Now, due to the extent of Ian, okay, they're telling us that there is no time frame for when the airport will return to normal operations. So all the roads, with the exception of Tradeport Drive, all the roads are closed leading to the airport. And crews that rode out the storm, they're carefully beginning the assessment of damage around the airport. And once the assessment is completed and the airport is safe for employees and passengers to return, then operations will resume. So passengers just encouraged to contact the airlines with the questions. So again, at this time, if you have flights booked or just trying to get the heck out of here, we do not know when Orlando International Airport will return to normal operations. All right, folks, so the U.S. Post Office says that they are suspending all operations until further notice in certain Central Florida zip codes. So we're talking about all zip codes that start with 328, 329, 342, and 347. So the post office says they'll restore mail and delivery service as soon as it's safe to do so. And the retail offices in those locations are also closed. So you can find updates, folks, on the post office website. All right, of course, as you know, we are continuing to be here with you all day as we continue to assess Ian's impact all across the Sunshine State. So we have weather updates every 10 minutes, of course, with your weather on the ones and showing you something not to do, folks. Just stay home. Don't get stranded. Come on back.
Marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
The following portion of Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
John and Kelly use AT&T for their mobile service. Steve and Anna have Spectrum Mobile. Both couples have 2 lines and both get unlimited data and nationwide 5G. What's the difference? John and Kelly pay a lot more with AT&T.
Yeah, and our bill just went up.
Again.
AT&T's costs are rising, up to $12 a month for older family plans.
That's too much. Way too much.
Plus taxes.
And fees.
With Spectrum, there are no added taxes or fees. Go to spectrummobile.com/save to see how much you can save by switching to Spectrum. Steve and Anna save hundreds of dollars a year with Spectrum.
Really? Yes.
And with Spectrum Mobile, you get the most reliable service coast to coast and the speed you need to stream and connect in more places. So, John and Kelly, do you want to save more?
Oh yeah, we are switching to Spectrum.
All right.
Switch and you could save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Call, click, or visit a store today.
Shower and bath remodeling made fast and easy by the experts you can trust. Hey everybody, Joe back with Kirsten from West Shore Home. And Kirsten, for years we've talked about West Shore Home's fast and easy remodeling experience. But today, I really want to focus on what we mean when we're talking about fast.
So Joe, one of the biggest questions we get is how soon can your installers come out to do the project? We know everybody's busy. So I'm happy to say that anyone who orders the classic shower package, we could be out in as little as a week to get that job done.
Wow, you're saying 1 week from initial purchase to installation. That's truly remarkable. Now, how about people who are not so sure right now? How can you help them?
So right now, for anyone who calls in, we're offering 0% APR for 48 months, plus 50% off the cost of installation.
Folks, if you need to remodel your shower or bath, trust the experts at West Shore Home. Give them a call today, and when you do, take advantage of this great offer. West Shore Home is extending this offer for 1 week only. It's 0% APR for 48 months, and for a limited time, they're doing 50% off the cost of installation. Call West Shore Home now.
We appreciate you spending time with us. I know it's been a very difficult time overall, and cleanup is going to take days, if not weeks. And for some, it's going to take months, and the emotional toll will be even longer. I'm Brian Carrick with Mallory Nichols, Amy Sweezy joining us tonight, Chris and Maureen catching a much-needed break as we start to see Ian go away. But the destruction that we've been seeing during the day, Mallory, it's kind of scary in spots.
Yeah, we've seen those strong wind gusts, the flooding reports that are coming in. You guys have sent us a lot of shots from all over Central Florida, letting us know what's been happening in your area following the passage of Ian. This picture in particular is from Christie in the Claremont area. You can see some damage there to the gas station. And we also have some floodwaters in South Daytona. This picture from Ken, and it looks like that water, that standing water, is pretty high on that doorway there off to the left. We've also got some standing water in Pine Castle. JC sending us this shot. It's up halfway on the tires of all those cars in the parking lot, and it looks like jet skis going through the waters trying to navigate their way through to get people to safety. We also have this picture from Robert in Orlando, some standing water there. We saw a lot of that flooding around Lake Eola, and there's also some rising waters in Daytona Beach. This one from David, and if you look there toward the center, yeah, that's a gator that's moving through. So we tell everyone to stay away from floodwaters. Not only turn around, don't drown in your vehicle, but don't enter them personally with your body. Don't go into those waters. Roadways could be completely washed out. You don't know where there's holes. Live electrical wires could electrocute you if they are in some of those floodwaters. And we do have wildlife objects lurking that could hit you, and you may not see them coming at you quickly. Those waters are definitely a bit murky, but conditions are going to start to improve.
They are, Mallory, and they already are across a big portion of the area. Here is the latest with Ian moving away from our coast now. Hurricane warnings have been hoisted for coastal South Carolina as Ian, as a hurricane, will make landfall in South Carolina sometime as we get you into tomorrow night. So it's something now we're tracking for our friends up in South Carolina. Flooding and storm surge issues, they do remain in place. Don't venture out on the roads. So there is the moisture, the spin of Ian off our east coast. Let me zoom in. I want to point out the gold areas here. This is very dry air that is quickly being pushed into and ingested into Ian, and we will start to see that dry air encompass most of the area tonight. The dew point, a measure of the moisture in the atmosphere, it is going to take a sharp drop. We will see dew points that are quite comfy, not only tomorrow, but probably also for Saturday and Sunday, although a slow creep up in the numbers. Overall, though, for this time of year here at Central Florida, I'd say we've got some incredibly beautiful weekend weather for the cleanup process that's going to begin in earnest probably tomorrow and through the weekend. Ian moving away. Notice we start clearing out just a bit. Let's shake it all out in that 7-day forecast, because I mentioned the numbers. How about 81 for a high? It will still be a bit on the windy side. The winds will subside during the day. Mallory, you and I focused in on that weekend. It looks dry.
Yeah, it looks absolutely gorgeous, and that's good news. People can start to clean up and fix up after dealing with Ian.
All right, and now a status update on Central Florida's power supply. Yeah, we knew it would be impacted by this massive storm. And right now, Spectrum News 13's Molly Durg is live for us right now here in studio. And Molly, you've been monitoring this situation throughout the entire day. Just curious, how is it looking right now? Is it any better?
Yeah, listen, it really depends. There's some good news and bad news here, depending pretty much on who your utility provider is. So power is being restored to more our OUC and SACO customers who were out of power earlier this morning, but unfortunately, we are seeing more Duke and FPL customers now being affected. So more than 372,000 Duke Energy customers in our area are still without power this afternoon. That's about 57,000 more folks than when we checked in a little earlier this afternoon. Meanwhile, about 129,000 additional Florida Power and Light customers in our coverage area have also lost power as of this hour. So it's more than 267,000 people now. But if you are an OUC or SACO customer, some better news. The number of folks without power from those two providers is trending downward. As of this hour, almost 61,000 OUC customers still no power, but that is significantly better than the outlook was earlier today. And just over 7,000 SACO customers still without power. The majority of those are in Lake County right now. All told, nearly 708,000 Central Floridians still without electricity right now. And as a reminder, utility crews also have to stay safe themselves before they can get out and restore that power. And we know there are a lot of dangerous conditions out there still, Allison.
Yeah, and every car out there is just slowing down. These essential workers are the ones who are going to maybe allow us to have a comfortable night's sleep tonight, right? To get that back. So, Molly Durg, thank you so much for that. All right, so folks, the time. And remember, you can count on us to bring you the latest updates throughout this storm. And we're bringing you live coverage on air, as you know. And we're also constantly updating our app. And there you'll be able to see some key info from local leaders, closures, everything you need to know right now. And just so you know, anyone can stream Spectrum News 13 for free using the Spectrum News app. And as you know, we'll be with you all day long as we continue to assess Ian's impact across the Sunshine State. So we have weather updates every 10 minutes with your Weather on the Ones. Folks, stay with us. We'll be right back.
For over 40 years, Alpazar Law has been the name Brevard trusts for help after a car crash. Contact us today to discuss your case. Alpazar Law, we're here for you.
Admiral wash machine made by Whirlpool. $337. Appliance Direct, now 9 Central Florida locations. 3.5 cubic foot washer, $337 with classic white porcelain tub. And dual action agitator, $337. Brand new washer, $337. Brand new in the box. Thank you.
Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. 32 years of business, located in beautiful Merritt Island, Florida. New luxurious Cadillacs and over 350 plus quality pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Expectations are exceeded with the Mike Erdman Cadillac VIP Family Plan. Complimentary no-cost maintenance, plus 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. Call or visit us today.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way.
With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
Life Alert is a lifesaver.
My husband is alive because of Life Alert.
Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-617-1929. That's 1-800-617-1929. Call now, 1-800-617-1929.
Ian has spiraled its way across the Sunshine State, the impacts being felt now and for quite a while, and now the focus shifts to safety.
Certainly flooding is a big issue right now.
You need to stay off the roads. You can never drive through flooded water.
Right now, continuing team coverage from the Spectrum News 13 weather experts who are here to keep you informed no matter where you live in Central Florida.
And good afternoon once again, folks. I'm Allison Walker. Thank you for staying with us here on Spectrum News. So the worst of Ian, it might be behind us right now, but we're dealing with a lot of nasty stuff, just some dangerous conditions that do remain throughout our area. And some of you are getting some pretty decent gusts as we speak. So I want to get this started right now, this half hour, heading over to our weather center with Mallory and Nichols right now. So Mallory, what part are you paying attention to right now, perhaps with the most gusts?
Yeah, we're watching the gusts, Allison, right now, along with some leftover rain. And the rain's not nearly as heavy as what we dealt with earlier, but because we have such a flooding impact at this point, we would like for all of that rain to get out of here soon. And I'll show you Clashdown 13 coming up, but we do still have a tropical storm warning that's in effect for Flagler, Volusia, Lake, Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard County. This is until those winds subside enough that we aren't seeing those gusts over 40 miles per hour. And as we look at the sustained winds at this point, it is anywhere between 20 to 30 mile an hour wind out of the west northwest for areas Sanford and south, out of the north northwest for areas to the north. And there is that variation because the center of Ian is just off to the east of Volusia County. But of course, when you factor in those wind gusts, we have a gust up to 48 for Daytona Beach. Most other spots are seeing gusts over 30, and there could be some higher amounts in that purple you see along the east coast from northern Brevard up into Volusia and Flagler County. Now, as we check out the latest on Clashdown 13, it looks like most inland spots along the west coast have cleared out, but we do still have some lingering showers up and down the east coast. This will start to pull away from us tonight, and we're going to begin to quiet down for our Friday.
All right, Mallory, thank you so much. Cannot wait to see that get off our coast for good. Okay, Mallory, thank you so much. So right now, I do want to take a look at the traffic impact across Central Florida with real-time traffic expert Jerry Hume. So Jerry, still, unfortunately, a lot of standing water we have to deal with.
Yeah, and surprisingly, we still have a lot of ramps that are closed between I-4 and some of the roads, including this one. That's the I-4 West Express ramp to Ivanhoe Boulevard. This vehicle's been here since this morning, got stuck in the water. That water kind of coming up here on the ramp in Ivanhoe Boulevard for that person right there. It's the main reason why you want to stay home, at least for the time being. Wait for these floodwaters to recede. Taking a look over here, this is the I-4 lanes of eastbound headed towards Epcot Center Drive. Also, all flooded right here. You can't get to Epcot Center Drive. Meanwhile, Disney World's still closed for the time being. Florida's Turnpike is also blocked here northbound, very close to 528. In fact, you have to take the ramp here to 528 and Orange Blossom Trail. It's blocked, as you can see, between I-4 and 528 right now. Up in Volusia County, Daytona Beach, I-95, the ramps to and from I-4 and International Speedway Boulevard, they're all blocked right now. That's that purple coloration you see right there. It's all because of that standing water. Now, the causeways, according to our sensors, also still blocked over to the Barrier Island here in Volusia County, so be on the lookout for that. We did have the causeway blocked here at O'Galley Causeway, but Melbourne, the city of Melbourne, tells us it's back open. I'll, of course, continue to keep you up to date. We'll have all coverage coming up tomorrow morning starting at 5 a.m. That's when I'll be back with your real-time traffic. Allison.
Yes, you have that turnaround, Jerry Hume. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. All right. So we've been talking a lot about the latest levels at the Little Wekiva all day today. And the latest levels beginning to slow, depending on how much more rainfall the river gets. It's possible for another rise. So we're watching that. We're monitoring it. And our Asher Wildman is up in Longwood, actually. He's been in Seminole County all day. And Asher, just very curious as to the conditions right now and what you're learning about what neighbors are having to deal with right now.
Allison, several parts of the county remain flooded, and there's a neighborhood in Altamont Springs called Spring Oaks. And in Spring Oaks, there's a road called the Little Wekiva River Road. And let's show you some of the video because the Little Wekiva River Road is now part of the Little Wekiva River. Behind the homes in the video is the Little Wekiva River. And as you can see, severe flooding in that area. So what the Seminole County Sheriff's Office had to do was go by boat, either knocking on bedroom windows, doors, garage doors, yelling out commands from the boat, asking if anybody was in that home that needed to be rescued. Residents tell me that those waters started to rise at 3 in the morning, and from when we were out there, we saw about 7-8 people get rescued by the sheriff's office.
It's extremely terrible out there. There's a river back there, Little Wekiva River. It completely flooded back there. Same to the front. It went all up in the garage, in our rooms, everywhere.
Traditionally, that water would take about 24, 48 hours to clear out, and the city manager tells me he fears it could take anywhere from 3, 4, possibly even 5 days. Reporting live in Seminole County, Asher Wildman for Spectrum News.
Thanks, Asher. And once again, flooding is a problem in Orlando's Orlo Vista neighborhood. Yeah, that spot also getting pummeled from Hurricane Irma. And emergency crews, they're out and about checking in on flooded homes, rescuing people. Spectrum News 13's Rebecca Turco joins us now live with the very latest. So, Rebecca, boy, there you are. What are you seeing right now?
Allison, good evening. We're on a rescue boat right now with Orange County firefighters, and we want to show you what we're seeing because it's certainly devastating to look at, and it's a lot to wrap your heads around. Right now we're in an Orlo Vista neighborhood, and it's just covered with water. And firefighters, we can see National Guardsmen as well. National Guardsmen and women have been out here for hours and hours. Folks checking in, seeing if anyone needs to be rescued. I'm not sure if you can see there's a gentleman who's wading through the water. Part of what first responders are dealing with is some people, they'll offer them a ride and they're going at it on their own. So they have been really making their laps, checking in on folks. And I'm told firefighters at the very least estimate they've rescued some 100 people. That's not including a sheriff's office emergency response team. That's not including National Guard as well. So the numbers here, we could even potentially be seeing more than what we saw during Hurricane Irma when it flooded to this extent. And at that point, some 150 people were rescued. And we're learning that Orange County firefighters alone rescued estimated 100 people. So I gotta tell you, it's a little tough and it is a little emotional being out here and seeing all of this. Just to kind of express what we're looking at, we not too long ago saw where we were yesterday, and it's just a totally different picture. So we'll send it back to you guys as we continue to make our way through the neighborhood and as these brave men and women continue to rescue folks from their homes.
And Rebecca, you've been doing such a tremendous job out there, so we appreciate you and for providing us with that amazing, compelling perspective there from the boat. Okay, time now, folks. We are going to just take a quick breather, but of course we're going to continue to assess Ian's impact across the state. So as we leave you with this lamp, their ticker's still going, their blinker rather. It's been blinking all day long. Come on back here. You're watching Spectrum News.
When you have NHL Center Ice, you're in control of what games you watch. With up to 40 out-of-market games a week, you can follow your favorite teams and stars of the NHL, no matter where you live. Never miss a Matthews goal, a Makar check, a McDavid rush, or a Markstrom save, all from the best seat in your house. NHL Center Ice, the game lives where you do.
Get NHL Center Ice today. Go to channel 2495 or visit spectrum.net/hockey.
You better move if you wanna go. Go ahead, yeah, on a roll. Turn up, yeah, listen to it. You better do it if you're gonna do it. seen something like this, no. Never seen nothing
It's your
like
journey.
this.
Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson. Get a Tucson with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
I'm Marco Rubio, and I approved this message.
Val Demings. She'd be Florida's most liberal senator ever. Demings votes with Pelosi 100%. She supports amnesty and gave stimulus checks to illegal immigrants, supports taxpayer-funded abortion until the moment of birth. Demings even voted to allow transgender youth sports and teach children radical gender identity without parental consent. Val Demings. She's not just liberal, she's dangerously radical.
I met Governor DeSantis in 2009 when he was on active duty. He was a Navy commissioned officer and served in Iraq. When you're advising SEAL Team 1, you're making life and death decisions every day. And as someone who has served side by side with him, he is selfless and he will do what is in your best interest, not his best interest. The Navy's core values are honor, courage, and commitment. And Governor DeSantis embodied those core values on active duty, and he embodies them every day as the governor of our state. Governor DeSantis is a true servant leader.
Welcome back to your Weather on the Ones. I'm meteorologist Mallory Nichols here at 441, joined by Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick and meteorologist Amy Sweezy. And Ian is pulling away from our coast, but we are continuing to get a few impacts and will do so over the next few hours. And I've been getting a lot of pictures sent into our Spectrum News app. Thank you for sending those to us to let us know what's happening in your area. And this picture from Mark in the Melbourne area, and you can see those are some rough looking waves, and they're coming over top of, it looks like maybe the beach there and a little further inland than normal. And we're seeing that with a lot of areas up and down the East Coast. Now, we do have that storm surge warning that is in effect. This is for coastal Flagler County. And the reason for that is because we do have that onshore wind that is pushing the wall of water toward the coast. And right now, in Flagler Beach, this is high tide. So we have the waters up pretty far inland already, like they do on a normal day, and then that wind that continues to push the water even more inland. So we do have that storm surge warning that continues at this time. Now, as we check out Klystron 13, we still have some wraparound rain from Ian. The eye is, or the center of this, it's no longer a hurricane, but the center of the circulation is off 100 or so miles from the East Coast, but it is still spinning around that moisture toward the coast. And we've got a few bands here showing up of some of those heavier showers. So in yellow here is where we're seeing a little bit of that heavier rain starting to show up in parts of Brevard County, again from Satellite Beach up to Cape Canaveral and Port St. John. A little more to the north as well. We still have some showers in Edgewater, Port Orange, and this is crossing over all of I-95, continuing up toward Flagler Beach and Palm Coast. So we're not quite done with the rain yet, although areas inland have started to dry out. We'll continue to do so tonight and especially the next several days, which is good because we want those quieter conditions as we head toward the weekend to be able to clean up. Now, if you're stepping outside to check out what's going on around your house, it's feeling a lot different. Look at some of these temperatures. 64 in Sanford, 64 in Orlando, 65 in Kissimmee, 68 in Ocala, a few spots in the 70s. But we don't see these numbers this time of year unless we've got all that cloud cover and rain around. It is not feeling like a September day across Central Florida at this time. Now, as we look at our futurecast, you can see those bands will start to clear out as we head into the evening hours, although some of that lingering rain will stick around along the East Coast through sunset into early on tonight, and then overnight tonight completely quieting down. So by tomorrow, we are looking at those skies to clear out. Some drier air is going to move in. In fact, this weekend, not only will the sunshine return, but the humidity will be low. It's going to feel pretty good to clean up following Ian. Allison?
will not feel any better than that. That's for sure, Mallory. Thank you so much, Mallory. All right, folks. So as Asher Wildman reported, this was just a few minutes ago, we've had several crews in and around the Little Wekiva area where Ian dumped heavy rainfall. And Spectrum News 13's Josh Miller spoke with people on the ground about their experience and the impact it's having. Listen.
Well, we pretty much know how far the water's going to come because we have these little sticks here to kind of let us know to gauge how far the water's going to come. So we know probably like 4 or 5 of those sticks up, we know the water's going to come right there to that street. But once it came up about 3 or 4, or one pole, it's kind of letting us know that it's a lot bigger, a lot more water is coming through this area that we've ever seen. I think this is probably like the first of its kind. I don't think this area has ever seen this amount of water, even if it's coming from St. John's or Wekiva Springs. But this is getting crazy. It's getting crazy.
Because the mailboxes are almost completely underwater.
Yes, these right here, well, you can pretty much gauge how far the water's going to go up from the mailboxes. If it's halfway up, we know it's about 3.5 feet. But we're about like 4, maybe 4 and some change. It just depends. It's just something that just to eye it, you can pretty much tell that this is just...
It's a pool, basically.
This is a big ocean, a really big ocean. Big lake and a subdivision with a lot of people that live here. A lot of honest people that work every day, which is crazy to deal with. But hopefully we can get the city in here to fix this or do something, drill some holes or drains. We don't know what's going to happen, but we just hope, we pray. That's all we can do. Thank God that everybody's safe and we don't have any issues to deal with, but we're good, for right now. We're just going to keep each other good, check on our neighbors, of course, like my neighbor here. Check on our neighbors, make sure that everybody's good, older crowd, and, we'll just wait it out, I guess,
Boy, everyone certainly has their story, huh? For sure. All right, folks, moving on here. We want to tell you that residents in Brevard County being asked to limit their water usage. So we've been seeing, all day how bad flooding is in different parts of Florida. And as the rain, continues, Brevard County Utilities is asking folks to reduce water usage, especially, flushing toilets, doing laundry, taking long showers. Try to avoid that if you can. They say this will help reduce the chances of backups into people's homes and in the streets and river. And floodwaters forced the rescue of dozens of nursing home residents in Orange County. This happened this morning. We want to show you that Orange County Fire Rescue saying that they had to rescue about 100 residents at Avante in Orlando, and that's off North Cimarron Boulevard after floodwaters poured into the facility. Now, most of the residents were taken to local shelters, but some who have certain medical conditions were taken to the hospital. Now, first responders say the facility was prepared for the storm. The water just came too fast and was too much.
They had a lot of us. They had plenty of staff. I saw they had sandbags down, but it's you try to prepare, without knowing exactly what you're going to get, and they did prepare, but they got more water than what they anticipated.
And Orange County Fire Rescue says none of the patients suffered injuries during the flooding or rescue operation. Thank goodness for that. All right, time now is 4:48. So we're going to take just a brief pause here while we're working behind the scenes for you. On the flip side, of course, it will be time for our weather on the ones with our team of certified meteorologists standing by to get you the very latest. All right, folks, you're watching Spectrum News. Stay close.
This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Clystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection. Available on the App Store and Google Play. And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Get more MPGs and 1.9% financing at Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda. With new inventory arriving daily, it's easy to drive the most fuel-efficient automaker in America. Honda. Save at the pump with up to 40 MPGs for Honda cars and trucks. And save even more with 1.9% financing on your new Honda. Only at your 2 participating Brevard Honda dealers, Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way.
With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
Life Alert is a lifesaver.
My husband is alive because of Life Alert.
Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-617-1929. That's 1-800-617-1929. Call now, 1-800-617-1929.
Florida on a Tankful is brought to you by Garage Experts, garage flooring and storage solutions to transform your garage to the garage of your dreams.
Welcome back to your Weather on the Ones. Meteorologist Mallory Nichols here with meteorologist Maureen McCann. It has been a long night, a long day yesterday. We're still dealing with impacts, but they are going to start to improve soon.
Right. The winds are eventually going to ease as we go throughout the rest of today. The rain is going to taper, and then the weather will really improve for the cleanup. There's going to be a lot of that the next few days.
Yeah, and we've been getting a lot of pictures, a lot of messages from you. Thank you for sharing what's happening in your area. Keep yourself safe as we start to clean up from Ian. But we did get this shot on our Spectrum News app from Carol in the Daytona Beach area. There's quite a few floodwaters in her location, and we don't want you to get into those floodwaters because it is extremely dangerous. And here's a few reasons why we want you to stay away from that standing water.
Yeah, the expression turn around, don't drown is so important on a day like today, but it's always important when we have our daily thunderstorms, when we experience rain. You never want to go through water when you don't know how deep it is. The expression turn around, don't drown. Find an alternate route and go another way. You never want to get through water when you don't know how deep it is because of the power of water. The amount of water is pretty insignificant to sweep a person away, 6 inches. We can see a car swept away with 12 inches. You may think, I have an SUV, I'll get through. It still is enough to sweep away a large vehicle. And plus, you wouldn't want to get into that water anyways, whether you're in a car or wading through it. Mallory, that's going to be another big hazard that we see here in the coming days.
Yeah, that water is not clear, so you're not able to see what's underneath it. So driving into the water, that road could be completely washed out. As Maureen mentioned, it doesn't take much for it to wash out the roadway. We also have the potential for some live electrical wires that could be in the flood waters and that could electrocute you. So we don't want you to walk into that either. And we also have some wildlife and objects lurking in those waters. That is definitely concerning. Alligators, snakes, even some sharp objects that could be moving toward you. You may not see them until they're right on you. Stay out of the floodwaters until they recede, and then we can go back out in the area. Ian is out over the Atlantic and pulling away. We still have some of those wraparound bands that's going to continue, along with some gusty wind. As we look at the wind impacts here, it looks like tropical storm force winds are going to stick around throughout the afternoon as well as into the evening hours. That yellow band is where we could have gusts over 40 miles per hour by midnight, starting to pull away. And as we look at the rainfall totals and the chance that we could get some rain, that's also going to be starting to lower through the overnight hours. Tomorrow, clearing out, starting to dry out, the rain moves out. And that's going to continue into the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, into Monday. And we have rain completely out of the forecast. So a great time to rest up from the stress that we've been dealing with the past few days and to also clean up from Ian as we say goodbye to that storm and things begin to settle back down.
Yeah, downtown Fort Myers was one of the hardest places hit by Hurricane Ian yesterday. We're talking over 96% of the city without power. Spectrum News 13's Jason Lanning is in Fort Myers now with the very latest.
Downtown Fort Myers is an absolute mess today. Debris is strewn everywhere. You can see behind us still some standing water left behind from that big storm surge we saw during Hurricane Ian's landfall yesterday. We want to give you a quick walking tour of just this one single intersection we're set up at here in downtown Fort Myers. Check this out. This looks like a big concrete block. Well, no, this is actually a floating dock. It broke free way down the street at a marina down there, and pieces of it are just littered all through the downtown area. This particular one floated to this spot, and then as the surge water receded, this is where it came to rest. If we get closer up to the intersection here, you can see just big piles of debris that was pushed up by the surge and the winds from Hurricane Ian. As we walk kind of out into this intersection here, you get a good feel for what most of these streets look like today here in Fort Myers. Just tree covered, limbs, branches, full trees. We have power lines down, street signs down. So obviously some of these streets are impassable. Many of them very dangerous, even for the folks that are now out and about trying to get a peek of what the hurricane left behind. If we pan over to the left, well, the damage just continues. Big uprooted trees, even some tangled power lines up there. Now, a lot of this was due to this hurricane's winds, but also we've been talking about that big storm surge. This video shot by Raina Holt. She rode the storm out from an office building right at this intersection. 4 feet of wind-driven storm surge dumping into the northern part of downtown Fort Myers. It was just an incredible and damaging sight, and obviously the surge causing big problems, not just for the power, but also now no running water here in this section of downtown Fort Myers. Now, of course, this is just day one of the recovery. Keep that in mind. We are several weeks, if not months, away from downtown Fort Myers looking anything like it did before this storm, and just getting to this area for emergency crews will be challenging, as many of the roads dumping into downtown look like the one behind us. They are heavily covered with trees, downed limbs, and a lot of debris. We're on scene in Fort Myers. Jason Lanning, Spectrum News.
Good afternoon, Central Florida. Here's what's happening in our community, brought to you by the expert injury attorneys of Todd Minor Law.
Closed captioning is brought to you by New Teeth Now. In only one day, New Teeth Now can change your life with a new smile. We treat patients others turn away.
Over the years, people have asked me, how did your firm get so big? The answer is simple. We won a lot. In this business, you grow by winning. As America's largest injury law firm, we have more lawyers than any other injury firm. Morgan & Morgan.
If you take Viagra or Cialis, we can give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. Call Pharmacy Shop 24/7 to get generic versions of Viagra or Cialis for as little as $2 a pill, plus free discreet shipping.
When it comes to beating cancer, your first choice is your best chance. At Moffitt Cancer Center, we bring the highest level of urgency to provide the right diagnosis right away. We're fast-tracking therapies and pioneering vaccines that enable the life-saving power of prevention, while providing individualized treatment plans from the start that lead to the best outcomes. Choose Moffitt first, a cancer center like no other.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Santa Fe. Get a Hyundai Santa Fe with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Chevy Silverado.
It's got the power you want and the capability you need to do the job, so you can get to the important work. Find new moments, find new roads. Get a $500 cash allowance on all 2022 Silverado pickups with a 2.7-liter turbo engine. Plus, now during truck season, get a $1,000 accessory allowance toward a new Chevy truck with accessories. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
I'm just worried that my house is not gonna, it's not gonna be there. So I just want to make sure.
She was like, my house is gone. And just to hear, people saying that, that's heartbreaking.
They had 106 residents here today during the storm. Everybody that was here is getting transferred out to a shelter.
You're looking at potential major flooding in Orange and Seminole counties, St. Johns River, all the way up potentially into Northeast Florida and Jacksonville.
I don't think this area has ever seen this amount of water, even if it's coming from St. John's or Wekiva Springs. But this is getting crazy. This is getting crazy.
The residents in Englewood are starting to hear from their family members, and there's a lot of conversations about relief, and thank God we're here, and thank God we're safe, and I can't even imagine what would have happened if we were there.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. I'm Tammy Fields. The worst of the storm may have passed, but dangerous conditions remain throughout Central Florida. We have live team coverage from coast to coast, keeping you covered with the very latest from the storm's worst impacts. First, though, at this hour, we're going to straight over to our weather center where our certified meteorologists are standing by. All of them are Team Amy, Mallory, and Brian. What's the latest? Well, Tammy, we are still getting some pretty good squalls into Volusia and Flagler County at this time. The wind is still howling across much of our area, but we're starting to drag in some drier air. That is some good news, especially when we're seeing the images that we are seeing this evening.
Yeah, I didn't like to see, people crying, wondering if their house is going to be there. That's definitely scary. And we've been seeing some flooding reports, houses that are dealing with a lot of that standing water. And here's a shot in downtown Orlando. This is looking out over Lake Eola, and it still looks like those waters are high enough that it's out over Robinson. I've been seeing the swans kind of enjoying a little bit of that extra real estate there of water across the area, but also from time to time we are seeing some gusts of wind still. That is in not only the downtown area, but for other parts of Central Florida.
Yeah, we look at those numbers there, guys. Daytona Beach, 39 mile per hour. Of course, that is the tropical storm force. We've got a 37 mile per hour gust in Sanford, 24 in Titusville. Melbourne, farther south, reporting 38 mile per hour gusts. And of course, Flagler County and points northward getting gusts even higher than that. So the wind, certainly our big story as we head out this evening.
Yeah, and Ian pulling away from our coast. Still, I mentioned some rain in the eastern third of the peninsula. Tammy, tonight we will once again see from tropical storm to Hurricane Ian, and we now have hurricane warnings for coastal South Carolina as this storm sets its sights on the Carolina coastline, the South Carolina coastline sometime tomorrow. All right. Thank you, all of you, for the latest information. Once again, we know flooding is a problem in Orlando's Orla Vista neighborhood. That spot also really got pummeled from Hurricane Irma. Emergency crews are out and about. They're checking in on flooded homes, rescuing people as well. Spectrum News 13's Rebecca Turco is joining us live there now with the very latest.
Good evening. Well, we have fire rescue crews on scene here, and we also have National Guard crews on scene here, and they are still in the process, hours later, after all of this, working to rescue folks in their homes. And not too long ago, we were actually out on the boat with some fire rescue teams, and we got to see for ourselves the damage, because what you're seeing right now is only part of it. When we really go in, you can see the extent of the flooding in the area. So I spoke with the fire battalion chief not too long ago, and we have some updated numbers for you. He estimates between his department and between National Guard that some people and that's not even including pets. He said dozens of pets have been rescued as well, and those folks have been sent to area shelters. talking to neighbors in the area who were preparing to hunker down, hoping to shelter in place, though a lot of folks in the area were warned to seek alternate areas. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me. My call just dropped, but do want to let you know that we are remaining out here and keeping an eye on the situation. For now, I want to send it back to you all.
All right, Rebecca, we appreciate that information. I know with the weather conditions, it can be difficult out there, so thank you again. We know at this hour, evacuations have happened in Kissimmee. It's where there are reports of flooding at Advent Health. Let's get to Spectrum News 13's Greg Pallone. He is live for us in Kissimmee. What's the latest?
Yeah, the floodwaters here on Central have receded, but still problems are still existing. We have seen our share of stuck vehicles today, and here we go, another case of a stuck vehicle. This truck thinking they could get through, and now you can see they are in a very bad spot. We do have another 4x4 vehicle with a chain trying to get this thing out of here safely. Again, no injuries here, fortunately, but a lot of onlookers just checking out the situation as the floodwaters have receded here on Central. We haven't gotten very much rain over the last couple of hours, so that's good, but still we are seeing problems, and unfortunately these people not navigating these waters very well, and here is the end result. But again, that's sort of been the situation here today in Kissimmee. Lots of people trying to get through these floodwaters, and unfortunately their vehicles getting stuck. So there's another example right there as this flatbed tow truck just showed up here moments ago to get this smaller sedan out of the water after it's stalled out. Again, these low vehicles not going to be able to get through these waters. That's the danger that people are putting themselves in when they're trying to navigate these floodwaters. Again, things receding, the rains have stopped, so hopefully they'll continue to recede. But again, problems still existing for a lot of these people who are trying to get through these floodwaters in Kissimmee. It's been like this all day long. Reported live in Kissimmee, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
All right, Greg, thank you so much for that latest information. We appreciate it. We want to go now to a story and kind of update you on what's going on with the U.S. Postal Service. They say they are suspending all operations until further notice in certain Central Florida zip codes. Those include all of the zip codes that start with 328, 329, 342, and 347. Post office is saying they will restore mail and delivery service as soon as it is safe to do so. The retail offices in those locations are also closed. You can find updates on the post office's website. Well, there's some news to get to regarding Orlando International Airport. Due to the extent of Ian, there is no time frame for when the airport will return to normal operations. That's because all of the roads, with the exception of Tradeport Drive, they are closed leading to the airport. Crews that rode out the storm are carefully beginning the assessment of damage around the airport. Once the assessment is completed and the airport is safe for employees and passengers to go back to, we know operations will resume. Passengers are encouraged to contact the airlines if you have any questions. Remember, you can count on us to bring you the latest updates throughout the storm. We are bringing you live coverage on air, and we are constantly updating our app. There you will be able to see key information from local leaders, closures that you need to know about, and more. Right now, anyone can stream Spectrum News 13 for free using the Spectrum News app. Well, straight ahead, everyone, I want to let you know we will be here all through the evening as we continue to see Ian's impact across the state and keeping up with where the path is right now. We have weather updates for you every 10 minutes with your weather on the ones. This is a live look right here as we continue to see the damage left behind.
Local weather is brought to you by Bob Steele Chevrolet. See Steele before you make any deal. Visit us at bobsteelchevy.com.
Two things you can always count on with hurricane season. Every hurricane is different.
Bystron 13 actually able to pick up on those outer rain bands.
And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm.
We are monitoring 2 disturbances in the Atlantic.
Tracking storms coast to coast with the fastest and most detailed information. Plus the context you need to be prepared. The weather experts only on Spectrum News 13, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Have you or anyone you know served or lived at Camp Lejeune?
Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune's water systems may have been infected and contaminated by chloride due to fuel leaks on the property before 1987. If you drank the water or bathed in it or had any water contact while at Camp Lejeune and had been diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Lejeune for 4 years, this hits close to home. At Morgan & Morgan, we're fighting for the families affected by this to try to get them the compensation they deserve. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune before 1987 and have cancer or Parkinson's, call us today or visit CampLejeuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan, for the veterans.
Call 800-602-7700. 800-602-7700. That's 800-602-7700. Call now.
If you spent time on base at Camp Lejeune prior to 1988 and developed any of these cancers or suffered any of these injuries, you may be eligible for significant financial compensation.
Leaking underground tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly carcinogenic chemicals.
There have been numerous reported cases of exposed personnel developing cancer and other serious health conditions. Call Camp Lejeune victims to discuss your case now.
800-563-1184.
Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, a Spectrum News 13 podcast that offers a closer look inside the issues, available now on the Spectrum News app.
It is 5:11 on a very long Thursday. The cleanup beginning in earnest this weekend. I have a feeling tomorrow we'll still have some issues with breezy conditions and water to have to concern ourselves with, but no rain coming out of the sky tomorrow, and the weekend looks dry. By the way, I'm Brian Carrick, Amy Sweezy, Mallory Nichols with me tonight. Chris and Maureen home hopefully getting a good night's sleep after a long week overall. And guess what? Hurricane Ian, yes, you heard me correctly, what was a tropical storm just a short time ago has bumped back to hurricane status, winds to 75, moving north-northeast at 10, and it's going to continue its trek and then a little bit more of a north turn, and now it looks like it has, and notice the cone is very narrow. The models are in very good agreement. This will come in somewhere near Charleston, which would also be a pretty serious flooding concern for coastal areas of South Carolina. And then post-tropical as it comes up and over Charlotte, but moving away from us. So here again, the very latest is we are currently looking at Hurricane Ian moving away from our coasts. Hurricane warnings for coastal South Carolina, flooding and storm surge issues still locally. And it's time to just stay home tonight. Don't venture out because roads are underwater, including Robinson. This is Lake Eola from our Weichert Realtors Hallmark Property Skycam. A lot of our swans out there tonight floating around going, wow, this is a very large lake now. It goes out over Robinson. Earlier today, it went over Roslyn. I haven't looked out to see if it's still over parts of Roslyn. Turn around, don't drown. You don't know how deep that water is out there on our roads tonight. Winds, Amy was mentioning this off the top, still gusting probably 50 to 60 at the coast. The biggest winds offshore, but everybody else at least with gusts 30 to 40. So the storm Ian pulling away from us tonight will have some lingering effects here into Flagler and Volusia County at 9 o'clock. We get you into your Friday. The storm's pulling up towards South Carolina tomorrow afternoon, still leaving some clouds in its wake, but a lot of sunshine, mixing in a few clouds here and there. Dry conditions, the breeze stays up. Tomorrow night, it looks quiet, very, very quiet, and actually a little on the cool side, at least for Central Florida standards. The dew point, which is a measure of the moisture, is going to drop back and be quite comfortable, especially as we get you into tomorrow and Saturday. We're looking at highs tomorrow around 81. Tammy, it looks like mid and upper 80s and all kinds of sunshine, but the big story this weekend will be the cleanup, which could take quite some time. Ian leaving quite a mess in its wake.
Thank you, Brian. We are seeing that all across our area as well as across our state. You know, strong winds, heavy rain, storm surge have really had an impact in Volusia County. Spectrum News 13's Brandon T. Jones, he is live for us in Daytona Beach to show us exactly what's happening there. Brandon.
Tammy, well, every time you think the rain and the wind is going to calm down, it actually goes ahead and it picks back up. So that's what we're dealing with over here in Volusia County, and everyone should really be hunkering down because I mentioned in the past that there is a curfew in place. They put that into place earlier today, Volusia County officials and the sheriff's office, because they want everyone to remain in place off of the road. So anyone who has to have an emergency or any of the first responders have to get out there, they have a little bit of an easier job once they're getting out here in these dangerous circumstances. Right now, we're at the Daytona Beach International Airport. You can see it right over here, right behind me. And a little bit further up, if we take a look down, you can see a lot of flooding. None of this water is supposed to be here. That's actually a soccer field that you're looking at right now. So this water is really popping up all over the place. We're hearing different reports around Daytona Beach that there is other places as well that are flooding, and we're finally going to be able to get an opportunity to go check that out for ourselves. This entire morning and afternoon we've been in search of fuel, and that's another thing that's really difficult because a lot of the gas stations, they're flooded right now and they're out of gas as well. So we want to give a thank you to our team that works behind the scenes. Tony, we were able to find some fuel, so now we're going to be able to get out there as well, assess a little bit more of this damage, and you can see the wind is still picking up right now, so we'll be able to keep you posted. You can follow along on the Spectrum News app and watch as well 24/7. Reporting live in Daytona Beach, Brandon T. Jones, Spectrum News.
Brandon, thank you for that live report. Well, Spectrum News 13's Josh Miller was in Azalea Park to see the impacts there. Let's see what he found.
Yeah, here in Azalea Park, as you can see, the flooding just keeps on piling on. We got a few cars stuck behind me here. 3, I think, to be exact. And we were speaking with residents earlier, and they said that this usually doesn't get like this. The flooding here in Azalea Park, not often that it happens when it rains or when it storms, but obviously apparent here. As you can see, we got some residents out just looking at the damage, trying to see what's going on here. Just a lot of flooding as the rain keeps continuing to come down here in Azalea Park. It kind of goes along the whole road here, so a lot of residents and their houses not able to get out or come in if they were gone. Reporting from Azalea Park, Josh Miller, Spectrum News.
Power outages also a big problem. To see power outages in and around where you live, you can go to mynews13.com. We have an interactive map and also phone numbers where you can call to get information that you need to find out perhaps when the power is coming back on. Well, all of that is available to you too on the free Spectrum News app. Floodwaters forced the rescue of dozens of nursing home residents in Orange County this morning. Orange County Fire Rescue says they had to rescue about 100 residents at Avante at Orlando. That's off North Cimarron Boulevard. You can see that operation right here. All of this after floodwaters poured into the facility. Most of the people here were taken to local shelters, but some who have certain medical conditions, they had to be taken to local hospitals. First responders say the facility was prepared for this storm. The water just came too fast and was too much, they say.
They had they had plenty of staff. I saw they had sandbags down, but you try to prepare, without knowing exactly what you're going to get. And they did prepare, but they got more water than what they anticipated.
Orange County Fire Rescue says none of the patients suffered injuries during the flooding or during this rescue operation. We'll continue to keep you posted on the impact of Ian across our state as more details continue to pour into our newsroom. We have weather on the ones every 10 minutes too, so keep it right here.
Spectrum News 13's marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
This sponsorship is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
For the people.
There's plenty of reasons to celebrate with Spectrum Mobile. Because now you can get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data on 2 lines for just $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. Switch and save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Now that's worth celebrating. Plus, enjoy nationwide 5G and the most reliable service coast to coast. Get Spectrum Mobile with unlimited for $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. With Spectrum Mobile, your options are truly unlimited. And that includes no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Choose from a variety of the latest phones or bring your own. Join the nation's fastest growing mobile provider and get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data for just $29.99, all with no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Call 833-261-2999. Click SpectrumMobile.com or visit a store near you.
What will you lose if the power goes out? Not only heating and cooling, but your phone, internet, your entire livelihood is at risk. Be prepared for a major outage with a Kohler backup generator.
We were without power for 5 days, but we had hot meals every day.
When the grid goes down or severe weather strikes, a Kohler generator can power your entire home automatically in seconds. Call or go online now. Save up to $750 and get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty.
We went for the Kohler generator and have never looked back.
Don't wait until it's too late. Unlike portable models, Kohler backup generators offer seamless, hands-off operation without the need to refuel during a crisis. They automatically power your entire home, hassle-free.
I just love my Kohler generator.
Call or go online and save up to $750 plus get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty now.
Call 800-441-5456. That's 800-441-5456.
Local Forecast is brought to you by Parish Healthcare, healing patients, healing families, healing communities. Parish Healthcare, where the art of healing comes to life.
We appreciate you spending time with us. I know it's been a very difficult time overall, and cleanup is going to take days, if not weeks. And for some, it's going to take months, and the emotional toll will be even longer. I'm Brian Carrick with Mallory Nichols, Amy Sweezy joining us tonight, Chris and Maureen catching a much-needed break as we start to see Ian go away. But the destruction that we've been seeing during the day, Mallory, it's kind of scary in spots.
Yeah, we've seen those strong wind gusts, the flooding reports that are coming in. You guys have sent us a lot of shots from all over Central Florida, letting us know what's been happening in your area following the passage of Ian. This picture in particular is from Christie in the Claremont area. You can see some damage there to the gas station. And we also have some floodwaters in South Daytona. This picture from Ken, and it looks like that water, that standing water, is pretty high on that doorway there off to the left. We've also got some standing water in Pine Castle. JC sending us this shot. It's up halfway on the tires of all those cars in the parking lot, and it looks like jet skis going through the waters trying to navigate their way through to get people to safety. We also have this picture from Robert in Orlando, some standing water there. We saw a lot of that flooding around Lake Eola, and there's also some rising waters in Daytona Beach. This one from David, and if you look there toward the center, yeah, that's a gator that's moving through. So we tell everyone to stay away from floodwaters. Not only turn around, don't drown in your vehicle, but don't enter them personally with your body. Don't go into those waters. Roadways could be completely washed out. You don't know where there's holes. Live electrical wires could electrocute you if they are in some of those floodwaters. And we do have wildlife, objects lurking that could hit you, and you may not see them coming at you quickly. Those waters are definitely a bit murky, but conditions are going to start to improve.
They are, Mallory, and they already are across a big portion of the area. Here is the latest with Ian moving away from our coast now. Hurricane warnings have been hoisted for coastal South Carolina as Ian, as a hurricane, will make landfall in South Carolina sometime as we get you into tomorrow night. So something now we're tracking for our friends up in South Carolina. Flooding and storm surge issues, and they do remain in place. Don't venture out on the roads. So there is the moisture, the spin of Ian off our east coast. Let me zoom in. I want to point out the gold areas here. This is very dry air that is quickly being pushed into and ingested into Ian, and we will start to see that dry air encompass most of the area tonight. The dew point, a measure of the moisture in the atmosphere, it is going to take a sharp drop. We will see dew points that are quite comfy, not only tomorrow, but probably also for Saturday and Sunday, although a slow creep up in the numbers. Overall, though, for this time of year here at Central Florida, I'd say we've got some incredibly beautiful weekend weather for the cleanup process that's going to begin in earnest probably tomorrow and through the weekend. Ian moving away. Notice we start clearing out just a bit. Let's shake it all out in that 7-day forecast, because I mentioned the numbers. How about 81 for a high? It will still be a bit on the windy side. The winds will subside during the day. Mallory, you and I focused in on that weekend. It looks dry.
Yeah, it looks absolutely gorgeous, and that's good news. People can start to clean up and fix up after dealing with Ian.
Welcome back, everyone. Due to Ian, flooding a big issue in Seminole County, especially due to the Little Wekiva River. Spectrum News 13's Asher Wildman is live in Longwood tonight with some more details on what he's seeing.
Tammy, in the neighborhood of Spring Oaks, there is a road called the Little Wekiva River Road. Unfortunately, right now, that road has now merged with the Little Wekiva River. Several homes in this neighborhood back up right to the Little Wekiva River, and with all the flooding we are seeing in Central Florida, this portion of Seminole County was in fact flooded. And let's show you some of the video, because earlier the Seminole County Sheriff's Office had to go by boat down the Little Wekiva River Road, up people's driveways, which is about 4 feet deep of water. And what they were doing, they were trying to either knock on a bedroom window, knock on the front door, yell out commands, checking roofs, doing whatever they could to find potential people to rescue. And they did, while we were there, rescue about 10 people earlier in the day.
It's extremely terrible out there. There's a river back there, Little Wekiva River. It completely flooded back there. Same to the front. It went all up in the garage, in our rooms, everywhere.
Tammy, as you know, so much water coming from everywhere, but so much of it pours into this Little Wekiva River that eventually makes its way up to Jacksonville, then into the Atlantic Ocean. Water in Seminole County coming from South Orlando, but as you can imagine, everywhere that's flooded just means there's more water piling in somewhere, making the Little Wekiva River levels rise and rise and rise. Reporting live in Seminole County, Asher Wildman for Spectrum News.
Asher, thank you so much. Speaking of Orlando, we want to talk more about that right now. Spectrum News 13's Bree McNutt, she is also tracking flooding concerns south of downtown Orlando. Let's take a look at what she saw in the area this afternoon.
Right now, we are on South Orange Avenue by Silver Court in front of the Orlando Health Hospital over in the Soto area near downtown Orlando. As you can see, it is flooded right here. There is a car already stranded. We've seen multiple cars try to pass through. A couple were successful. However, I highly recommend turning around, using an alternative route. It is not safe at all. As you can see, that car right there stranded. And if you want to look to the other side of me, this water is coming from that, it looks like lake or retention pond that has now flooded over into the street, and it doesn't look like it is stopping anytime soon. There's a car over there, Josh, I don't know if you can see it, that is completely submerged basically, or at least halfway through submerged. Like I said, South Orange Avenue. If you're in the area and needing to get through, definitely find an alternative route. We are here in front of the Orlando Health Hospital, and it is flooded, and we have cars trying to make it through. Definitely not a good idea. I highly recommend turning around and not doing that. But for now, reporting from South Orange Avenue near downtown Orlando, Bree McNutt, Spectrum News.
Can be a dangerous situation. Coming up next, we will continue to look at the impacts from Ian. We will also have much more on the weather. So many people interested on that as they clean up. This is a shot at I-4 at Ivanhoe in Orlando. A dangerous situation as far as driving.
Save thousands at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this weekend at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Major brands of quality hot tubs and Michael Phelps Swim Spas ready for immediate delivery. Financing is available at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo this Friday through Sunday.
Wellness. No matter how you define it, wellness starts with we. And we envision a future where wellness is easy and flexible care options lead the way. A future that's accessible with comprehensive health plans. And a future that's exceptional, powered by truly personalized care. We're health first, and the future is well.
Admiral Wash Machine, made by Whirlpool.
$337. Appliance Direct, now 9 Central Florida locations. 3.5 cubic foot washer, $337 with classic white porcelain tub. And dual action agitator, $337. Brand new washer, $337. Brand new in the box. Thank you.
If you or a family member needs rehabilitation, you should know this. All rehabilitation facilities are not equal, and you have a choice, a clear choice.
When I came here, I didn't think I would, I didn't know if there was ever a possibility for me to walk. Prognosis was not real good, but I knew in my heart of hearts that I was going to walk. And the people here made it happen.
Melbourne Terrace Rehabilitation Center, helping you get back to you.
Don't miss the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this Friday through Sunday at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Relaxation, rehabilitation, or recreation. Unbeatable prices on major brands of hot tubs and quality swim spas that will save you time and money compared to an in-ground pool.
I'm just worried that my house is not gonna, it's not gonna be there. So I just want to make sure.
She was like, my house is gone. And just to hear, people saying that, that's heartbreaking.
They had 106 residents here today during the storm. Everybody that was here is getting transferred out to a shelter.
You're looking at potential major flooding in Orange and Seminole counties, St. Johns River, all the way up potentially into Northeast Florida and Jacksonville.
I don't think this area has ever seen this amount of water, even if it's coming from St. Johns or Wekiva Springs. But this is getting crazy. It's getting crazy.
The residents in Englewood are starting to hear from their family members, and there's a lot of conversations about relief, and thank God we're here, and thank God we're safe, and I can't even imagine what would have happened if we were there.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. I'm Tammy Fields.
Glad you're with us. I'm Eric Levy, and the worst of the storm may have passed, but still dangerous conditions are still remaining across parts of Central Florida, Tammy.
We have live team coverage from coast to coast, keeping you updated with the latest from the storm's worst impacts.
Well, we want to start, of course, with our team of certified meteorologists who have been tracking the storm from beginning until the end and will continue to do so. We have certified chief meteorologist Brian Kayaker and certified meteorologist Amy Sweezy. Good evening to you both.
Good evening, Eric and Tammy. Yes, we have been watching Ian pull away from the coast, and if you're just joining us or if you maybe stepped away from coverage, Amy, we have Hurricane Ian again.
We do. It just was upgraded. Now that it's out over some warm water, It is going to keep strengthening as it pulls away from Florida. But until it does, I want to show you Clystron 13 because look at those areas of rain that are still coming down. It's not super heavy rain, but even just some light showers on top of the rain we've already received. Those areas that have been dealing with flooding, it's mainly Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard County. But notice a few of those showers all the way over to I-4, even into Seminole and Orange County too, as the center of Ian rotates around near our coast.
And even if the rain has stopped, and it has in much of Central Florida, we still have the water issues. This is a live shot from our Weikert Realtors, Hallmark Properties, Skycam. This is looking back over Lake Eola, and the water is still up near or maybe even over Robinson. So if you know the Lake Eola area, north side, the north shore there, it was up and over Robinson. Notice some of the swans that are floating around out there at this time. I want to take a quick look at another camera shot as we swing around and notice on the right side of the screen. We are actually seeing some clearing. Dew points are dropping. Again, the gusty winds, though, sticking with us through the evening hours. Gusts running 30 to 40 miles per hour. We do have higher gusts for those of you in Flagler and Volusia County, easily exceeding 50 miles per hour, with even higher gusts in some of the squalls pounding against our coast. So Eric and Tammy, Amy and I are here to cover this for the next couple of hours, and I'm going to try and get some sleep. Amy taking control tonight, but we are going to be with you throughout the night and the next couple of days as the cleanup process begins in earnest.
Thank you both.
Sleep well, Brian. Catastrophic flooding, as we've been talking about, still very much a problem here in Central Florida. Heartbreaking, the images, heartbreaking, the stories equally. And we have people fanned out all across the area, covering some of the dangerous areas and telling the stories of the people who were stranded.
Spectrum News 13's Katie Strite is live for us tonight. And Avante, what are you seeing and what have you heard where you are?
Yes, I'm currently in Winter Springs, where a community is coming together. As you can see, there is a sinkhole right in someone's neighborhood, and we had a Good Samaritan actually have some extra caution tape from a Halloween store and make sure that they rope this off so people would not be in this area or drivers wouldn't accidentally go into the sinkhole. This area has flooding all around. This street may be clear right now, but residents tell me last night this sinkhole was filled with water, which just goes to show when you are driving in a road and you see that standing flooding water and you think, oh, it's probably just like a couple inches. Well, no, you can see it could be a couple feet. And so it's just really important to be safe and watch out when you're driving and watch out when you're in these neighborhoods that are affected like this. Live in Winter Springs, Katie Strite, Spectrum News.
All right, Katie, thank you. That's so important. We continue to see people driving through areas where there is an issue, lots of water, and I think sometimes people think that they can make it, but once your car stalls, you are stuck.
Well, and here's the thing, it's not necessarily just the flooding. There's other debris in the roadway. As a matter of fact, in downtown Orlando on Orange Avenue at Livingston, a traffic light is like this blocking the road. So it's not just the flooding, it is everywhere. And folks in Brevard County being asked to limit their water usage.
Yeah, we have been hearing that all morning long, how bad flooding is in different parts of Florida. As the rain continues from Ian, Brevard County utilities are asking residents to reduce their water usage, especially flushing toilets, doing laundry and taking long showers. They say this will help reduce the chances of backups into people's homes and in the streets and the river.
And of course, we know our crews have been looking very carefully at the waterways throughout Seminole County and Little Wekiva area as well. Ian dumped a large amount of rain, the river area swelling and overflowing its banks. Spectrum News 13's Josh Miller got this take from a man who was paddling on the water.
Bill, so you've been living here 12 years, you said. This, some other gentleman told us, is somewhat of a norm that this floods like this. Yes. You're out here on your kayak. What are you doing today? Who are you helping? What's kind of your...
I'm actually just... my son lives up on Lemonwood, one of the streets up the street. So I brought him a kayak, and the water is just below their house, so it's coming up on them. And this is worse than Irma last year, so I just wanted to make sure he was okay and make sure they have egress to get the hell out if it gets in. So yeah, and plus I like the kayak.
Right, you're a kayak junkie. What did you see out there as you were going through the houses?
Everybody that I've seen, all the people on their porches and everything were waving and calm, so everybody's fairly, pretty much expected it. A couple of people evacuated, but not many yet. No panic, no craziness. It's really quiet. Everybody's, going with the flow.
Did you see any more damage?
I got a tree down, a lot of good fences down, trees. There's there's a bit, but it's hard to see from this level down low.
So you'll just kind of maneuver in your kayak and see what else you can help and just kind of do the rest of the day?
Yeah, and if anybody needs to get out, I can throw stuff on or whatever, and people, whatever.
Because you've already given out a kayak, you said, right?
I dropped one off at my son's house. Yeah.
Cool, and they're okay?
Yeah, they're good.
Awesome.
Yeah, and they have an 18-month-old, so yeah, it's all good.
Anything else you want to talk about, or Bree, you got anything else?
No, just don't panic.
Stay safe,
Life
right?
happens, stay safe. Just, is it?
We've heard that a lot from our meteorologists. Don't be scared, be prepared. Remember, you can count on us to bring you the latest updates throughout the storm, around the clock, live coverage on air, and we are constantly updating our app. There you'll be able to see key information from our local leaders about closures and much more. You can stream Spectrum News 13 right now for free using the Spectrum News app.
Which I know a lot of people are doing who are out of power. As long as they have a charged phone and device, do so. And of course, you know we're going to be here for the remainder of the evening and into the night and even beyond until the threat of Ian is diminished. We will have much more in our live continuous coverage and a check of the current coordinates of what is Hurricane Ian once again. Coming up next.
My husband was hit head-on by an irresponsible driver, and attorney Dan Newland got us $2.3 million in our pockets. That money's really gonna help. Thank you, Dan.
Involved in a car accident? Call me at 407-888-8000.
Carrie and Alex use T-Mobile for their mobile service. Steve and Anna have Spectrum Mobile. Both couples have 2 lines with unlimited data and nationwide 5G. So, what's the difference? Carrie and Alex pay a lot more with T-Mobile.
Plus taxes.
And fees. Spectrum Mobile has no added taxes or fees.
Plus really fast speeds. And reliable service. We're switching to Spectrum.
Switch and you could save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Call, click, or visit a store today.
All right, slow down a little bit. Check your mirrors, all of them. I'm doing that. Remember that place? Spent our share of nights there, didn't we?
You know, there's something I want to ask you.
Absolutely.
How do I link my phone?
That's what you want to drive.
When it comes to fighting childhood cancer, we're thinking of every mile. It's your journey.
I met Governor DeSantis in 2009 when he was on active duty. He was a Navy commissioned officer and served in Iraq. When you're advising SEAL Team 1, you're making life and death decisions every day. And as someone who has served side by side with him, he is selfless and he will do what is in your best interest, not his best interest. The Navy's core values are honor, courage, and commitment. And Governor DeSantis embodied those core values on active duty, and he embodies them every day as the governor of our state. Governor DeSantis is a true servant leader.
I was on my way home from work when I was rear-ended at 40 miles per hour.
The next day, I called attorney Dan Newland, and I'm so glad I did. At the end of my case, Dan's team got me $460,000. Thank you, Dan.
It is 5:41, and yes, I had to keep looking at what day of the week it is. It is a Thursday. I'm Brian Carrick. Amy Sweezy with me as Mallory and Maureen and Chris are trying to get some rest as we're going to continue our coverage tomorrow, bringing you up to speed on, unfortunately, the cleanup process ahead of us. Of course, our news team doing a tremendous job today and all week long gearing up for this storm, and we work with them closely to make sure they're safe. And this has been a pretty scary situation at times. Notice we still have bands from Ian. It's well offshore, moving away from us northeasterly. And I'm going to get to the information because some of you may be joining and going, okay, what's going on with this storm? But I wanted to quickly show you that we are still getting lashed with some pretty good squalls, coastal areas of Flagler and Volusia County. So basically, it is running right down I-95, either side of I-95. Heavy rain in times, the squalls with very gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour for those of you in Flagler and Volusia County, even 40, 45 to 55 mile per hour winds in Brevard County. Okay, so let me go back to that, show you what we've got. Just about an hour ago, it was Tropical Storm Ian. Now it's back to hurricane status. Winds to 75, moving north-northeasterly. It will curl back, and models in good agreement. This is going to come very close to Charleston as a Category 1 storm. It'll be picking up speed, though, just a bit. In any case, something that the folks in South Carolina are watching because the entire coastline of South Carolina is in a hurricane warning. So it's moving away. We are watching flooding and storm surge issues locally. Big pineapple chunks of rocks pounding on the A1A in Flagler County, and the road is closed. Don't venture out on those roads. By the way, We are seeing sunshine now appear from our Ponce de Leon Landing Park Camp, Melbourne Beach. I know that we've got some issues with our flags. Crews have not been able to get out there to get those down, but they will, I'm sure, immediately as we get into some safer times tomorrow. Winds currently are howling 30, 35, 40, 45, gustier winds, Flagler and Volusia County. As the storm pulls away tonight, the rain will also start to pull away. We'll still have a little bit of rain hugging the Volusia and Flagler County coast at 9, and that's it. And that's it for a while. Dry air pumping on in. We have a sunny sky ahead of us on Friday. Winds will start to subside throughout the day, and we are anticipating temperatures that will be in the upper 70s and lower 80s. It does get a little warmer temperature-wise this weekend, but there you go. I have to share the sunshine because we are through the worst of Ian. Tammy and Eric, dry conditions that, unfortunately, that damage we're going to be cleaning up for days, maybe weeks, and for some months. This is the weekend to start, and it's starting off with sunshine and temperatures that are actually not bad, mid and upper 80s.
Yeah, that sunshine does look nice. It will make it easier for that cleanup for sure, Tammy.
There is a lot to do, you know, so much that President Biden already approved a major disaster declaration in wake of Ian.
Millions of people, millions have been impacted by this storm. Spectrum News 13's Karina Capabianca with the latest on this declaration.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and the entire Florida congressional delegation had requested the major disaster declaration approved by the president. It follows the pre-disaster emergency declaration the president signed before the storm made landfall.
Both of them work in tandem. The first is to get ready, to make sure resources are poised, that local communities and the state has that flexibility to spend funds in preparation for a major disaster. But the disaster declaration from the president frees up additional resources for recovery and relief, and we're going to need it.
Funding from the major disaster declaration will be available for people in the 9 counties most affected by the storm who have uninsured or underinsured necessary expenses and serious needs.
Individuals and families right now in Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota, they can now register for assistance and begin their recovery process.
Some of the assistance includes grants for temporary housing and home repairs and low-interest loans to cover uninsured property losses.
Folks in Florida who have destroyed or damaged homes, you don't have enough insurance. It means the federal government will provide individual assistance of $37,900 for home repairs, another $37,900 for lost property, for everything from automobile to a lost wedding ring.
People in those areas can apply online at disasterassistance.gov using the FEMA mobile app or by calling 800-621-3362. The declaration also includes public assistance for localities for aid, including debris removal and work to repair broken infrastructure and utilities. In Washington, Karina Capabianca, Spectrum News.
All right, Karina, thank you very much. You know, if water gets into your home, Tammy, obviously one of the biggest worries is, the sopping wet carpeting, the squishy carpeting pads, and the warped floors, mold even more so. And we're focusing on that and the impacts it could have on your health. According to the CDC, it can get into your home attached to areas where there's been flooding, but even in areas of excessive moisture, like a roof leak, if that happened, for example.
That's right. For some people, exposure to mold, it can give you a stuffy nose, make you start wheezing, and cause red or itchy eyes or skin. They can be more intense if you have asthma already or a mold allergy. The CDC's website, it does list ways to prevent mold. Fix a roof, window, or pipe leak as quick as possible. Get moisture dried out and areas cleaned as well. Make sure you have good ventilation around your shower or your laundry areas. That, though, does not apply for so many people who live in areas where there was massive amounts of rain and flooding has just rushed in. For those folks, it's going to take a lot of work to repair.
Yeah, the list of cleanup chores is going to be about as tall as the water once was deep,
It's
or
true.
still is deep in some areas, unfortunately. We have much more coverage of what is again Hurricane Ian as it spirals away from Florida, thankfully.
Still, though, many people in its path in the Carolinas, of course, deeply concerned. We have much more from our weather department, from our weather experts detailing where the storm is headed. Keep it here.
We'll be back. Hope you will too.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum.
Central Florida is my home. I grew up here. In our podcast, Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, Greg Angel, Gary Darling, and I sit down with people creating change and finding solutions.
Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, available on the Spectrum News app.
At Kayaker Realtors Hallmark Properties, we've been locally owned and operated for over 40 years. And in our ever-evolving marketplace, the personal touch from our real estate professionals is more important than ever.
And with our global network, no matter where you are or where you've been, Kayaker Realtors Hallmark Properties can get you where you need to go. Our family, serving yours.
Have you or anyone you know served or lived at Camp Lejeune? Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune's water systems may have been infected and contaminated by chloride due to fuel leaks on the property before 1987. If you drank the water or bathed in it or had any water contact while at Camp Lejeune and had been diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Lejeune for 4 years, this hits close to home. At Morgan & Morgan, we're fighting for the families affected by this to try to get them the compensation they deserve. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune before 1987 and have cancer or Parkinson's, call us today or visit CampLejeuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan, for the veterans.
Call 800-602-7700. 800-602-7700. That's 800-602-7700. Call now.
Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, a Spectrum News 13 podcast that offers a closer look inside the issues, available now on the Spectrum News app.
Brian Carrick and Amy Sweezy with you on this Thursday. Amy, it has been a very, very busy couple of days. As a matter of fact, even leading up to this storm. And some of the images we are seeing, they're kind of scary at times.
Yes, it's all the flooding, you know, and the storm, it was all about the wind and the trees when people were trying to sleep, but we had so much rain as well. Reports of 13, 15 inches of rain, some higher than that in some locations. So I want to start off by showing you this picture. This actually came to us from Ashley D in Daytona, and you can see the water there just way up, not quite to those higher windows, but certainly half of our fence covered with the water. And then there's a car off in the distance there as well. So these are scenes all around Central Florida that we are dealing with right now. So as Ian continues to pull away from our coast, there are hurricane warnings that are in effect for coastal South Carolina. We've got flooding and storm surge issues for Flagler County and points northward. So please, if you don't need to be outside, if it's not an emergency that you head to work, just stay inside and off the roads. We've had sinkholes reported. There's still a lot of flooding concerns across Central Florida. There is where Ian is now. You can see all the rain associated with it. The bulk of the heavy rain is now pulling away, but there's still a little bit of that light rain that's wrapping around it, and that is continuing to impact us here in Central Florida. So, Brian, as I was driving in a few hours ago this afternoon, of course, there was a lot of ponding on the roadways, and that was something that, you know, I just kept thinking, oh, I hope everybody stays off the roads if they can.
Yeah, and that is the big thing tonight, especially as it starts to get dark. Amy, we were talking about a little earlier with some of the sinkhole images we were seeing. You're not going to see that coming up in the road ahead of you, and you're going to end up in some trouble. Hurricane Ian continues to turn to the northeast, eventually more of a north-northwesterly turn. It's going to kind of come up, it looks like Charleston tomorrow afternoon, as it brings some rainfall and the potential for flooding to coastal South Carolina. So, some quick safety tips, by the way, when it comes to flooding. Do not enter flood waters. Roadways could be washed out. You don't know if it's moving. Take 6 inches to knock a person off their feet, 12 inches to carry a small car, 18 inches to carry an SUV away. Live electrical wires, a possibility. Wildlife, we've got snakes and gators, and objects lurking as well. Let's get into our forecast overnight. It is going to quiet down. Still some lingering rain in Flagler, Volusia, Brevard County, some gusty wind. All of us dealing with wind and 60s for lows. Your Friday forecast, ample amounts of sunshine. Check out the numbers. Upper 70s to lower 80s. Looks like a gorgeous weekend overall. Yeah, we need it as we begin the cleanup process in earnest. Dry conditions through the first half of next week with very low-end rain chances. Amy, just to wrap it up, I tell you, 10 to 20 inches of rain. Have you ever seen this in your time here in Central Florida?
I did in Tropical Storm Faye, but that was over the course of 7 days, not just 24 hours.
So the dry weather ahead is definitely needed.
Back now here on Spectrum News 13, our continuing coverage, and we've of course been showing you the devastating images out of the entire state of Florida, from southwest to northeast Florida. And among those affected, assisted living and nursing home residents. A number of facilities had to empty out their buildings and the people inside and get them to safer areas ASAP.
Numbers from the state show more than 40 nursing homes and at least 115 assisted living facilities were evacuated, the majority of them in southwest Florida. We're talking about 7,700 residents or so moved to safety, some of them brought to safety in the Tampa Bay area as well.
And this was lessons learned after Hurricane Irma, with all of those nursing homes and assisted living facilities in South Florida that had all those issues with power, no air conditioning, all lessons learned following that.
That's right. And I'm sure that we will be studying the aftermath of this storm to make changes too, so that we continue to see things get better for folks when they're impacted.
Yeah. We are going to take a break, and we're going to continue with our coverage, Tammy and I.
Keep it here, everyone. This is a look at I-4 at Ivanhoe in Orlando. You can see the dangers of driving through water, floodwaters, and especially at night. This is I-4 near Disney. You can see not what it would normally be at almost 6 o'clock on a weekday, but traffic is starting to pick up a bit as some people get out and about. If you do have to go out, though, be careful out there.
Spectrum News 13, Central Florida's very own 24-hour news channel. We will have much more coverage of back to Hurricane Ian right after this.
Good afternoon, Central Florida. Here's what's happening in our community, brought to you by the expert injury attorneys of Todd Minor Law.
Save thousands at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this weekend at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Major brands of quality hot tubs and Michael Phelps Swim Spas ready for immediate delivery. Financing is available at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo this Friday through Sunday.
Get more MPGs and 1.9% financing at Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda. With new inventory arriving daily, it's easy to drive the most fuel-efficient automaker in America. Honda. Save at the pump with up to 40 MPGs for Honda cars and trucks. And save even more with 1.9% financing on your new Honda. Only at your 2 participating Brevard Honda dealers, Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda.
Have you or anyone you know served or lived at Camp Lejeune? Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune's water systems may have been infected and contaminated by chloride due to fuel leaks on the property before 1987. If you drank the water or bathed in it or had any water contact while at Camp Lejeune and had been diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Lejeune for 4 years, this hits close to home. At Morgan & Morgan, we're fighting for the families affected by this to try to get them the compensation they deserve. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune before 1987 and have cancer or Parkinson's, call us today or visit CampLejeuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan. For the veterans.
Call 800-602-7700. 800-602-7700. That's 800-602-7700. Call now.
Don't miss the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this Friday through Sunday at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Relaxation, rehabilitation, or recreation. Unbeatable prices on major brands of hot tubs and quality swim spas that will save you time and money compared to an in-ground pool.
Everything's flooded. Everything is ruined.
Florida begins to survey the damage left in the wake of Ian. First responders, volunteers, and others jump into action.
We are preparing for the potential of thousands of families that are going to need assistance.
Right now, continuing team coverage from the Spectrum News 13 weather experts who are here to keep you informed no matter where you live in Central Florida.
And good evening to you at 6 o'clock here on Spectrum News 13. Glad you're with us for our continued Hurricane Ian coverage. I'm Eric Levy.
And I'm Tammy Fields. You know, the worst of the storm may have passed, but dangerous conditions remain throughout Central Florida. We have crews scattered across the state to bring you full coverage. They have been venturing all over to bring us the latest details.
But the ever-changing weather has changed once again. The storm, a hurricane, then a tropical storm, now a hurricane again. Let's head back over to the Weather Center and get the particulars right now. Certified Chief Meteorologist Brian Kayaker, Certified Meteorologist Amy Sweezy together. Hello, friends.
Hello, Eric and Tammy. Yes, we are now dealing with Hurricane Ian again. And Amy, it is still sending out some squalls to our East Coast.
Yeah, the wraparound rain showers, if you will. All the rain that's coming around the backside of the center of Ian is impacting our East Coast here in Central Florida. You can see it on Klystron 13. It's mainly Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard County, but some of those lighter showers are making their way even through Seminole County, Orange County, down into Osceola. We've seen some of the showers from time to time be a bit on the heavy side. In fact, as we zoom in a little bit closer, you can see some of those tiny little yellow dots there in Flagler and Volusia. That's where that rain really kicks up just for a few seconds, and then it starts to be light again. So again, don't let it quite fool you yet. We are not quite done with this yet, Brian.
And then we're kind of watching some mist now develop in areas as well. That is what's evident from our Reichert Realtors Hallmark Properties Skycam. This is downtown. And by the way, we are looking at Lake Eola as it has pushed over its banks. And I'm not sure if Robinson is still underwater, but earlier today it was underwater. Let's swing the camera and show you the mist that has developed. And again, some of this heavier mist being driven by wind that has been quite gusty this afternoon. Still looking at gusts as well that are up over 25 to 35, 40 miles per hour. And at the coast, we are still getting gusts over 50. So Tammy and Eric, it looks like for tonight, just stay home. Don't venture out. We can assess the damage tomorrow once that wind starts coming down.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you both. You know, once again, flooding is a serious problem in Orlando's Orla Vista neighborhood.
Yeah, and that spot that almost got pummeled from Hurricane Irma back in 2017. Emergency crews are checking very carefully. They're checking on flooded homes and rescuing people, Tammy.
Spectrum News 13's Rebecca Turco is joining us live from that area right now. What's the latest?
Well, we're still dealing with extensive flooding. It's hard to tell, but it looks like it may have receded a little bit. But first responders have been here really since the overnight hours, for hours upon hours, making their way through the area, working to rescue people. So we've had fire rescue crews, we've had the National Guard, and we have some numbers at this point to tell you. The fire battalion chief tells me he estimates some 150 people have been rescued between the fire rescue crews and between the National Guard, plus some 60 pets. So just to put it in perspective with you, and we actually had the chance to ride on one of the fire rescue boats about an hour and a half or so ago, and it was really something to see. The area is looking more like a lake than anything. The fire lieutenant tells me that really they see the best of the best and the worst of the worst in their jobs, and he says this is the worst of the worst.
First and foremost, we have to do our job. And feelings aside, those will come out later. But as far as right now, we just got to, stay together as a team and do everything we can to rescue as many people as possible.
Now, I'm told crews have been out here rescuing people from their homes really for hours and hours now, knocking on every door, answering 911 calls of folks needing help. I did get to speak with the mayor earlier. He and Congresswoman Val Demings, his wife, were surveying the area, and he explained that this area is at the head of the Shingle Creek Basin and that the entire basin was overwhelmed from Ian. And he mentioned that they lowered the water levels of the lakes in the area pre-storm, but that the storm just overwhelmed them and that led to the overflowing here. He says it's an infrastructure problem, something that needs to be addressed. And that's what the residents here have been saying. That's what they were saying when we spoke with them yesterday when we were in the area. They were saying they dealt with this same problem during Hurricane Irma, and now they're dealing with it once again post-Ian. Reporting live in Orlando, Rebecca Turco, Spectrum News.
Okay,
right,
Rebecca,
thank you.
Yeah, well, the situation, Tammy, in parts of Kissimmee, very much a dire situation. Reports of flooding as well.
That's right. Spectrum News 13's Greg Pallone, he is live there with the latest. Greg, what can you tell us?
Tammy, Eric, the area we're standing here on Central just a couple of hours ago, we would be underwater right now, right up to about our waist. The sign here was about the level of the water after the flooding came through, and all that rain inundated this entire area. So again, now we're just seeing some of the debris that was underneath that water, but the waters have receded, thankfully, and you can travel through this area of Central. Do want to show you a piece of video, though, we shot within the last hour or so, really the last of the flooded vehicles, or vehicles that were saved from the flood waters, being towed out just down from the street from where we are. Unfortunately, that driver making a bad turn and going off into a culvert and the flood waters, but they're able to get that vehicle out. The one big thing that we have learned from today throughout our travels through Kissimmee is we haven't heard of any injuries, and that's the big thing. There have been several drivers who have tried to navigate these waters, but unfortunately some of them got stuck. They were able to get out, but again, the main thing right now is that there are no injuries that we have learned of during these events that have happened as Ian passed through Kissimmee today with these floodwaters and everything. So things are receding right now. Hopefully we won't get any more rain. This area is just saturated. So what we need now is a drying period to get things back to normal. Live in Kissimmee, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
Thank you, Greg. You could see in his live shot behind him, it was hard to separate the road from that water on the side. And the fear is when it's dark, especially if the lights are out, street lights, people cannot navigate safely through the water and they get stuck.
Exhibit A of why you need to turn around.
Yes, that's correct.
And record flooding obviously being seen on Little Wekiva Road in Altamont Springs, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
You can see in this video what we're talking about. Tons of water up to this man's knees as he wades through it. Sandbags in the garage to try to block some of that water from getting in and damaging his vehicles. Flooding has poured over into the Spring Oaks neighborhood and other areas, and expected to experience catastrophic flooding in those areas too.
Orlando International Airport leaders say they have not yet determined when operations will return to a more normal situation. All flights in and out of Orlando's big airport canceled today.
The majority of the roads leading up to the airport, they are currently closed due to flooding. Orlando Executive Airport is also closed at this time. They are working on reopening.
And of course, we will let you know as soon as jets are able to take off and land once again. The airport, I know Orlando's big airport, stayed open officially so they could accept any emergency supplies on planes, but not commercial flights.
Much more up next, so keep it here on Spectrum News 13. We are continuing to monitor Ian's impact not only on our state, but also in states near us as they brace for the worst as well.
And that is still the stunning photo of an overflowing Lake Eola, downtown Orlando.
321 Plastics is your one-stop shop for all your display needs. From eyeglass holders to pedestals, custom cut sizes available. Orders shipped directly from our warehouse. Come check us out today.
This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Klystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection. Available on the App Store and Google Play. And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
For over 40 years, Alpazar Law has been serving Brevard in their time of need. You see a lot of personal injury ads, but not all lawyers will give your case the attention it deserves. Many do not have true experience or the resources to handle your case. Most don't go to trial. There's a reason Alpazar Law is Brevard's choice and the name people call after a car crash. We pride ourselves on quality legal service, and our winning record speaks for itself. The consultation is always free. Alpazar Law. We're here for you.
Summer's ending, but the savings are just getting started. The summer end sale is going on now at Mike Urban Toyota, and our rates on select new vehicles are starting as low as 0%. Labor Day month-long specials, and we have over 400 pre-owned vehicles to choose from, and all our vehicles come with free car washes for life. Summer ending savings, that's because Mike Urban is Toyota. Every day.
You've heard that saying, if you love your job, you'll never have to work. It's true. I've worked at Slug-a-Bug for many years now.
Their commitment to the needs of customers and their commitment to each employee makes Slug-a-Bug a company in which I'm very proud to be a team member.
Slug-a-Bug's core values are also mine. Give people more than they expect and always honor your promises.
This isn't just a job, it's a service to help people live a healthier lifestyle.
No excuses, no surprises, outstanding service. That's the Slug-a-Bug difference.
Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings is speaking right now. Let's listen.
Several days in advance of the storm to do everything that they could possibly do to lower the water levels throughout the county. But despite our best efforts and being proactive, we still saw double-digit rainfall that caused our area to flood. In some of those areas, they're going to continue to have significant rain within their area for several days, no doubt. Orange County personnel this afternoon went out into the Orla Vista area, and I will remind our public that while that was one of the hardest hit areas, it is an area that we went in prior to the storm and strongly suggested that individuals evacuate from those areas. We had some success with many of the people in that area. Some 300 plus were evacuated prior to the storm. After or during the storm itself, we I went out today with our fire personnel and law enforcement personnel and evacuated additional people. We are committed to making certain that we do make some significant infrastructure improvements in the Orla Vista area in the near future. We have applied for various FEMA grants, and Orange County remains committed to spending the dollars necessary to rectify the situation within that area. Now let me just talk more about our shelters. We opened several shelters within our county. We had great success with persons who wanted to be sheltered, who went into our shelters. We currently have approximately 1,300 people who remain in our shelters. 220 or so of those individuals are persons with special needs. I want to talk now a little bit about our utilities. Orange County utilities personnel have been really hard at work for the last several days to make certain that our pump stations continue to work, that our water services were not interrupted. And I'm happy to say that at this time we have no water service interruptions within Orange County utilities. The staff have completed initial assessments of our infrastructure and facilities for power outages and damages, as well as flooding throughout the area. Some of our wastewater pump stations are without power, and as a result, there will be intermittent service issues throughout the evening while portable generators are being installed. We're asking our customers, where possible, if you are affected in some negative way with pump stations being out, if you're in those respective areas, to curtail the use of water within those particular areas. While it is probably unlikely for wastewater emergencies such as sewage backing up into your home or the streets, please call Orange County Utilities Emergency Dispatch. You can reach them by simply dialing 311, or you can dial 407-836-2777, 407-836-2777. Residents in apartment complexes should report sewer backups to their property management companies. That would not be the responsibility of Orange County Utilities. Now let me just talk a little bit about our partners. I'm going to ask our representatives from our power companies to come forward and just share with you the latest updates and how you may be able to get service assistance. And we'll start with Duke Energy, and we'll have Ms. Sally Thielen come forward, and then from the Orlando Utilities Commission will follow at that point. Okay.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. At this point, from a Duke Energy standpoint, outage-wise, we are looking at about 160,000 customers out that we serve in Orange County. That's about 41 to 42% of the county that would be out that are served by Duke Energy. We were doing a lot of damage assessment this afternoon that we were able to get out, and we've already restored 30,000 customers as of 6 p.m. So that's some new information, and probably what most people want to know is when will their power be coming back on. We will be issuing an ETR, which is an estimated time of restoration for Orange County, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. At that point, we'll let you know when the majority of the county will be back in. So we'll begin communicating that out at 10 a.m. tomorrow. As you might imagine, we still have a number of trucks that have still been impacted by some of the weather. Obviously, you've heard a lot about the flooding. So that's been challenging for our crews to gain access to some of the areas. So we'll be looking forward to doing more of that this evening, certainly with the winds diminishing and the weather moving out. And certainly we'll be at it hard overnight and in the morning. Additionally, we continue to focus on critical infrastructure from a restoration standpoint. We want to make sure that anything that is associated with emergencies, with hospitals, critical care centers, shelters. We want to make sure that we are addressing those first, and we're working very closely with local agencies to make sure we're able to do that. Additionally, we're trying to get in our large feeders so we can bring back in as many customers as possible on our transmission system here this evening, and then we will get down into the distribution level and ultimately into the neighborhood level. So ultimately, we just want to stress that we appreciate the patience of our customers. If you are out and want to text us to out 57801. You can do that just via text message or call 800-228-8485. So again, appreciate your patience. We are getting out there. We've got a large number of workforce here that's hitting the ground running. So appreciate your patience while we work as quickly and safely as we can. Now I'm going to turn it over to Janice Asani with the OUC.
Thank you, Sally. I'd like to start by thanking our team, including OUC line and water technicians, as well as the many in-state and out-of-state crews who are supporting us. I'd also like to express gratitude to the first responders, members of the Emergency Operations Center, and the members of the media who have been monitoring and reporting on the storm to help keep our customers safe and informed. 13 assessment teams are actively evaluating our system and reviewing damage. Dozens more will join them tomorrow. More than 300 OUC and mutual aid resources are preparing to restore power. Today, almost 100 line techs, tree specialists, and trouble techs are working when the conditions are safe. As of 5 p.m. today, there were about 54,000 customers without power in Orlando and about 1,500 in St. Cloud, representing about 20% of our service territory. Additionally, we experienced 3 water main breaks today that have all been repaired. OUC is committed to and focused on the quick and safe restoration of power and water services to our customers. Line technicians will pause their work if wind speeds go over 35 miles per hour. The assessors will continue up to 45 miles per hour. Restoration efforts are focused on critical facilities such as hospitals, wastewater plants, fire, police station, and other emergency locations. Next, we will move to feeder distribution line repairs, and then down to lateral line repairs, and then down to individual customers. We thank our customers as we work through those stages. We're expecting a system-wide estimated time of restoration sometime late tomorrow, and we have a few safety reminders for our customers. Please remember that you should never, under any circumstance, come near a down power line, especially if they're near water, because the current passes easily through water. Also, as conditions clear and people start to bring out their generators, we implore them to be safe with all necessary precautions. And please specifically remember to never plug a generator directly into your home's outlet. Doing so could re-energize the power lines, and this could be fatal for any utility crews working to restore power. Lastly, our customers are encouraged to visit ouc.com/storm center for important information. Customers can also use our outage alert system offered in English and Spanish by texting REG to 69682 or MyOUC. Thank you and stay safe. I'm turning it back over to Mayor Demings. Thank you for having us.
All right. At this point, I'm going to ask our emergency manager to come forward, Division Chief Avery from the Orange County Fire Rescue and on the Office of Orange County Emergency Management. She can talk to you about some of the remaining shelter operations that we have, as well as what's going on in our Emergency Operations Center.
Thank you. All right, good evening. So I am Orange County Emergency Manager Lorelei Avery, and although this storm is quickly, thankfully, leaving our state, we are still very actively engaged in restoring Orange County communities back to normal. So we are fully engaged in monitoring our shelters, monitoring the weather, monitoring anything and everything that our citizens need. I have a full Emergency Operations Center. Everybody's still working very hard. So again, it's beautiful out right now, thankfully. But just remember, we've got a full team in the Emergency Operations Center that'll be working around the clock tonight to make sure we meet the needs of our community. So please stay safe. Thank you. If you want me to. introduce our National Guard?
Oh, you can.
I'll let you talk about
I won't do it like that tonight, but let me just say this. If we have any questions from our Spanish-speaking media, if we need to interpret, I have one of my special assistants here, Miss Ilia Torres, who can handle the interpretation for us tonight. Do we have any questions? Okay. Yes.
This one's in English.
In English. All right.
Given the assessment of everything that's been shared and what you've seen, how do you feel the response has been for this hurricane compared to the previous ones?
And, overall, I would say that our team has responded very well. We've been very proactive. But each crisis that I've been involved in over the last 40-plus years, I can tell you always learn something. It's never perfect. We do strive for perfection. But in this instance, we plan for the worst and hope for the best. In this case, we had some better outcomes. The storm did not, fortunately for us, maintain the strength that it had when it was went over South Florida, and so that boded well for us here within this community. But we still had some significant challenges for many of our residents here, and we'll continue to have some of those challenges. So we just ask for our community to be patient, to be understanding during this period of time as we continue to try to deliver quality service to our residents. So with that, any other questions?
I do have
yes.
one question for you, Mayor. It's a text question. This is from Ryan Giuseppe at the Orlando Sentinel. He asks, for the flooded areas, is there a boil water order in place, or will there be one?
Okay, so the question is, do we have any boil water orders in place at this time? No, we're pretty fortunate because we did not lose any of our water service during this period of time, and so there are no boil water notices at this point. We hope it continues to be that way for our service area both. And I think in the OUC and the Orange County Utilities area, we don't have any boil water notices. So, all right. All right. If there are no other questions, let me just say thank you to all of you for coming out tonight. We will likely give an update sometime tomorrow. You'll hear more about that, about the time of the potential press briefing tomorrow. And we'll return to our Emergency Operations Center and do the work that needs to be done. Thank you.
All right, you've been listening to Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings and company giving an update on the response. And speaking specifically, this is important because we have been, Spectrum News 13's Rebecca Turco has been spending a lot of time in Orlando's Orlo Vista neighborhood, which is on Orlando's near west side. The mayor talking about a commitment of making significant infrastructure improvements because there has been a lot of flooding in that area that Rebecca's been putting a spotlight on. He says there have been FEMA grant applications to make some major improvements. Now, that is obviously very promising, not going to happen overnight, but certainly something good for the future. And he also did say that about 300 people left that area and heeded the warnings.
They evacuated. He said they went back and even evacuated more people today, which is some of what we saw from Rebecca as well. I do think it's important to note that about 1,300 people, he said, are remaining in Orange County shelters. And he says that they are trying to make sure that people are good to go when it comes to water services. He says they have had no loss of power there, but some of the wastewater pumps, in fact, have had some issues. They're bringing in generators for that. And he says, please curtail your water use if you have an issue right now, saying you can call 311 if you have a wastewater problem, a sewage backup, and they'll be able to help you.
And good to report also very quickly, no reason to boil your water. It's safe to drink.
Let's get out right now to Seminole County. It's an area where we know there's been a lot of flooding, unfortunately, because of the Wekiva River. So let's get to Asher Wildman with the latest there.
Tammy, Eric, there's really no way to put it. It's been a very rough day for several here in Seminole County. Friends, neighbors, family. It's been brutal out here. And you can see I'm still standing in some flooded water along Seminole County. But I do want to show you why this is actually a good thing as I walk towards the camera, because you'll see on this property line that it is starting to recede the water line. I did speak to officials from Seminole County. They tell me that they do believe that the Little Wekiva River has crest, meaning that it's reached its high point and now it's starting to recede. And that is very good news, because there is a lot of water, as we have been reporting all throughout the day, that now needs a place to go. The water that the Little Wekiva River takes on, a lot of it comes from South Orlando, then it comes to Seminole County, and then it eventually works its way up north to Jacksonville before it spills into the Atlantic. What I can tell you is that this area now, this is not the Little Wekiva River. What this area is, though, is a water area that feeds into the Little Wekiva River. And the most important part is two things. One, the water is now moving, and two, the water is now receding. So that means parts of Seminole County will start to see some relief from those flood levels start to come down as the Little Wekiva River also starts to continue and flow. So this is very good news and information for a lot of folks here in Seminole County to now pass along. Seminole County is not sure where it happened and when it happened, the crest, but they do believe it did in fact happen. And as you can see, water levels are starting to go down. So good news finally here for many in Seminole County. Reporting live in Longwood, Asher Wildman for Spectrum News.
That is some great news, Asher. Thank you so much for that. So many people, especially when it starts to get dark, they just wonder, will that water continue to build up or will it continue to recede? And of course, at night, it's extremely dangerous to be out walking around or trying to drive.
And that's been the scary thing, is it comes in so quickly but takes its time going out. But
yeah.
It is going in that right direction. We're going to take a break. Tammy and I will be back, and we'll also have a check of weather on the ones and get the particulars on what is, again, Hurricane Ian after the break.
Keep it here.
Market for a new or used vehicle? Get pre-approved for an auto loan fast with Launch Credit Union today. You'll go beyond savings with low rates and payments you can afford, or refinance your current loan to launch. It's all about saving you money. Launch Credit Union. Go beyond.
Get more MPGs and 1.9% financing at Ron Norris Honda and Space Coast Honda, with new inventory arriving daily. It's easy to drive the most fuel-efficient automaker in America. Honda. Save at the pump with up to 40 MPGs for Honda cars and trucks. And save even more with 1.9% financing on your new Honda. Only at your two participating Brevard Honda dealers, Ron Norris Honda and Space Coast Honda.
Hi, it's Freddie. Did you know that Microman Nissan is one of the highest rated Nissan dealers in the country?
For the second year in a row, Microman Nissan has received the Nissan Global Excellence Award. This distinctive award is only presented to the top 5% of Nissan dealers in the country. A sincere thank you to all of our customers who made winning this prestigious award possible. And we welcome our future customers to come experience our award-winning service.
Experience excellence, because when it comes to Nissan, Microman is the bottom line.
Summer's ending, but the savings are just getting started. The summer end sale is going on now at Mike Urban Toyota, and our rates on select new vehicles are starting as low as 0%. Labor Day month-long specials, and we have over 400 pre-owned vehicles to choose from, and all our vehicles come with free car washes for life. Summer ending savings, that's because Mike Urban is Toyota. Every day.
Watch your savings grow when you open a Launch CD. Certificate rates are on fire, so don't miss your chance to light up your savings. Visit launchcu.com or scan the QR code for rates and information. Launch Credit Union, helping you grow beyond.
Attractions Insider, a weekly Spectrum News podcast with the inside scoop on your favorite Florida attractions. Available now on the Spectrum News app.
Everything's flooded. Everything is ruined.
Florida begins to survey the damage left in the wake of Ian. First responders, volunteers, and others jump into action.
We are preparing for the potential of thousands of families that are going to need assistance.
Continuing coverage from the Spectrum News 13 weather experts who are here to keep you informed no matter where you live in Central Florida. Right now, here on Spectrum News 13.
And good evening to you once again. We are continuing our coverage at 6:30. I'm Eric Levy.
And I'm Tammy Fields. You know, the worst of the storm may have passed, but dangerous conditions remain throughout Central Florida. We have crews scattered across the state to bring you full coverage of the very latest.
And we're going to start, of course, with our certified weather experts to get the particulars and plotting what is once again a Hurricane Ian, and their certified meteorologist Amy Sweezy. This is the storm that just won't end.
Yeah, so Ian actually re-intensified here. It has moved back to hurricane status now that it is over open water, and it is making its way closer to South Carolina. Now, until it gets far enough away from us, it's going to keep wrapping the wind and the rain around the backside of this. So as it pulls away, we're still seeing some of those showers here in Central Florida, especially along the coast. So right along I-95, Flagler, Volusia, Brevard counties, seeing some of these pockets of rain as we continue through the evening. And then look at our winds too. These are the sustained winds, anywhere from 15 all the way up to 25 miles per hour. And of course, we've had gusts even higher than this. So this is going to continue through the early morning hours overnight tonight. And then it is still going to be breezy tomorrow since Ian will still be close by. Meanwhile, look at these temperatures, guys. It's been a while since we've been in the 60s, but this is what Ian has left behind. 63 degrees in Sanford right now. It is 64 in Orlando. We will see the sunshine returning tomorrow as Hurricane Ian continues to pull away.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Amy. Well, outside of Central Florida, across our state, we are just starting to see the tense, life-threatening moments and massive property damage Ian has left behind. The sweeping floodwaters here in Fort Myers take your breath away. Listen to the mayor. Even he is stunned.
I'm standing on a floating cement dock in the river district of downtown. The problem is this dock is 2 blocks away from the river in the middle of an intersection. This thing weighs a ton, and that's how powerful the water was last night.
I was like, you might hear about this. You might not.
And a walk along the shoreline at Fort Myers Beach, you can see the massive amount of debris tossed everywhere. For a bird's eye view of it all, Lee County Sheriff's Office shot these aerials. Again, massive damage to the structures here.
There's really no words that I can say to tell you what I've seen. The Fort Myers Beach area, buildings, major homes and buildings completely washed away with vehicles in the water, vehicles in the bay. Boats are upside down. And just take a look at the bridge. At least 3 sections of the Sanibel Causeway Bridge washed away by storm surge. Ian severing the Sanibel and Captiva Islands' only connection to Florida's mainland. Here in Naples, a woman clutching her purse and her belongings stuck as floodwaters come rushing in.
You want me to come out?
Luckily, City of Naples fire rescue crews are able to get to her fast, scrambling to get her a life vest and get her to higher ground.
Unbelievable to see that, Tammy. And quickly, the TV station I worked at down in Fort Myers, their studio, waist-deep water.
Wow.
Right across the street from the Caloosahatchee River took on major storm surge.
Incredible.
And you've been seeing a lot of those devastating images that Tammy just showed us, and it is affecting assisted living and nursing home residents. A number of those facilities, they had to be emptied out. Their people, their residents, their workers had to move to safer areas quickly.
You know, numbers from the state show more than 40 nursing homes and at least 115 assisted living facilities were evacuated statewide. The majority of them in Southwest Florida. That's at least 7,700 residents that had to be moved to safety. Some of them were taken to safety in the Tampa Bay area. Spectrum News 13's Kate McVeigh has details right now from St. Petersburg.
Those people began arriving around 5 Tuesday evening, along with residents from Sarasota, as well as nearby Largo, which was also in an evacuation zone. The director here tells us they were ready to help. This same facility actually took in residents during Irma as well, so staff members were more than prepared. These are photos from inside. You can see cots and makeshift beds in common areas where people slept. The director tells us waking up today, many expressed gratitude to have made it to safety.
At breakfast this morning, our families, the residents in Englewood are starting to hear from their family members, and there's a lot of conversations about relief, and thank God we're here, and thank God we're safe, and I can't even imagine what would have happened if we were there.
Our Kate McVeigh reporting. We thank her for that report. Well, you know, millions of people throughout the state don't have power right now. This is a look at new nighttime satellite imagery. This is from NOAA.
Wow.
There is still a lot of cloud coverage, but you can actually see a significant amount of visible light has simply disappeared.
That is absolutely incredible. And according to poweroutages.us, almost 90% of folks in Fort Myers and Cape Coral still without power, with good reason, because that is the area that was pretty much ground zero for Ian. In Central Florida, the numbers are getting better. About 13% in Brevard County, 60% in Seminole County, and about 34% in Orange County. But again, you heard during the Orange County News Conference,
that number's going up.
Electricity is slowly coming back.
Power outages now somewhere in the 40% there for our area in Orange County.
Yeah.
Well, again, over the entire state of Florida, last check, we had about 2.5 million Floridians in the dark. So to see power outages in and around your area, head to our website, mynews13.com. There we have an interactive map. It also has numbers that you can call to get information that you need during a blackout. That is also available on the free Spectrum News app. Good information there.
Definitely. All right, and we'll remind you again, take us with you if you do have to leave, or if you have no power, you can watch Tammy and I on the Spectrum News app with the live stream, because we are going to be here throughout the evening and into the overnight hours and beyond to make sure that you are up to date. There's a look at downtown Orlando that's drying out.
Not normal for a Thursday night, though. You can tell a major storm has blown through. Keep it here.
321 Plastics is your one-stop shop for all your display needs. From eyeglass holders to pedestals, custom cut sizes available. Orders shipped directly from our warehouse. Come check us out today.
Kelly and John use AT&T for mobile service. Steve and Anna have Spectrum Mobile. Both couples have 2 lines with unlimited data and nationwide 5G. So, what's the difference? AT&T's costs are rising, up to $12 a month for older family plans.
Plus, taxes.
And fees. Spectrum Mobile has no added taxes or fees.
Plus really fast speeds. And reliable service. We're switching to Spectrum.
Switch and you could save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
Looking like I'm the next big thing. I'm about to cause a scene. Everyone wanna be like me. I'm feeling super duper. Looking like I'm the next big thing. I'm about to cause a scene. Everyone wanna be like me. Yeah, welcome to the future.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Santa Fe. Get a Hyundai Santa Fe with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
This season, it's the perfect time to catch a great deal at your Central Florida Acura dealers. Now, go the distance in the new 2022 Acura MDX, loaded with the premium features you really want. For fierce style and agility, put the 2022 Acura TLX to the test. And check out the next-gen 2023 Acura Integra for an unforgettable driving experience. Don't let these great catches pass you by. So catch a great deal at your Central Florida Acura dealers today.
Commitment isn't just a word we throw around. It's baked into everything we do.
If you've been hurt in a car accident, our commitment gets real fast. We interview witnesses and gather evidence.
We let the other side know that you're not alone and that your words have power.
You were injured by no fault of your own, but together we can hit back with the full force of the law.
Real commitment starts when you walk through our door. Farah and Farah.
back, everyone. It is 6:41. I'm meteorologist Amy Sweezy, and we are monitoring Hurricane Ian still as it pulls away from Central Florida. The weather is turning very nice as we head out this evening. It's breezy. There's still a little bit of rain, but the temperatures are much cooler, and no doubt you want to get out and assess the damage and see what's going on. If you can stay inside, it'd be a really good idea. The storm is still close enough that it is windy, and there's still a lot of ponding and flooding happening out on the roadway. So you can see the storm making its way away from us here in Central Florida, but we're still getting a little bit of that wraparound moisture that's moving in. Ian is back to hurricane status. Those winds are at 75 miles per hour. It is forecast to continue to intensify and make landfall tomorrow again on the coast of South Carolina and then head off to the north. It will be a big rainmaker there. Now, the big weather story is what we have behind Ian. Ian, as it pulls away, is actually going to drag a bunch of really dry air into Central Florida, and that is going to change up our weather pattern, not just for a couple of hours, but for a couple of days. Take a look here. This is overnight tonight. We are going to stay breezy with those winds wrapping around Ian. We'll still have the clouds. Couple of showers still lingering for the next few hours as we continue through the evening, and then into the early morning hours on Friday, there'll be some rain near the coast. So certainly Flagler and Volusia, you will feel the effects the longest until Friday morning. The rest of Central Florida will get that drier air coming in. We'll have a lot of sunshine tomorrow, but we're still going to be breezy. 10 up to 20 mile per hour sustained winds. We'll likely have some gusts from time to time still at 30, 35 miles per hour all the way through Friday afternoon and evening as Ian keeps pulling farther away, but those winds will keep wrapping around it. Now, as we get into the evening hours, maybe a few clouds, try to see a few showers, but overall, huge changes in store once we get into Friday. So tonight we're still windy. Lingering showers along the East Coast. So Flagler, Volusia, Brevard counties. Temperatures, though, we're in the mid-60s right now in a lot of spots. So we'll be in the mid to upper 60s in the overnight and early tomorrow. It's going to feel a lot cooler, especially with that breeze. And then once we get into the weekend, that was actually for Saturday. But once we do kind of look ahead to the weekend and get back through tomorrow, we are going to see a whole lot of sunshine. Now, we're going to talk much more on Ian. We'll have some tips for you for the flood advisories that are still in effect, little storm surge that is expected in Flagler County North. That's all coming up in your tropical update at 6:51.
All right, we'll look forward to that. Thank you very much, Amy. Some really tense moments tonight. Jesse Canales joins us from the Arden Villas apartment complex in Orange County along University Boulevard.
It's apparently where some University of Central Florida students are trapped inside their units due to the flooding there. Jesse, tell us more.
That's right, Tammy. Several students have been trying all day to get out. In fact, they tell us that the flooding really started about 3-4 hours ago. They said they went into the morning with pretty much dry conditions, and then when they came out, the water was inside their apartment. Some students are a lot of these residents are UCF students, and right now they're residing on the second floor, some taking cover on their third floor. That's the highest it can go because the water is quickly going from the first floor up to the second, and they're afraid what can happen once that water goes up even higher. Right now, rescue crews are right now trying to help the students get out. Some parents are taking matters in their own hands and bringing trucks with them. We spoke to a parent who tells us that her daughter right now is currently stuck. Well, that mother tells us that she's been reaching out, calling for help for hours, and they finally came. Her son and her husband are all waiting to hear from the daughter. She says her daughter's really calm, but they'd rather have her safely outside that apartment than stuck in there. For now, reporting live in Orlando, Jess Canales, Spectrum News.
All right, Jesse, thank you very much. Obviously a little bit difficult to hear him from the wind, but you heard what he was talking about, people having to climb up to the second and third floors at the apartment complex. That's one product of flooding. There is another product of flooding. Sinkholes. The water gets underneath, washes it away, and causes huge sinkholes.
That can be a big problem, especially for people who want to get out and about and drive, especially when it's dark. Spectrum News 13's Katie Stride is reporting on that situation happening in Winter Springs.
a community coming together after Tropical Storm Ian. That's what this community did in Winter Springs as they woke up to a sinkhole in their backyard. One person got together a caution tape that he had left over from Halloween and roping it around this sinkhole right here to block off cars or people from falling into this sinkhole.
We saw all the damage here, so I had some caution tape left over for Halloween, so we figured we'd rope it off, and so nobody gets hurt.
Now, they tell me that in the morning, this sinkhole was covered in water. And as the day proceeded, it started depleting, going back into the river that was flooding this entire neighborhood. And this is just one of many examples on why driving through flooded water is not such a good idea, because while it may seem like it's 1 or 2 inches, you never know just how deep that puddle may seem. In Winter Springs, Katie Strite, Spectrum News.
All right, Katie, thank you very much. Hopefully they get that sinkhole filled soon. And, you know, with all of the rain that we have seen, luckily most of it has departed Central Florida. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says the impacts certainly have been causing a lot of catastrophic flooding, not just here in Central Florida, all over Florida. Tammy.
We've seen homes and businesses flooded, evacuations because of that, and rescues. And it has really made travel an issue. We saw that even at Orlando International Airport, also making evacuations very difficult. We learned from Jesse's story. Some roadways will erode. We just saw that in Katie's story with a sinkhole, and areas that normally don't flood, some of those roads have actually flooded.
Yeah, and we've been telling you again about the dozens of nursing homes that have had to have been emptied out today because of that. Earlier this morning, Orange County Fire Rescue, according to them, said they had to rescue about 100 folks at Avante in Orlando.
That's out north, Cimarron Boulevard. Take a look here. This after floodwaters poured into the facility. Most of the residents were taken to local shelters, but some who have certain medical conditions, they were taken instead to local hospitals. First responders say the facility was prepared for the storm. The water just came too fast, and it was just too much.
They had they had plenty of staff. I saw they had sandbags down, but you try to prepare, without knowing exactly what you're going to get. And they did prepare, but they got more water than what they anticipated.
Orange County Fire Rescue says none of the patients here suffered injuries during the flooding or during this rescue operation.
That is good news to hear. We'll take another look at weather and Hurricane Ian after the break.
Keep it here, everyone.
Save thousands at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this weekend at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Major brands of quality hot tubs and Michael Phelps Swim Spas ready for immediate delivery. Financing is available at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo this Friday through Sunday.
Two things you can always count on with hurricane season. Every hurricane is different.
Bystron 13 actually able to pick up on those out of rain bands.
And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm.
We are monitoring 2 disturbances in the Atlantic.
Tracking storms coast to coast with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared. The weather experts only on Spectrum News 13, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. 32 years of business, located in beautiful Merritt Island, Florida. New luxurious Cadillacs and over 350 plus quality pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Expectations are exceeded with the Mike Erdman Cadillac VIP Family Plan. Complimentary no-cost maintenance, plus 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. Call or visit us today.
If you spent time on base at Camp Lejeune prior to 1988 and developed any of these cancers or suffered any of these injuries, you may be eligible for significant financial compensation.
Leaking underground tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly carcinogenic chemicals.
There have been numerous reported cases of exposed personnel developing cancer and other serious health conditions. Call Camp Lejeune victims to discuss your case now.
800-563-1184.
Don't miss the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this Friday through Sunday at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Relaxation, rehabilitation, or recreation. Unbeatable prices on major brands of hot tubs and quality swim spas that will save you time and money compared to an in-ground pool.
And Amy Sweezy with you on this Thursday. Amy, it has been a very, very busy couple of days. As a matter of fact, even leading up to this storm. And some of the images we are seeing, they're kind of scary at times.
Yes, it's all the flooding, and the storm, it was all about the wind and the trees when people were trying to sleep, but we had so much rain as well. Reports of 13, 15 inches of rain, some higher than that in some locations. So I want to start off by showing you this picture. This actually came to us from Ashley D. in Daytona, and you can see the water there just way up, not quite to those higher windows, but certainly half of our fence covered with the water, and then there's a car off in the distance there as well. So these are scenes all around Central Florida that we are dealing with right now. So as Ian continues to pull away from our coast, there are hurricane warnings that are in effect for coastal South Carolina. We've got flooding and storm surge issues for Flagler County and points northward. So please, if you don't need to be outside, if it's not an emergency that you head to work, just stay inside and off the roads. We've had sinkholes reported. There's still a lot of flooding concerns across Central Florida. There is where Ian is now. You can see all the rain associated with it. The bulk of the heavy rain is now pulling away, but there's still a little bit of that light rain that's wrapping around it, and that is continuing to impact us here in Central Florida. So, Brian, as I was driving in a few hours ago this afternoon, of course, there was a lot of ponding on the roadways, and that was something that, I just kept thinking, oh, I hope everybody stays off the roads if they can.
Yeah, and that is the big thing tonight, especially as it starts to get dark. Amy, we were talking about it a little earlier with some of the sinkhole images we were seeing. You're not going to see that coming up in the road ahead of you, and you're going to end up in some trouble. Hurricane Ian continues to turn to the northeast, eventually more of a north-northwesterly turn. It's going to kind of come up, it looks like Charleston tomorrow afternoon, as it brings some rainfall and the potential for flooding to coastal South Carolina. So, some quick safety tips, by the way, when it comes to flooding. Do not enter flood waters. Roadways could be washed out. You don't know if it's moving. Take 6 inches to knock a person off their feet, 12 inches to carry a small car, 18 inches to carry an SUV away. Live electrical wires, a possibility. Wildlife, we've got snakes and gators and objects lurking as well. Let's get into our forecast overnight. It is going to quiet down. Still some lingering rain in Flagler, Volusia, Brevard County, some gusty wind. All of us dealing with wind and 60s for lows. Your Friday forecast, ample amounts of sunshine. Check out the numbers. Upper 70s to lower 80s. Looks like a gorgeous weekend overall. Yeah, we need it as we begin the cleanup process in earnest. Dry conditions through the first half of next week with very low-end rain chances. Amy, just to wrap it up, I tell you, 10 to 20 inches of rain. Have you ever seen this in your time here in Central Florida?
I did in Tropical Storm Faye, but that was over the course of 7 days, not just 24 hours.
So the dry weather ahead is definitely needed.
Brian and Amy, thank you very much. President Joe Biden approved a major disaster declaration for 9 counties here in Florida.
So what exactly does that mean and how will it help? Our Jason Delgado has details now from the capital city of Tallahassee.
The partisan nature of President Joe Biden and Governor Ron DeSantis' relationship appears over, at least for now. With Southwest Florida reeling, the pair are now working together to bring relief. Once political foes, Biden and DeSantis are now a united front. At least 2 phone calls and the approval of a major disaster declaration are now among the fruits of their newfound relationship. The declaration, as written, will bring financial relief and needed federal resources to Florida, but only for a few counties. DeSantis is now asking Biden to broaden the declaration to include more counties, given the storm's widespread impacts. Major disaster declarations provide federal support to impacted individuals and local governments.
We've dispatched over 1,000 FEMA personnel and pre-positioned major federal capacities and capabilities and supplies.
We have received a major disaster declaration for 9 counties, but we do expect more. I just spoke with the president this morning. He offered support. I told him thanks for this.
Search and rescue operations could take days to weeks. The rebuild of some Southwest Florida communities, meanwhile, could last years. In Tallahassee, Jason Delgado, Spectrum News.
And this is just a reminder that because a state of emergency is in effect for all of Florida, price gouging, it is illegal. If you suspect price gouging, you can report it to the Attorney General's price gouging hotline here. Write down this number. It's 866-9-NO-SCAM. Again, 866-966-7226.
Very good advice. You don't want to fall victim to paying too much for something that you don't need to. Well, listen, we are going to continue our coverage because your safety is important to us, and getting you the information also very important.
Keep it here. We have weather on the ones, too, to keep you updated on where Ian is exactly. It's still a hurricane, if you can imagine.
That's right.
It has gained strength. So keep it here.
Interest rates are still low, making it a great time to use your home equity to pay off high-interest credit cards. Call today to see if you qualify for one of our no-closing cost programs.
Have you been injured at work? At Van Dingen & Law, we are the workers' comp experts that you need and deserve. We don't aim to be the biggest, just the best. Call 407-WORKERS now. Workers' comp, it's all we do.
My wife was slammed into by a careless driver, and we called attorney Dan Newland for help.
Dan won my case. I got $300,000, and I am forever grateful.
If you've been involved in a car accident, allow me to fight for you. Call me now at 407-888-8000. That's 407-888-8000.
If I could use one word to describe our experience with Dan Newland, it would be blessing.
Dan is a blessing.
When it comes to beating cancer, your first choice is your best chance. At Moffitt Cancer Center, we bring the highest level of urgency to provide the right diagnosis right away. We're fast-tracking therapies and pioneering vaccines that enable the life-saving power of prevention, while providing individualized treatment plans from the start that lead to the best outcomes. Choose Moffitt first, a cancer center like no other.
Supplementing an insurance claim on the front side really doesn't benefit the homeowner. It strings out the building process, so you could be waiting up to a year before there's an agreement between the contractor and the insurance company on what the dollar amount is to build the job. We'll go ahead and build the job and supplement on the back end. That way it's as painless as possible for the homeowner.
Have you been injured at work? At Van Dingen & Law, we don't aim to be the biggest, just the best. Call 407-WORKERS or visit 407workers.com. Don't choose bigger, choose better. Workers' comp, it's all we do.
Everything's flooded. Everything is ruined.
Florida begins to survey the damage left in the wake of Ian. First responders, volunteers, and others jump into action.
We are preparing for the potential of thousands of families that are going to need assistance.
Continuing coverage from the Spectrum News 13 weather experts who are here to keep you informed no matter where you live in Central Florida. Right now, here on Spectrum News 13. And it is now 7 o'clock here on Spectrum News 13, Central Florida's very own 24-hour news channel. Glad you're with us. I'm Eric Levy.
And I'm Tammy Fields. You know, the worst of the storm may have passed, but dangerous conditions remain throughout Central Florida. We have crews scattered across our state, bringing you full coverage.
And we want you to stay with us because we have an interview with the Emergency Management Director for Flagler County that's coming up in mere moments. But we're going to start at exactly 7:01. Certified meteorologist Amy Sweezy standing by in the Weather Center. Amy, good evening to you. It's been a long day, and this is now what? It's regained some strength.
Yes, it is back to hurricane status because it's off the coast, it's over water, and it is intensifying as it moves closer to South Carolina. Here in Central Florida, I want to show you Kleister on 13. I'm so glad you guys are talking to Flagler County because that is one of the spots where the winds and the rain are going to continue in the overnight. The northern communities getting some of that rain now. Flagler, Volusia, Brevard, some lighter sprinkles in Seminole County and also into Orange as this all wraps around that center low. And Ian is forecast to pull away from Florida gradually. It's moving at about 10 miles per hour off to the north-northeast. Then it's expected to curve more to the north and then back toward the coast of South Carolina as we get into the day tomorrow. So as Ian pulls away from us, we'll see the rain and the wind gusts lingering, especially on our eastern counties there. And it is going to be windy again tomorrow, but dry. Lots of sunshine for Friday. We'll talk much more about that ahead.
All right, Amy, thank you very much. Tammy, if you can believe it, when Ian was a hurricane the first time, it made landfall in just about the same spot as Hurricane Charlie did in 2004. Obviously, two different situations, two different types of hurricanes, but it made the same landfall, and Lee County torn apart tonight.
Really torn apart. We have seen a bridge that is very important that is
destroyed. Causeway, yes.
We have also seen the beach just littered there, and so many homes and so many businesses destroyed there. Luckily, one of our reporters, Josh Rojas, is in Lee County, and he filed a report to show us some of the devastation, specifically in Fort Myers.
We saw hundreds of trees knocked over when we drove into Fort Myers around noon today. In fact, take a look over my shoulder and you can see a giant tree toppled onto the roof of that home. Just about every home on this street has tree damage. Now, we were trying to make it to Fort Myers Beach. It's about 5 miles down the road, but this is as close as we can get because take a look this way and you can see the road is still flooded out from Hurricane Ian. Now check out this video we shot of the next intersection over. It shows just how deep that water is, forcing low-profile vehicles to turn around. The cars that tried driving through it ended up stalling out. A resident says the homes in the neighborhood down there are also flooded out. Take a listen.
You walk up McGregor, there are trees down everywhere, houses are flooded, boats, as you can see behind us, are all over, cars are stalled out, people are just walking, they're like, we need help. We helped a car that was stuck get out of the mud.
Now, we've seen a number of Coast Guard helicopters flying into the neighborhoods down this street, so we can only presume that they're rescuing people off the roofs of their homes. In Fort Myers, Josh Rojas, Spectrum News.
All right, Josh, thank you very much.
Seeing some of the damage there. We want to go over right now to Flagler County Emergency Management. We want to speak with the director there, Chief Jonathan Lord. Chief Lord, can you hear me okay? I am having a hard time hearing you, and there is some information we definitely want to get out to our residents in Flagler County. So we're going to try to work out those problems and come back to you shortly, okay? My apologies for that technical problem. We'll get back with you in just a moment.
Yeah, we will, certainly, because if there is important information, we want to make sure you hear about it. Well, you know, as Hurricane Ian moved on shore inland Polk County, there were some serious storm damage reports, thousands of people without power.
That's right. We want to get to Ashanti Ford, who filed a report out of Polk County talking specifically about those outages.
Okay, so I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I almost ran out of gas this morning. I had to stop at several different gas stations. I'm talking about 3, 4, 5 gas stations. They were either closed or they just didn't have gas. So my photographer and I, we stopped here. We're off of US 98 right now in Lakeland at this gas station, which actually did have gas. So we set up shop to talk to folks who said it has been a struggle getting enough gas for their generators.
Yeah, yesterday we couldn't find gas nowhere.
And even though today is a new day, folks say it's bringing new problems. Some gas stations are out of fuel, others are closed. How much is it costing you?
$100 yesterday and $40 a day so far.
We talked to some people who even crossed city lines searching.
We've been all across North Lakeland looking for fuel. Nick and Moe's, Shell, I mean, everywhere's closed, out of fuel, so we come out here to Rock Ridge.
That's where we set up shop, talking to people who all agree that while the storm has passed, the power outages linger.
We got 2 cans of gas last night. We already blew through them during the hurricane, so now we're having to get more gas because we're about done with our generator, what's left.
Melissa Gertz lives in Lakeland, and she expects to be dealing with the aftermath of Ian for days.
We have power outage, flooding. Our whole yard's completely flooded. We have a huge tree that was like a split tree, and the entire trunk of one tree came down. We have another tree that's down. It's leaning on our privacy fence. So once the water starts to go down, then we'll go out there and start cutting it down and cleaning up the property.
Now, cleaning up the mess, that is a point that a lot of people around here in Polk County are at after that hurricane hit last night. But I will tell you, we drove around quite a bit in Lakeland and throughout the county. Outside of downed trees, power still being out in some locations, and broken windows from the wind gusts, we are actually still maintaining just fine here in Lakeland. For now, in Polk County, I'm Ashanti Ford with Spectrum News.
All right, Ashanti, thank you very much. If you're getting your power back and you're just trying to get caught up on some of the big deal around Central Florida with the hurricane, or what tropical storm, now Hurricane Ian once again, record flooding, Tammy,
right.
seen on Little Wekiva Road in Altamont Springs. That's at least according to NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Take a look at this video. You see so much water here. You see this man. He's actually has water up to his knees as he's wading through it. You can see some sandbags there if you look right there in his garage. That was in an effort to block some of that water from getting in and damaging his vehicles. You know, flooding has poured over into the Spring Oaks neighborhood, and other areas are expected to experience catastrophic flooding too.
And many already have. Orlando International Airport leaders say they are hoping to get the airport in place for incoming and outgoing commercial jets. That has not happened yet, and they've not determined a time as to when they will return to a more normal situation. All flights were canceled again today. The last one I took off, I believe, was 10:30 yesterday morning. The majority of the roads leading up to the airport, they're underwater. Same thing at Orlando Executive Airport on the Near East Side's closed. They're working on a plan to get that reopened too.
That's right. We have much more coming up, and we do hope to give you more details about what's going on in Flagler County. It's where residents of several southeast Flagler neighborhoods, they have been told to leave immediately. We want to find out exactly what's going on with that and why, so keep it here.
But notice that on the Weikert Hallmark camera, the clouds beginning to break up, some brightening in the distance.
Positive
sign
signs.
of things to come.
Local weather is brought to you by Bob Steele Chevrolet. See Steele before you make any deal. Visit us at bobsteelchevy.com.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum.
Central Florida is my home. I grew up here. In our podcast, Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, Greg Angel, Gary Darling, and I sit down with people creating change and finding solutions.
Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, available on the Spectrum News app.
When you're sick or injured,
one more, you can do it. Come on.
You need a place where you can find healing. A place where you are treated with professionalism, dignity, and compassion. For more than 60 years, that has been our mission at Parish Healthcare. You've placed your life in our hands. From new beginnings through your toughest battles, we're with you every step of the way. Parish Healthcare. Healing patients, healing families, healing communities.
This is Morty.
Morty's got to go to the vet. But Morty, it's Florida Aid to Animals. Pets know where to go for affordable health care. Florida Aid to Animals has the lowest prices on visits, vaccines, and the best products with surgeries for spaying and neutering. Dental cleanings just $99. X-rays only $99 plus office visit. Cats and dogs are happy to say. Call Florida Aid to Animals in Melbourne and Palm Bay.
Hi, it's Freddie. Did you know that Microurban Nissan is one of the highest rated Nissan dealers in the country?
For the second year in a row, Microurban Nissan has received the Nissan Global Excellence Award. This distinctive award is only presented to the top 5% of Nissan dealers in the country. A sincere thank you to all of our customers who made winning this prestigious award possible. And we welcome our future customers to come experience our award-winning service.
Experience excellence, because when it comes to Nissan, Microurban is the bottom line.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Bears Furniture. The best brands at the lowest prices guaranteed in our local Bears showroom or online at bears.com.
Good evening, everyone. I'm meteorologist Amy Sweezy. It is 11 minutes past the hour, and we are talking about dry air filtering in behind Hurricane Ian. As this storm slowly pulls away from Central Florida in the overnight hours, it is going to keep bringing this dry air down the backside of the storm and really allowing it to settle into Central Florida. So this is the water vapor loop, which measures the moisture in the air. Essentially, it measures the water vapor, and there's Ian pulling away. The storm is going to start curving back toward South Carolina tomorrow, and all the orange and red, that's the dry air that's going to be impacting our weather here. So it means lower humidity, but it also means, check that out, a little bit of rain tomorrow right along the coast as Ian pulls away. Otherwise, most of the peninsula for the next several days, including the weekend into early next week, we are drying things out and we are not going to be dealing with those showers. We'll get an opportunity to do the cleanup. You can get out in your yard and take care of some of those branches and some of the damage that may have been done. Now, notice our comfort index as well. Dew points are over here on this side of the screen. When you start getting down into the 60s, especially this time of year, it feels so much more comfortable. So yeah, still a little bit humid for us, but compared to what we've been dealing with all summer, this is going to be a really nice welcome change. Winds are going to stay breezy. They're coming in out of the northwest in the overnight hours, still 10 to 20 miles per hour overnight, and a lot gustier than that right along the coast for Flagler and also Volusia counties. But as Ian keeps pulling away, we'll start to see those winds relax a little bit during the day on Friday, but mostly it's going to be later in the day, like in the afternoon and evening, but we'll still be a bit on the breezy side, just not quite as gusty as what we were dealing with today. As we get into Friday evening, you can see those winds still stick around, couple clouds here and there in the evening, but for the most part, we are going to see a lot of sunshine tomorrow. So still windy tonight, lingering showers along the East Coast. Temperatures will be in the 60s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, breezy, but dry. We'll have a lot of sun and, of course, the lower humidity as well. Looking ahead to the weekend, things look fantastic. We will be mostly sunny both Saturday and Sunday. High temperatures in the upper 80s.
Welcome back to Spectrum News 13, everyone. We want to get straight out to Chief Jonathan Lord, Flagler County Emergency Management Director. We want to talk about some situations that are pretty dire there. I know that you've been urging several Southeast Flagler neighborhoods to get out, to leave immediately because the utilities are taxed in Bunnell. Tell us more. Thank you for being with us as well.
So no problem. So the utilities are being taxed because we have so much flood water around here. But actually the key reason we actually added a few new neighborhoods in addition to where we had evacuated before is because with the increased amount of rain that we've been seeing, we're pretty close to a foot already and we're still going up and we haven't stopped seeing the rain yet. Hopefully in the next few hours we will. But when we combine the amount of rain with the intracoastal waterways storm surge, there's not going to be ability for our land, the rain sitting on our land to exit properly. So what we've been looking at is some low-lying neighborhoods where we believe the water is going to back up due to the combination of that surge and the rain that's still occurring. And those neighborhoods were in southeast Flagler, some areas off of Old Kings Road, as well as a road called John Anderson Park Highway, and then also an area called the Woodlands in Palm Coast. So we added those areas and then reiterated the existing evacuation areas, that even though it looks like the storm is dying down, which it is, the rain is not done yet for Flagler County, and we still have at least 2 more tidal cycles where we expect water to increase and come up the waterways.
Now, is it Hurricane Evacuation Zone B for folks who live in that area? Are those the folks who are mostly impacted?
Yeah, so the western edge, so Evacuation Zone A is our barrier island. The western edge of that backs up to the intercoastal. And then Zone B, the very eastern portion of the southern part of Zone B, is very low-lying. And we saw flooding already with the tide cycle today. And we have another about 6-foot flood surge coming later on this evening.
What kind of vehicles do you have to be able to handle the deep water and be able to get those people out of harm's way?
So in our fire department, in our county, we have 3 fire departments as well as a sheriff's office and a couple of police departments. And collectively, they've got a good couple handful of high water vehicles of different variations that we have ready in case we have to go rescue people. Hopefully people heeded the warnings, got out of the area, but for those that didn't, we are prepared to go rescue them as long as conditions are safe, which it looks like they most likely will be for us to go rescue if we must do. We also have support from the Florida Forest Service, and we actually have National Guard here as well with additional vehicles.
And if you're just joining us, we're talking with Chief Jonathan Lord, Flagler County Emergency Management. I wanted to ask you really quickly, you know, we're telling people not to go into deep water, into flooding, because the weight of the water could sweep them away and sweep them off their feet. Your brave people have to go into these waters to rescue people. How do you train for something like that and get ready for a situation like this, sir?
So our great emergency service responders and the law enforcement and the fire side, you know, they do water training. They prepare for the unknown incident. You never know what's going to happen. So they prepare for that. They know they sign up to put their lives at risk to take care of others. We'd rather not put their lives at risk. You know, our responders are super important to us in our community. But at the end of the day, they will do what they have to do as long as it can be done in a somewhat safe manner. It's not just the risk of the water moving and knocking them over, but, you know, as we talked about a little earlier, our stormwater and our sewage systems are backing up because of so much of the storm's water is filling up our sewer systems. So because of that, there's a lot of toxic things that end up in that same stormwater as well. So that's another reason we don't want people to go out, but we also don't necessarily want our responders to have to walk through sewage in that water as well. They don't have to.
Yeah.
Chief Lord, let me ask you this. We get this is serious. We know the area of where you want these people to evacuate from immediately and why. What other issues, though, are you having out of Flagler County that you're seeing that also need to be addressed or that folks there need to be aware of?
The other big thing we are still seeing is that our dune system, at high tide earlier today, our dune system took a really good beating because of the storm surge created by Hurricane Ian. And we expect that exact same level of surge to occur later on tonight again. And then the next 2 tide cycles, the next 2 days, that surge level is going to be lower and lower. But we had 6 feet earlier today, and we fully expect again, probably a little before midnight, to have another full 6-foot surge. And our dune system is severely damaged from Ian. There's at least one area that we have a breakthrough. Now we're at low tide, so there's nothing flowing through that break right now. We've done our best to try to repair that break. And then literally on the St. Johns and Volusia County line, there's quite a large break where the ocean has come through already. And again, it's dry right now, but as we approach high tide again tonight, we fully expect the Atlantic Ocean to come on land there.
Critical information for residents in Flagler County. Chief Lord, thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. And we really want our residents to hunker down, stay in your homes. I know a lot of people are very curious and want to go see the coastline, but it's definitely not safe. And we do have a curfew in place at 8 o'clock tonight.
That's very important, 8 o'clock until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, correct?
Exactly, and then at 7 o'clock, first thing at sunlight, we have multiple teams, including myself, will be going up and assessing our entire community to understand the impact of the damage. We really hope it's not that bad, but we are prepared to deal with whatever happens this evening.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Coming up after the break, we'll take a look at weather on the ones. Amy Sweezy back with another check of what is once again Hurricane Ian.
Keep it here, folks.
Spectrum News 13's marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
This sponsorship is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
For the people.
John and Kelly use AT&T for their mobile service. Steve and Anna have Spectrum Mobile. Both couples have 2 lines and both get unlimited data and nationwide 5G. What's the difference? John and Kelly pay a lot more with AT&T.
Yeah, and our bill just went up.
Again.
AT&T's costs are rising, up to $12 a month for older family plans.
That's too much. Way too much.
Plus taxes.
And fees.
With Spectrum, there are no added taxes or fees. Go to spectrummobile.com/save to see how much you can save by switching to Spectrum. Steve and Anna save hundreds of dollars a year with Spectrum.
Really? Yes.
And with Spectrum Mobile, you get the most reliable service coast to coast and the speed you need to stream and connect in more places. So, John and Kelly, do you want to save more?
Oh yeah, we are switching to Spectrum.
All right. Switch and you could save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Call, click, or visit a store today.
It's an incredible 4-day sale at Bears Furniture. Save up to 50% or more, including 50% off all Tommy Bahama for one final weekend. Own this customer favorite for 50% off. Want genuine leather? All Natuzzi editions, including special order, now 50% off. We have thousands of items in stock and ready for immediate delivery. All the name brands, all the style, all marked down this weekend, only through Sunday. Wear Bears.
Life is full of ifs. If you see the potential in every day, if you push for that promotion, or if you say, I do. If you can cash flow like a pro, safeguard against surprises, and supercharge your savings, the if in life becomes less iffy. Regions Life Banking makes it possible. If you're interested.
Let's talk about the if in life. Regions Bank embrace the if in life.
Attractions Insider, a weekly Spectrum News podcast with the inside scoop on your favorite Florida attractions. Available now on the Spectrum News app.
Welcome back. I'm meteorologist Amy Sweezy. We continue to monitor what's going on with Ian. It is back to hurricane status. It is still impacting us directly, especially now, though, our eastern communities, so along the East Coast, Flagler County, Volusia County, and Brevard. Of course, Ian also left behind some damage. Look at this picture sent to us from Claudia in College Park. If you look closely there, you can see it looks like that whole walkway was just completely washed out by the floodwaters. And then, of course, you got a bunch of branches and trees that are down. And that's really the picture all around Central Florida that will continue until we can get this mess cleaned up. The good news is the weather is going to improve, so we'll have that opportunity to do some cleanup on Friday and into this upcoming weekend. So for the rest of the night tonight, the center of Hurricane Ian pulls away from Florida and it heads toward the South Carolina coast into tomorrow. It is going to strengthen. It's already done that. It's going to keep strengthening over that warm ocean water, and the rain is going to taper along our east coast. So we'll still see some overnight rain here as we head into probably about 2-3 o'clock in the morning for Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties. And our winds will be gusty too, sustained at 20 to 30, gusts up to 40 in the overnight hours, and then the winds will start to diminish a little bit tomorrow. Now the big thing is Ian draws some drier air in here, so look what it does to our rain chances. No afternoon storms. We'll have the opportunity to dry out over the weekend and early next week. Even when our chance for rain returns, it is not very significant. It's not a lot of rain. So we can finally get a break and hopefully, get some of those flood waters to recede. That is where Ian is now. There's the dry air that's coming in. That's the orange color that you see. And that is the reason for the lower humidity, the cooler temperatures, and the lack of rain. Overnight tonight, we will be in the low to mid 60s, upper 60s as you wake up tomorrow morning. Those winds are still going to stay strong too. So just stay inside if you can. If you don't need to go outside, just wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow will still be breezy, but it will be a beautiful day. A lot of sunshine. Will be in the upper 70s and lower 80s. This is about 10 degrees cooler than normal as we get into Friday. And then as we continue into the weekend, things look fantastic as well. Just a little warmer, but a lot of sun. Really poor conditions at the coast for Friday. We've got a high risk for rip currents, water temperatures in the lower 80s. So perhaps just stay away from the coast. Dangerous boating conditions as well for Friday. Look at those winds, seas at 7 to 9 feet, and rough for those intracoastal waters. All right, there is your 7-day forecast, and notice the lack of rain, notice the temperatures. We do start climbing for the weekend and into early next week. We'll see those temperatures back in the upper 80s, which is a little closer to normal. And then again, even when that chance for rain returns, there's not a lot of moisture for the middle of next week. We have just a 20% chance of rain for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so a lot of us will stay dry. We'll have lots of time to clean up from Ian.
Welcome back, everyone. We want to get some information right now from Captain Ken Chapman from the Salvation Army. He is joining us to talk about what you're doing to help people impacted by Ian. Thank you for being with us.
Today, we actually went out, and some of our people even rolled up their pants and took their shoes off and waded through water to take food to people who were stranded on the second story of one of the complexes near us. So we are assessing the needs. We have 200 people in our shelter, and we are rescuing people that need to be rescued and taken to safe places, and just giving some emotional and spiritual care, letting them know that they're not alone.
Now, just so we know, where are you? Where are your offices, and where is that apartment complex that was right around the corner that you waded through the water to get to help those folks?
So we're located right off of West Colonial and I-4, and that's about a mile away from us off of John Young at Maxwell Terrace. And we go there every Saturday to minister to people and give food and clothing. And they were stranded on the second floor, so we went and took care of them and brought them a little bit of hope today.
As we move through, the coming days, we know that people are really going to be feeling the effects of this storm, trying to put their lives back together. What kind of advice can you give them if they need help and perhaps don't even know where to start?
Well, if they reach out to us or they reach out to the County Emergency Operations Center, they will get that message to us. We have been responding to all who are requesting. I even drove my own car today to give out a big bag of food to a person who had children and could not get out, and I waded through a lot of muck to get there. But we're willing to do whatever it takes to let people know that this community cares, and when we join hands together, we can make things work.
You're taking action to help. How can we take action to help?
Well, you can continue to put that red shield out there, let people know that they can bring in all kinds of things that we need, blankets and pillows and linens and socks and prepackaged food and water and juices, and we will get it to the people who need it the most, doing the most good.
That's important to know. I know our governor did ask for people across the country who wanted to donate to please not send those kinds of goods, that for their operations, sending monetary donations were better. But here locally, for people who might have extra linens and pillows and blankets and clothing, your spot is the right place to send those things.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we are dealing with a lot of people who literally live on the streets, and these kinds of things will be extremely helpful and bring a little bit of relief to their human suffering. So that's our job, is to let them know that people care and that this community cares when we join hands together.
All right, Captain Ken Chapman with the Salvation Army. Good to see you, Captain Chapman. Hope to see you in person very soon. All right, we have Governor Ron DeSantis' news conference coming up here in the next half hour. We'll have much more on that as we continue our coverage.
Keep it here on Spectrum News 13 as we continue to monitor Ian's impact across our state.
Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, a Spectrum News 13 podcast that offers a closer look inside the issues, available now on the Spectrum News app.
At Weikert Realtors Hallmark Properties, the personal touch from our real estate professionals is more important than ever.
Finding them the absolute perfect unicorn property. It's such a win. I love to do it because I love the connection with the people.
Many people have saved for many, many years to do this, and it's a good feeling to be a part of it.
I love what I do, and when they are happy, I'm happy. So when I give the keys of our house and they smile, that's everything for me.
Our family, serving yours.
Summer's ending, but the savings are just getting started.
Summer end sale is going on now at Mike Urban Toyota, and our rates on select new vehicles are starting as low as 0%. Labor Day month-long specials, and we have over 400 pre-owned vehicles to choose from, and all our vehicles come with free car washes for life. Summer ending savings, that's because Mike Urban is Toyota. Every day.
Admiral wash machine, made by Whirlpool, $337. Appliance Direct, now 9 Central Florida locations. 3.5 cubic foot washer, $337. With classic white porcelain tub. And dual action agitator, $337. Brand new washer, $337. Brand new in the box. Thank you.
Hi, it's Freddie. Did you know that Mike Urban Nissan is one of the highest rated Nissan dealers in the country?
For the second year in a row, Mike Urban Nissan has received the Nissan Global Excellence Award. This distinctive award is only presented to the top 5% of Nissan dealers in the country. A sincere thank you to all of our customers who made winning this prestigious award possible. And we welcome our future customers to come experience our award-winning service.
Experience excellence, because when it comes to Nissan, Mike Urban is the bottom line.
Everything's flooded. Everything is ruined.
Florida begins to survey the damage left in the wake of Ian. First responders, volunteers, and others jump into action.
We are preparing for the potential of thousands of families that are going to need assistance.
Continuing coverage from the Spectrum News 13 weather experts who are here to keep you informed no matter where you live in Central Florida. Right now, here on Spectrum News 13.
7:31 right now. Let's go to Tallahassee to listen to Governor Ron DeSantis give us an update.
In the middle of Estero Bay, literally must have gotten picked up, flown because of the massive wind speed and the storm surge, and deposited in a body of water. There was cars floating in the middle of the water. Some of the homes were total losses. I would say the most significant damage that I saw was on Fort Myers Beach. Some of the homes were wiped out, and some of it was just concrete slabs. Of course, there were damage to some of our infrastructure, particularly the Sanibel Causeway. There were breaks in that in multiple different areas. It was interesting. The pylons on the water, where you had that part of the bridge, that actually was good. It was the point where it was on a sandbar that just got totally wiped away, or from the mainland, there was breaks there. So that's going to require major overhaul and potentially a complete rebuild. They're going to look at it and see. That's the only way on Sanibel and Captiva Island. So the operations to help people there have been mostly by air. In all told, search and rescue operations, it started in the wee hours of the morning. As soon as the winds died down enough to where it was safe, you had Coast Guard assets, you had urban search and rescue teams. We've had the National Guard out assisting people. There have been more than 700 confirmed rescues, and there's likely many more than that that will be confirmed as more data comes in. People have been rescued from places like Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Marco Island, as well as the barrier islands in Charlotte County. Obviously, there was a lot of calls coming in as the storm was really raging yesterday. People who did not evacuate were hunkered down. There was storm surge. There was a lot of apprehension, understandably. When initially the first responders came this morning, people would wave them down, whether they were by helicopter, boat, or high water vehicle. Now what they're finding is on places like Sanibel, most of the residents are just waving thank you for coming, but they say that they're fine and that they're staying put. Now, I think that there's going to be issues with being on some of those islands because they're not going to have services like we expect for quite some time, given the limitations of transportation. But nevertheless, that's a sign that some of the folks folks who did ride it out are stabilized in their home. They are first responders are doing targeted searches, just going home by home, checking to see if people are okay, and then responding to specific reports if they're missing loved ones. There will, of course, be many more rescues that are added to the tiller. Now, we absolutely expect to have mortality from this hurricane, but I would just caution people, there's a process by where that is confirmed, and there's people, I know that people have said certain things. In terms of confirmed, that will be made apparent over the coming days, but I think the things that have been said out there, that is not something that has been confirmed at this juncture. Of course, we have thousands and thousands of people on the ground working to restore power, opening the roads, bringing in food and water, and restoring communications. Talking with local folks in Lee County, probably the biggest immediate hurdle that they're facing is their county water utility had a big water main break. That is necessary to be fixed in order to provide basic water services for the residents of the county. So they have been working to troubleshoot it. They requested the state to enlist federal support to help diagnose and potentially fix the problem. So we worked with FEMA and Gracia, and the Army Corps of Engineers came in. I mean, they came in pretty early. I think Kevin called them maybe like 3 in the morning. They were in Southwest Florida from Jacksonville by early this afternoon. And so they're helping to diagnose and hopefully be able to remedy that. But that's going to be something that's very, very important for the county to get fixed. In the meantime, we are assisting healthcare facilities to provide working water because they need that to be able to take care of their patients. We're shuttling water from Lakeland into healthcare facilities. Right now, there are about 20 trucks en route with 60,000 gallons of water for a total of 1.2 million gallons of water. And I think they have been able to fix some of the water issue. One of the 3 hospitals has actually been able to fix the water problem there. So that's good news. Port Tampa, Port Everglades, the fuel is flowing into some of our major ports. And so you're seeing a lot of fuel now flowing throughout the state. More than 30,000 gallons of fuel have already been moved in to Southwest Florida. I actually saw a couple of the gas stations open in the Fort Myers area when we were there today. With this fuel, the state of Florida set up 6 fuel depots to fully support all first response efforts. And we think the remaining ports in the state of Florida will open between sometime tomorrow and sometime on Saturday. There's been a massive amount of supplies staged. We're also bringing more into the region, more ambulances, more food, water, and ice, more generators, more. Actually, we're bringing in 2 full-service mechanical shops to help to repair and maintain emergency vehicles, which, they're in rugged conditions when you're going through water and others. Bringing in more tarps, bringing in kits for parents of infants and toddlers to give them 10 days worth of support, and bringing in more high water ladders. Now, as of 6 p.m., there are 2.6 million approximately reported power outages throughout the state of Florida, and that was anticipated. So far, compared to this morning, 200,000 accounts have been restored in Southwest Florida, 28,000 in Lee, 62,000 in Sarasota, 14,000 in Collier, 33,000 in Manatee, 12,000 in Charlotte, and 44,000 in Hillsborough have been restored. Of course, the pre-staging for this was over 42,000 linemen. So they're there on the ground, really in different parts of the state, but particularly in Southwest Florida. When they first got in there, of course, they're looking to see what is the damage, how much of our infrastructure has been destroyed, how much of it has held up. And I can tell you, when we were in Charlotte, the reports were generally positive that a lot of that infrastructure had been able to weather the storm. You still have to work, obviously, to reconnect the power, but in some areas, you may need to rebuild from the ground up. In other areas where the infrastructure maintained integrity, you would be more just trying to rehook everything. So that's a 24/7 process. So if anybody sees some of the utility trucks pulled over somewhere and maybe someone getting rest, understand they're working constant shifts and everyone's on the clock the whole time, and they don't actually ever have a time where people are not working. So we really appreciate that because we we understand how important it is for folks to have those basic services resume. There have, of course, been damages to cell phone towers, particularly in places like Lee County. The telecom companies have brought in, they earmarked 100 cell phone towers being set up, and many of those are being set up in Southwest Florida. I've been able to speak with the CEOs of both AT&T and T-Mobile. While there have been damages, a lot of their infrastructure has weathered the storm fairly well. So while there may need to be repairs, they feel good about getting up service. And I know some people do have service in those areas, and we were able to see that. FDOT had more than 1,200 personnel on the ground, and I'm happy to report the road situation is by and large really good. I think if I was just talking with Kevin before we came out here, if we were here yesterday at like noon thinking about what the road situation would look like, I think we thought that there would have been way more roads that were blocked by debris. Of course, we did have the Sanibel. I mean, there are issues, but there is also a lot of roads where the traffic is flowing on I-75 without a problem, and most of the other roads are doing really well. Sunshine Skyway Bridge has reopened, and so we were happy to see that. Most school districts throughout the state will be reopening either Friday or Monday. Obviously, Lee and some of those areas may be a little bit different calculation for them. We're thankful that FEMA has activated individual assistance for Floridians who've been affected by this storm. If you are in need of help recovering, visit disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-3362. FEMA has approved our request to add some of the Central Florida counties into the individual assistance. Kevin will have more details on that, but we appreciate that because you look at the images, like you can see a house that's been totaled on Fort Myers Beach, and obviously it's a very sad thing to see. You can see boats that have been flipped over or cars that have been flipped over, and those are very striking images. But as the storm has moved through the state, it has caused a lot of problems with really historic flooding in parts of Central Florida and into Northeast Florida. And so it's important that those folks also have the ability to get assistance if they need it. Over 8,700 people have already registered with FEMA. If you're going to make a claim, take a picture. If you've had flooding, take a picture of the water line on your house. Make sure you're documenting the damage. Jimmy Petronis, our chief financial officer, is going to be doing insurance villages at these disaster recovery sites. So if you go in, now you don't need to go in to get FEMA assistance. You can do it online. But if you have questions, you go in. You can have people from the different insurance carriers. Jimmy's also going to help people who have NFIP flood policies to be able to file those claims and get those claims paid as soon as possible, and we expect that will be done without much delay from the insurance carriers. We're happy that a lot of businesses have committed to provide our first responders and volunteers with sustenance. Culver's, Firehouse Subs, Burger King, Four Rivers Smokehouse, Anna Maria Oyster Bar, and Texas Roadhouse, and we think many more will want to come and also offer assistance. For those who are coming in as either first responders or linemen, Buc-ee's is giving away meals and soft drinks. If you stop in their Daytona location, you'll be able to avail yourself of some really good stuff there. We're continuing, as Kevin has said, these first 72 hours are really life safety, and then working to restore the main services, power, fuel, and communications. And there's massive numbers of people on the ground working 24/7 to do that. Of course, it's too early to know exactly what the needs of everybody is going to be, but we obviously anticipate some Floridians may end up being displaced from their homes, and the First Lady is spearheading efforts with Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. And it's much better to donate financially than to send items, and we really appreciate the thought when people want to send water, they want to send these things, but Florida DEM and others have been contracted for this, so this stuff is there. The best thing you can do if you're going to give a financial contribution, that can go to some of these organizations that are a little bit more nimble with how they help people. FEMA, Gracia will say, you have statutes and you have regulations and you have things. You either qualify for certain types of individual assistance or you don't. They're not able to go outside of what Congress has decreed on that. A private organization, if you have more unique needs that maybe aren't covered by that program, they can meet those needs. And so providing the cash assistance is the best way to do that. If you want to contribute, go to www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 2022. Actually, what is it? It's more than 20222. Okay. Well, I'll let the First Lady do that because she does it better than me. They put text to 2022 on this, and that I know it's more than that. I'm not a text guy, but I do know you need more numbers than that. All right. For those who want to come volunteer in person, that's another way where you can really be helpful. And Volunteer Florida has a website for that, www.volunteerflorida.org, if you want to see volunteer opportunities. And we would certainly welcome individuals that want to give, obviously, their money, but also their personal time and effort. Okay, Kevin Guthrie's here with some additional updates.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, First Lady, for your going out to the area today and doing some on-site assessments. We're entering that phase of the response where we start to really get into what's referred to as indirect deaths. Myself and the governor have been mentioning this now for quite some time. Generator safety, generator safety, generator safety. Now we're going to start adding chainsaw safety, getting on ladders, getting on roofs, watching out for power lines that are mixed inside of trees. People need to be extremely careful. If you do not know how to use a chainsaw, if you do not know how to climb a ladder, if you do not know what the difference is between a cable line and a power line, you should not be doing that. Leave that to the professionals. Again, as the governor indicated 2 days ago, we have significantly more indirect deaths from disasters that are 100% avoidable than we do the disaster itself. So please be safe. Drone pilots. We're starting to have some issues with drone pilots in areas. Please do not operate your drones in the areas where we have military aircraft, search and rescue aircraft working. When you go in there with their drone or your drone, they have to stop working. Please stay out of the area and let us do our job. Similarly, we saw it down in Fort Myers today. People are wanting to go out and look at the damage. For every car that's going down a street, that's preventing a power line crew from getting in there and working. It's preventing a search and rescue crew from getting in there and working. Please stay outside these areas so that we can get in there. Power outages are being restored. The governor read through a laundry list of individuals that are having power restored. We did hear a question earlier today about, well, it's still 2.6 million. It was 2.6 million this morning. Jacksonville has been hit. We have power outages in Duval County, St. Johns County, Nassau County, Baker County. So those are going to offset here for a little while. FPL, the Municipal Electric Association and its municipal electric partners, the cooperative electric programs are getting their stuff turned back on. Please be patient. We have every faith and trust in them to restore the power. However, in places where we're going to have to rebuild infrastructure, that's going to take longer, as the governor mentioned. Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Pine Island, that's going to take some time. In those areas, we do have some other challenges. There's potentially vehicles in the water, there are potentially boats in the water, there is potentially debris in the water. We will be working with our federal partners to mission assign or ask their request and mission assign special resources to go in there and start looking under the water to do an underwater survey to ensure that we can actually get the necessary barges and heavy equipment into those areas to respond effectively. I think this is an appropriate time to say, Gracia, thank you very much for all your assistance. Admiral McPherson as well as the TAG, General Eifert, has been with me since day one, sitting here. He was here at 0700, which means he had to leave St. Augustine at 04 something. Thank you very much. We continue to mobilize additional resources to impacted areas. Specifically today, we did more than 400 bottles of oxygen, 100 ambulances, an additional 120 utility trucks, 4 mobile triage units. These are specific units to help triage patients if somebody becomes injured. We do have hospitals that have some issues and cannot intake patients. So this is the ability to triage individuals for that. 60 truckloads of water, 40 truckloads of meals, 40 truckloads of ice. That was a question earlier a couple of days ago. We have brought in additional pet foods, supplies for displaced pets. 5 truckloads of blankets, 5 truckloads of cots, and I believe this was requested earlier by someone, nearly 100,000 tarps. FDM recovery staff are now beginning the process of rapid damage assessments in the impacted counties to expedite all available federal assistance for the disaster recovery. The governor mentioned earlier that additional counties have been added to the Category A debris removal expedited declaration and IA, or individual assistance. Those counties are Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and Polk. Again, these counties are available for 30 days at 100% in federal assistance. I am going to turn to Grace and ask, what is that website that we need to direct everyone to for mobile intake?
For registration.
For registration.
For survivors, it is disasterassistance.org.
Disasterassistance.org. So again, we're proud that 8,700 people have already done that, and we want to continue to do as much as we can via web registration. Again, Governor, First Lady, thank you so much for your leadership today.
Okay, First Lady.
All right, well, flying over the devastation and destruction firsthand, all I can say is, our hearts and our prayers are with so many people who are suffering, which is why about 24 hours ago, we launched the Disaster Relief Fund. And I'm happy to say that after 24 hours, we have raised more than $10 million into that fund. And if you remember this morning, just at 8 a.m., we came out here and we talked with you. I think it was at $1.6 million. So now we're over $10 million. So I just want to say thank you to all of the great Floridians who stepped up to support our efforts and all of the people across the country who are helping Floridians. Thank you. We are going to make a big difference to help get resources immediately to those people who need them most. Amazon, we want to thank them, Centene, Ian McKetney, Florida Blue, Lanier, Walmart, we'll be hearing from them in just a second, donated $1 million, Boeing, Publix, Simply Healthcare, Airbnb, Tico Energy, Wells Fargo, Verizon, CVS, Duke Energy, Goldman Sachs, Rumble, Florida Power and Light, National Christian Foundation, the PGA Tour, and Horn, just to name a few. And that doesn't even go into all of the donations that came in from people who are giving $5 and $10. And thank you so much for what you're doing. Also want to say thank you to Tom Brady, who put on his website a special shout out to the defense, or to our fund, the Florida Disaster Fund, that got a lot of attention and raised a lot of money. So thank you for your support of your community. Also, thank you to Visa, Amex, PayPal, and Braintree. They are waiving their fees, so all of this money will go directly to servicing the people in need. And again, as the governor mentioned, one of the important things to understand about this fund and why it's so important is because we are getting needs instantaneously into the EOC, into the Emergency Operations Center. And so we're able then to communicate those needs to those nonprofits on the ground so we can meet them quickly. And so these funds make a big difference to help micro-target what we're seeing. And again, when we are flying over Lee County and some of these areas that were just devastated, they are going to need things like foods and tarps and what have you. And so what is not being supplemented by the state, which is a lot, we will be able to do in the private sector. So again, to give the website, floridadisasterfund.org, and you can also text disaster to 20222. And God bless you and thank you for your support.
Okay. All right, Volunteer Florida, Josie Tamayo.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and I want to thank you on behalf for being here. And first of all, I want to thank, the First Lady and the Governor for their leadership in this. And I must say it is a record amount of money that we have now received for the disaster fund. And I want to thank, obviously, our partners, our corporate partners. I will say to you, we have been on the phone calling people, and they have been giving to people in Florida specifically with needs, and we plan to make very good use of that money. And I want to thank each and every person that has reached out, called, and specifically for those in the storm's path that are now recovering. And so these funds will go for response and recovery. We will be doing that, looking at all of that very carefully. And I want to thank our corporate partners, specifically Walmart, who has, in fact, Ms. Moni Brown is on our foundation. And this fund is administered through our Volunteer Florida Foundation. So on behalf of everyone, I want to thank you all for being, specifically want to thank the First Lady for her leadership on this, and the Governor, and everyone who has called in need. And please, I want to tell you, if you want to volunteer, please go to our website at volunteerflorida.org. We have someone standing by that can connect you with nonprofits that are in need of volunteers, and also www.floridadisasterfund.org, or text disaster to 20222. And I will say there will be a banner at the FSU football game this weekend with our Florida Disaster Fund, and also USF has agreed to do that. And in my mind, I'm going to get every college team to do that in Florida as long as we need them. Thank you so much, and thank you, First Lady and Governor.
Okay, we're happy to have John Furner, President and Chief Executive Officer of Walmart.
Good evening, and thank you, Governor and First Lady, for coming together today, and also for your team's quick response following just the devastation that we're seeing from the hurricane. So I'm proud to be with you here in Florida tonight, representing Walmart, to further discuss how Walmart will continue partnering with all of you and your team while we continue to respond to the devastation of the storm. Supporting communities is core to Walmart, and Florida is our community. Many of our associates, customers, and members all across Florida are feeling the effects of the extensive damage caused by this storm. And like all of you, we've been closely monitoring its track to ensure that we stay in tune with what our stores, our clubs, our supply chain teams need to be doing to serve before, during, and after the storm. So in preparation for the response and recovery, we've strategically placed things like generators, refrigerated trailers, merchandise, and additional personnel in the right locations to give us the best opportunity to resume operations as soon as it's safe to do so. We have 385 stores and clubs here in Florida, 9 distribution centers, and at one point today, 244 of those were closed. And we think over the next day or so, we'll have the majority of those back open and operating. So we've helped relocate associates living in mandatory evacuation zones, and we're carrying out wellness checks for those living in the other impacted areas. Now, throughout all of this, our thoughts and our prayers remain with those who are impacted, and we are moving quickly to help. To that end, on behalf of Walmart, Sam's Club, and the Walmart Foundation, I'm announcing our commitment of up to $6 million for recovery and relief efforts. And this level of support does include, First Lady, now a $1.5 million investment to support the Florida Disaster Fund, donations of essential supplies, and grants to local and national organizations who are here on the ground supporting relief efforts. Now, what we do know is Walmart customers, members, and our associates are the most general people that we know. And as part of this investment, we're also launching a national customer and member giving campaign at our stores and clubs, and an associate donation campaign through Walmart's Associate Giving Program. And we understand our responsibility to the communities we serve, and we'll proudly work side by side with each and every one of you to ensure we're doing everything we can, along with our first responders, to restore our communities as quickly as possible. And this includes mobilizing resources and services to those people who need them. So as a company and as fellow Floridians, when our friends, our neighbors, and our loved ones need help, we will gladly step forward to support them. Thank you.
Okay, so we're very much monitoring the impacts that we're seeing in other parts of the state other than Southwest Florida, and I know Kevin is working on. We're going to obviously have a big response in Southwest Florida, but when you talk about FEMA, some of these other things, there's going to be a need to be response in some of these other parts of the state on an individual basis, and so I know he's working on that, and we're going to be back down in all these areas and working hard to make sure that we can get people back on their feet. And with that, I'll take some questions.
Governor, I know that a lot of people are questioning what the casualty count is, and I know you addressed it, but is the state at least preparing for a large casualty situation, given what we heard from the Lee County Sheriff as well as the President earlier today?
Well, I mean, I think it's a massive storm. I mean, I think we anticipate casualties. I think Kevin made a good point about how many are going to happen from the time it hits on. We've stressed to try to minimize both, obviously, but we're now in the situation where there's going to be hazards out where people can be in harm's way still. Just because the storm has passed does not mean that there's not additional hazards. Operating things like generators, standing. Now, fortunately, I was looking, there wasn't as much standing water as I was anticipating. I think that the storm surge that they had feared in Charlotte, while they did get water, there was flooding. I don't think it was at quite the level that was initially feared. Obviously, in Lee, you had a massive storm surge at the barrier islands. You did have some on the mainland, but I saw the roads by and large clear. There were a couple roadways where I saw where there was water. So hopefully some of those hazards are minimized. I think if you look at the most significant storm in the history of Florida was Okeechobee in the 20s, and you guys can look it up. But I mean, I don't think we would be anywhere approaching that.
We've heard, just anecdotally from various local officials, the total would be about 16 people right now dead. You're not confirming that, but I'm wondering, as you're getting out to these barrier islands now, are you getting people off these islands? You are not finding massive numbers of dead people on these islands?
That is correct. I think but at the same time, they're going to see people that may be visibly in need or knocking on doors, and most of them are saying, I'm fine. If there's no answer, I don't know that they're going into those homes. Now, many of those homes are vacation homes and seasonal residents, so we'll see. Now, there are so what will be confirmed as storm related, that will happen, relatively soon. I can tell you that there have been some non-storm related fatalities as well. I mean, for example, in Charlotte County, they reported a suicide during the storm. They also had somebody pass away from a heart attack because you don't have access to emergency services for a certain period of time. And so that could have been somebody, that would have gone to the hospital. So there's a lot of those things. They're working through it, and we'll see. But I can say, I think, Kevin, there's not been in these rescue efforts, deceased people found as of yet. Now that may change, of course, as they do more. But they've been able to lift a lot of people out of those islands, and I know a lot of those people have been happy. But increasingly, there are people who are happy that people are out there looking out for them, but say thank you. We're good. I don't know that is necessarily they're going to want to do that over the long term, because if there's structural damage for some of the underlying services, it's just going to take a little longer for the utilities to be able to get that up and running. But nevertheless, that's the posture a lot of them have taken.
Governor, can you give us a sense, to that point, can you give us a sense of what recovery is going to look like in the hardest hit areas, especially in Lee County, it sounds like? Are we talking about, displacement for months and months on end? Are they going to be able to are they going to have to send their kids to different schools? Are there schools that are just not going to be able to open for
Well, I think they're all still assessing that. I think that they're looking to see exactly how many people are going to be displaced. Clearly, you have some homes that were a total loss. There's no question about that. How many of those were rental homes? How many of those were permanent residents? I think people are still looking at how many of those were seasonal homes for seasonal residents. I think they're sorting all of that out. As more people come forward, they are keeping the shelters open in Lee County in case people have been displaced and they need a place to stay. Obviously, with FEMA offering individual assistance, people who are going to need housing assistance are going to be able to sign up and get that. So I think you'll have a better sense at that point. But my sense would be just kind of looking at it. Sanibel had some serious destruction and a lot of destruction on some of the underlying infrastructure, which is obviously important. I mean, they used to not have a bridge there. It would take like a ferry back and forth. Now you're back to kind of before that causeway was there. Fort Myers Beach, really, really serious damage. Some of the other places, when you're in a helicopter looking over, I see the homes are intact. I didn't see massive debris in some of the neighborhoods, but you also don't know how much flood damage that they had, because that water could have been 4 feet at this time yesterday, and then it subsided. And so that will all be things I think that people will determine as the days go on. But I think the folks in Lee, are prepared for some level of displacement. And I know Kevin has worked and FEMA's worked on some solutions, but I don't know that we know exactly how many. Kevin, do you want to add about what you're seeing so far?
Yeah. So I agree with the governor wholeheartedly on the damage assessment so far. And again, this is aerial damage assessment, flying into the area, flying around, a little bit of the ground transportation that we were doing. I will just add to it, the next step in this recovery process is we will, we in support of the local counties will open up points of distribution where we will have food, water, potentially ice, depending on the situation. And I want to manage that expectation. Ice is usually given to help keep cold medications cold. So if that's the situation, you will be given ice. We will be providing tarps to those counties that have requested tarps so that they can do some emergency repairs. We are looking at turning on a program called the Blue Roof Program, which is slightly different than a tarp through FEMA. And I'm sure FEMA will action that over to the U.S. Army Corps. The next phase of that is going to be the disaster recovery centers that we will open up in the individual counties. This is a place where, again, as the governor has mentioned before, we will team up with the CFO's office to have insurance villages. We will team up with individuals like Department of Economic Opportunity to come in and help people with small business situations. We will team with the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, the Department of Health, vital records, ID cards, driver's licenses, and things like that have been lost, and the other state agency that's helped us out. There's a laundry list of Human Services, Department of Elder Affairs, Veterans Affairs, Children's and Families, and so on. So all of those will start to be set up over the next probably week or so. It just all depends on when we can get water restored to Lee County and the impacted area, and when we can get power restored to the impacted area. As those things happen, we'll move in very quickly with recovery services. I don't want to steal it from the governor, but the governor will be dispatching me to the area. We talked about this on the plane. I will probably be down in the area, in the most impacted area, for probably 30 days or more to ensure that the recovery is being handled effectively and remove any type of bureaucratic issues that might be going on.
Governor, you've been in frequent conversation with the White House during this devastating time for Florida. What does it look like when the president comes to town? What's your plan?
I don't know if he's announced he's coming or not. I know that the FEMA administrator, she will be here tomorrow, or if not today. And so we'll be working. I don't know if she's planning on traveling with us on all our itinerary, but she's welcome to do that. We're going to be back down in Southwest Florida, but we're also working to see other impacted areas throughout the state to go and potentially visit, meet with folks and see what they need. So, at the end of the day, I view this as something that you got folks that are in need, and local, federal, state, we have a responsibility to work together. I tell you, the way the locals have worked really hard, I mean, it's been really impressive to watch because this is not an easy thing to deal with. It's also not an easy thing when you have forecasts all over the map and you're not necessarily sure where it's going. Naples and Fort Myers were out of the cone 72 hours before the storm actually made landfall. And as that changed, they pivoted and they put their plans in action. So it's been really good. And obviously, Kevin and his team have done a great job. I mean, having so many things pre-positioned. But every request we've asked from FEMA has been approved. So we appreciate that, and we want to make sure.
So you would plan on seeing him while he's in town, no matter when it is?
Is he coming?
From what I understand, he will be here tomorrow.
Okay. Did you know that?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the case. With the FEMA administrators here, maybe. So we'll see. But I mean, at the end of the day, we want all the support that we can get because we understand that there's a lot of need out there, and these are good communities. The thing is these are resilient folks. These are really good folks down there, and they will bounce back. But we just need to make sure that we can kind of pave the way for them. All right. We'll see you guys in the morning. Thank you.
All right, you've been listening to the governor as well as state leaders give us details about what the latest is when it comes to the response to Ian. Lots of new information there. Sharon Stone is joining us right now, and she's going to be with us for the next few hours. We want to go right out now to Luke Hetrick, who's standing by live, because we know there is a serious situation that's happening. This in Orange County. It's where crews are trying to rescue around 200 people from an assisted living facility. If you can hear me out there, Luke, what's going on?
Yeah, Tammy, what we can say right now is, as you see, there's a car coming through right now, and we do want to look at that because that is how deep the water is here from a couple parking lots over from where we're at. We're just arrived on the scene about 20 minutes ago. Trying to get over there, you got to go through 2 parking lots, puddles that are about a foot deep. And there you can see way in the distance, crews getting out, trying to get the evacuees out of the Bridge and Life Care Assisted Living facility. This has been an ongoing thing